watching. We've changed all of our mindsets, but they just happen to be a little bit ahead of schedule. And ahead of schedule physically may not be ahead of schedule mentally. Because overall, this team is not the mature team you expect it to be in a year or two. And for me, what happened in the Tampa game, in the last game against Dallas, and what happened this season absolutely means nothing to me. Because the Tampa game coming up is a totally different animal. You're in the playoffs now. You played them once before. They're going to know a little bit more about you. You should know more about them. And this game is going to come down to who's prepared to play today. If anybody thinks what happened in the first game is going to dictate what happens in this game, you're fooling yourselves.
I totally agree, B. I also think of the injury updates, the situation with Jaden, I think is really – I think you're right. I thought they were going to play Mariota all along. I think there's a reason. Even if you just look to Vegas, you couldn't get many Jaden props until late in the week. I think everybody was just a little bit confused how that was going to go down.
Uh-huh.
I think by far the biggest injury issue is Lattimore. And what Dan Quinn said yesterday was hardly a ringing endorsement. I'll read it to you. I don't know. I don't know what to make out of this. I get the feeling, both just from knowing the player and knowing the person, but I get the feeling that Biotish is going to play. But this was DQ on Lattimore and on Biotish, and I'm curious what you hear from this. All right, so he said, Biotish is doing good, coming back next on that. Marshawn was also doing well, ran today, so Arrow was going up. Then he talked about Jordan McGee, hoping trending up. Same with Cornelius Lucas. What do you think they get with Lattimore, B?
Lattimore is going to bring you a certain mindset. It's going to bring you a certain swagger, because Mike Evans knows he has hell in a tough-ass game if he's going to be going against Lattimore. And I think that allows you to do other things if you got Lattimore on the field. But ultimately, you didn't have him the first time, and in that first game, I understand they beat us, but I saw so many opportunities where we could have won that football game. And I believe the guys that played in the first game needs to also understand we have grown some. Okay? They didn't just walk out there and run over a lot. Yeah, they've grown a lot. And on top of it, the defensive line and linebackers, they got to realize you get a hand on Baker Mayfield, his ass needs to go to the ground. And I'll say it all week until somebody in the damn locker room hear me. If you're tackling someone, go to the ground with them. You can't just hit people and think they're going to fall. So maybe that's part of the reason why Baker didn't go down sometime. Grab his ankle, grab his legs, grab his waist, fall to the ground with him. He'll go down.
Yeah, DQ was asked about that because clearly Baker was really good in that game and really hard to bring down. I thought his answers were fairly telling. I'm trying to find it specifically. So he was asked if there's a secret to sacking Mayfield. DQ responded, well, we certainly didn't have it. If there is, he is a rare competitor in that way. And there's some guys that in the pocket, the foot quickness, the ability to move a shoulder to get underneath somebody, they do have that. And you have to make sure you are rushing somebody. We call it a cage, where you try to put somebody into a spot to at least not allow them to hitch up and go. He's had a fantastic year. He's thrown 41 touchdowns. Certainly being able to get Baker down would help.
Yeah.
I just don't know. It's funny, B, that you said you look back on that game and thought, they had chances to win.
Yeah.
DQ said something like, I'm not even sure the score was as close as that game was. So DQ might be channeling his inner Joe Gibbs, like, oh, man, these guys are world beaters. We got no chance. You know what I mean?
See, and that's what a lot of coaches do. But there were opportunities missed in that game by our offense. We saw all the missed opportunities to take Baker down by our defense. You don't look at that and say, if we take him down 2 or 3 times, hit 2 of the shots maybe to Terry, all of a sudden you see stuff differently. in that football game. And I think, listen, human nature hasn't changed since I was a kid. When people hear you praising them, they feel good about themselves. When people hear you challenging them, they seem to go and go back to the lab and learn a little bit more to come out more prepared for you. DQ is doing what DQ needs to do. But you ask me, do I believe this team could beat that team? Hell yeah. I've saw Tampa lose some games this year that they look absolutely horrible. So we can't sit here and act like they are like what the Lions have been. They're not what the Chiefs have been. They're damn sure not what Minnesota has been. So it's at a point now where we've changed our expectations for this team because they've came out and played way better than we thought. But still, every time we get to a certain situation, we feel like we don't have a chance. I don't operate like that. I believe they have a chance.
Tell me if this sounds Joe Gibbsian to you. In his opening statement yesterday, speaking to the media, he said, "We went through what's next and beginning with Tampa. I thought full circle moments are definitely cool. And we started our season against Tampa, and now we get to begin our second season there as well. So it's a great measuring stick. You go back and you watch that game and see how much we've changed in that time because they got us good for sure. And it didn't even feel that close. So we got lots of work to do, but we're really pumped to get rolling for the week."
All right. That is Joe Gibbs Jr.
Yeah, I mean, that stood out to me. Now, I mean,
listen, but it's not a knock on them. It's what coaches do. And and you've heard me tell you this many times. Coach Gibbs is probably the greatest coach I know. Okay, hell, he is the greatest one I know. But I can tell you this: when I sat in those locker rooms and those meeting rooms, and he was praising the other team, you know what I was saying? Bull crap. Because I don't believe that I need my coach to overly praise another team to get me ready. You know what I mean? And that's what coaches do. But as a player back in 1990, I didn't want to hear it. It agitated me. It irritated the hell out of me. And I hope some players on this team feel the same way. But as I grew, I come to realize that is what coaches do. So either they are motivating you because they're making you have a process in your mind of, do they really believe this crap? Or are they telling me that they don't think I'm good enough? You know what I mean? So what you do, if you're a true competitor, you hunker down. You work harder. You study harder. So maybe it's a reverse psychology type of thing.
I agree. But looking back on it, they did get thumped by Tampa. It was 37-14 with 10 minutes left in the fourth. And at one point early in the third quarter, it was 23-7. Like, I think what I look back on the Tampa game and remember more than anything is Jaden for the first time seeing NFL speed. And he made some adjustments late in that game. He looked better. But I just think specifically, I think he is such a different player than what they had week one. And if you remember, and sadly, some of this has kind of come back to be the norm, but the secondary was really bad in that game. I mean, Baker threw 4 touchdowns, only had 6 incompletions. And the secondary has improved. Now, if you get Lattimore back, that secondary is day and night different. I don't know that you're getting him back. You know,
but see, the thing about if you don't get him back, you still have to have a level of confidence. So when you say, well, you know, if you get Lattimore back, you're good. In other words, you're saying when you don't get him back, you're not going to be that good. I want to believe that if you get him back the second time, these guys should have a better understanding of what the hell they dealt with the first time. That's the way I think. That's the way I hope these players think. And also, it is not just on the players. So the coaches got to go back and look at the film too and see what you what position you put them in and make some adjustments. You know, so everybody is on alert. And that's what
I also think in that game, honestly, I think until Cincinnati, because remember they opened in Tampa and lost. They got thumped, to be honest about it. But then they won week 2 at home to the Giants, but they were
All
only
field
able,
goals.
all field goals. And a lot of that was the Giants didn't have a kicker, so they had to go for it all the time. Like, Cliff kept things really pretty vanilla and buttoned up until week 3 in Cincy.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's going to be different too. Nothing is – De'Ami Brown – OZ should have caught a touchdown pass from De'Ami Brown last week. Yeah. Nothing's going to be buttoned up on Sunday in Tampa.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that touchdown pass was perfectly thrown. I can say that. On top of it,
right.
He was stumbling, and I don't know if it must have shocked him. But ultimately, as I look at it, I don't believe this team is nowhere near what they were the first game. Talking about the Commanders. And I believe the fact that they're not where they were in the first game, this ain't the same. It's not the same matchup we're going to be seeing. You know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah.
A billion %. The other thing, and like, I don't want to oversimplify anything, right?
Yeah.
But the way that Tampa game started, so Washington's first play from scrimmage, if you remember, Jaden threw the ball like backwards. They lost like 15 yards on the first play.
Mm-hmm.
But after that, their second drive, they went 10 plays for 51 yards, had 2 first downs. They got down to the Tampa 29, and then I think it was Cade York then. He missed that field goal.
Yeah, we've had so many damn kickers. I mean, I'm lost with them now.
Right. But, B, just think about that. So Tampa's first 2 drives were pretty successful, and then Washington stopped them. But Tampa went field goal to open. Then Washington gets the ball, has a good drive, 10 plays, 51 yards, but they missed the field goal. Tampa gets the ball back. They go down and score. So instead of 6-3 and you're kicking off, it's then 13-0, and Tampa got the ball they gained possession of the ball at the 37 because they tried a long field goal.
Yeah.
So it's just like, you don't want to oversimplify too much. Tampa was the better team that day, undoubtedly. But 2 missed field goals ain't going to help you, especially early on for a team starting a rookie quarterback on the road, and you just want to, have some modicum of success to kind of ease into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I get that. And that game, the way it started up, you put a lot of pressure on a rookie quarterback, a new defense. Hell, you put a lot of pressure on the O coordinator and the D coordinator because now we have to adjust because this thing has already started quickly and it seems to be out of whack. So you start doing things a little bit more cautious on both sides of the ball. And while you're doing things cautious, you're not making the plays that are right in your hands sometimes. So I just think that right now, I don't believe the confidence level of this squad is like it was then. I think it's way above where it was. I think this team believes they can compete with anybody, but they also understand they have to make the plays. They can't go out there and shoot themselves in the foot. And if they do that, they give themselves a chance.
I'm with you, man. It's a very different game than week 1. Tampa's still good. Nothing changes about Tampa, right? They have some injuries on the back end, but they got Winfield, they got Vita Vea. We know about Mike Evans. Bucky Irving is a beast. They got options, right? But I think Washington is so much different than they were week 1. And I can't wait to find out, B. We got a long week. We got to see what happens with Biotish. We got to see what happens with Lattimore. I think Jaden's completely fine. You'd like Brian Robinson to kind of get things going again.
Yeah.
I thought Dan Quinn had a really interesting answer on Robinson. Maybe we could play that a little later in the program. But B, it's funny as we talk about Washington kind of building up all this momentum to make the move to Tampa. I can't help but think about if you're going to make a move in the DMV, you got to deal with our guy, John Leahy.
Yep, John Leahy. You have to deal with John just like Fred did. Fred needed to sell his Rockville home, so he called John and the Fan Living Group to get the property sold again. This was Fred's 8th time trusting John and his team to get the job done. With John Leahy's VIP seller program, he got the home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fan Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home's worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our friend, John Leahy, and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
That's just a few of the reasons why you should talk to our friend John. It's also easier stuff. Let's say you're thinking about you want to sell your house, but you're not sure how much it's worth. You know your neighbor's house just sold, but he has an extra bedroom. Go to John's website. There's a tool on there called Home Valuation. It's up at the top of the page. You click on that. That's johnsellsdmv.com, John with no H. Click on Home Valuation. And within about 30 seconds, maybe a minute, you'll get an answer on your home's value. And then if you want to go from there, call John because he's got a ton of buyers lined up ready to buy that thing. Maybe you get some cash. Maybe you can retire. Whatever you're trying to consider for your future, financial and just where you live, John Leahy's the dude that can help. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Lots of coaching updates. First off, the Jaguars fired head coach Doug Peterson and are already trying to make some moves. So Jacksonville is reportedly requesting to speak with Tampa Bay Buccaneers offensive coordinator Liam Cohen for their head coaching gig, as well as Detroit Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. So for yet another year, Ben Johnson is going to be a very popular name on the coaching circuit. Another favorite to land a coaching job this offseason, that's Mike Vrabel. So the Patriots have already said that he is someone they are very excited to talk to, maybe going again with a former player of theirs. But the Bears are going to interview Mike Vrabel tomorrow. That is newly reported. This month, only get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcal 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We are back. And B, obviously, there's a picture that went pretty viral yesterday on Instagram of the Commanders' bosses. You had Mark Ine, Mitch Rales, and Josh Harris, President Joe Biden, and D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser.
Yeah.
Looked in the Oval Office as Biden signed the paperwork to give the RFK land back to the city. Pretty damn cool, B.
It is. And Jay, I have this feeling, bro, when all this stuff is happening, there's something football around it every time. And I think when they went 100 senators to none, and now everything is moving forward, it tells me that there is something somewhere saying that football stadium is going to be involved with whatever the new plans are. I know everyone thinks it's going to be hard for it going forward. I think whatever happens, it's going to be a football stadium in the middle of it.
To me, it sure seems harder and harder to think any other way. That said, I mean, we know what the city's capable of, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, even Nats Park, for those, I know that 20 years ago sounds like forever ago, but the Nats Park thing came down to the absolute last second, came down to the wire. I think this is different, though. I don't want to be naive and pretend that like these dudes are going to self-fund it, because they're not. They're going to look for a lot of help, and the NFL will get involved too. The NFL will probably shell out $200-300 million.
They may give them a little bit more than that right now, because this is something that the NFL absolutely wants. They want a stadium in the nation's capital.
Dude, I mean,
and they know the possibilities moving forward.
Well, B, if you think about Roger Goodell specifically has advocated for this. Roger Goodell walked around the halls of Congress.
Yep.
Like, that just doesn't happen.
Oh,
and Goodell does a really good job of trying to stay neutral on everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's gone all in on this.
But I think every owner understands what this team was when it was in D.C. Every owner understands the possibilities of what can really transpire here in the nation's capital. And let's be real. Although they compete against each other, they're also on the same team now.
Yeah.
Okay.
More money goes up.
Hell yeah. They're not stupid about this thing. And I also believe that, look, as much as people outside of the NFL and outside of sports like to always try to tell sports people to stay in their place, Every
Right.
damn business in this world utilizes sports to sell their products, to sell their business,
Well, and
to sell them.
totally. And I just think I'm a firm believer that there's a much better way. Like I recognize the old mindset was, oh man, those stadiums only get used 10 times a week.
That's a prehistoric way of thinking.
Yo, if you think about Indianapolis, or I mean, seriously, a lot of these
Think about
stadiums,
Dallas,
I think
where
you
we
got to
just left
put
from.
right.
That's the
Now
event
you got
all the time.
You got to put a dome or a retractable roof or something on there.
Yeah.
I really believe, just to make it work. But dude, you could just have kids flag football. Think about that big ass flag football tournament you were involved with, B. I think Events DC does it with Cam Newton or whatever, and there were like 10,000 teams.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you have a dome downtown that you can get a bunch of kids onto, and then you'll probably have you gotta think big, and I think
outside the box.
Well, I think Harris and Rails are the right people to do that.
Yeah.
I also think it's a fascinating time because the NFL will kick up cash. I don't know, and I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody, but I think this ownership group, whether it's just optics or they want things built to a certain level. How about this? Here's my example. When the city did approve Nats Park, right?
Mhm.
And it started getting built, the learners had the option of burying those parking garages that are out the center field exits. You could have just dug up ground and had that all below ground and then had a really cool view into the city. But the city wasn't paying for that. And they said, well, we're not going to pay for it either. And that's why if you're sitting on the first base line or the third base line and you're in the lowers, all you see are those parking garages out in the outfield.
Uh-huh.
And it sucks. I don't know, but I don't think these dudes are that type. I think these dudes will believe they're investing in the future. If you remember during Nats Park, at one point the whole deal was starting to go sideways because the learners were suing the city that the door handles weren't what was agreed to in the contract. Like the learners have this reputation of being this like hardcore, serious ball buster negotiators, and they'll never give in until the final second.
Uh-huh.
I'm not saying that Harris and Rails and Ein and Blitzer and all these dudes aren't incredibly talented operators of businesses, but I just, from day one, they seem to have viewed this differently as an opportunity to get back to, I think Jason Wright coined this phrase. I don't know who did, but it's a great phrase. The spiritual home of this football team.
Yeah.
And I think you take the long road vision with that.
I think you do. And like for me, Jay, I'll say this. I was looking at a report last night and I sat in that building for 4 or 5 years over there at Commander's Park.
Yeah.
And it was a TV show doing a little thing. And I sat there, I told Monica, I was like, damn, they have done some work inside that room. I remember what it was when they first moved there.
You say when you first walk into the right?
Yeah, the room to the left. No. The room to the left where they do the meeting room.
Yeah.
Just looking at the inside of that room now compared to what the hell it had become, they are slowly but surely bringing things up to par that they already have. If they come with something new, it's going to be out this damn world.
I agree. I really do. And I think, Harris famously told me I'm not an F- guy after the
Yeah, I remember that.
After the NFLPA report card. And honestly, that was probably driven by a few people with an axe to grind. But they haven't been. I mean, just when we're out there and they give us the food and everything, they operate it differently, man.
Yeah.
And I think you'll continue to see that. That said, for all the goodwill we are spreading, the Washington, D.C. government is highly capable of messing stuff up. And I hope that's not the case, but I understand if folks want to approach it with a significant level of skepticism. Like I choose to be optimistic on this because why not? But I understand the folks that still think there's a lot of ground to cover.
Okay. I understand it, but I think some people are just going, no matter what happens, some people are going to be like that. I think you have to you got to look at how smoothly this thing is working and look at the time frames of when things started working smoother. And watch who were talking to the people on Capitol Hill and how it got changed up and the mindset changed.
Totally.
They didn't go, Roger, Harris, none of those guys went to Capitol Hill and talked about doing anything but building the stadium. And if all those people start jumping on board, there's a message somewhere deep in that bill that say stadium is going to be involved.
Well, dude, I mean, I don't know this, but here's what I know from talking to folks that work in the NFL. There was a little level of not concern, but they're like, all right, if Roger goes and walks around and talks to senators about getting this RFK bill passed, like that's going to become public because he's Roger Goodell and people know what he looks like.
Yeah.
Like just walking down the hallway, people are going to recognize him. That's going to get out, right?
He walked down the hallway and don't talk to anybody. They're going to think he was down there talking to people.
Right.
Yeah.
When Bruce Allen was so confident that he was going to get the stadium built, I don't remember any reports of Roger Goodell walking the halls of Congress.
No.
Do you?
No.
Yeah.
None whatsoever.
That to me is fairly telling of where we are.
You always talked about politicians love taking pictures.
Right.
But none of them wanted to take a picture with the previous ownership. Right now, they are welcoming these new people in, right? Because things are different now. Things look different. It makes them look better. It feels better. So things are moving in the right direction. Hands down.
Totally. I mean, they just had a photo op in the Oval Office.
Yeah.
Pretty wild. Have we checked in with Jeff, Mr. Keep the Stadium in Maryland, since all this has happened? Jeff, are you doing all right?
Yeah, I'm good, JP. I mean,
So you've made your peace with it.
Yeah, my thing is, I wanted to stay in Maryland. It's not like I'm going to stop going to the games and stuff just because it's in D.C. It's cool with me wherever it go. Do I still want it in Maryland? Yes, I do. Will I still have the same level of excitement for a new stadium if it's in Maryland or D.C.? Yes, I will. And I just want a new home for us. I wanted, I see what they did since the new owners and stuff came in with the little stuff at the bottom, like with the decorations and things. I'm ready to see the Commanders have Washington have something nice for once. So I don't care where it's at.
I'm with that.
All right, Jeff. There we go.
All right. What about Professor Landini? He tends to be the most skeptical. Landfill, you think this actually gets done?
Yes.
All right. My connection might be screwing up Landfill, so I'll leave that alone.
I say yes.
Okay, good. I think this is, bro, between wildcard weekend in Tampa and then getting a picture taken at RFK in the White House to talk about RFK Stadium. This is among the most exciting weeks to be a Burgundy and Gold fan. Honestly, maybe since like the Super Bowl seasons, because it's easy to not let it seem like as big of a deal because they have a playoff game this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But a new stadium at RFK is such a huge deal. And I get they're not at the finish line, but man, this organization, they're really doing
Things
something
seem
right.
to be everything seems to be working right now. Like they got the Midas touch.
You know who's got, totally. And you know who's got the Midas touch for all your garage door and opener needs?
Who's that?
Check them out at Door Pro America. JP Finley. My wife and I realized something recently. Our garage door was basically busted. It just was not getting it done. It went up and down, but it was not going to win any awards. So we called the real pros at Door Pro America, and now we're getting ready to level up in a big way. My boys Shane and Vince from Door Pro America came out, showed us a bunch of great options, and made the whole process super easy. We couldn't be more stoked about the new door we picked. It was really cool. They send you an email with all these different Photoshop options of what it's going to look like, and then you just pick from there. Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. Their team handles everything: garage door and opener repairs, maintenance, and new installations. And they do it all like true pros. Right now, save $150 on a brand new garage door. If your garage door is stuck in the past, like one of those old leather helmets B-Mitch used to wear, or just needs a little TLC, take it from me and go with the pros at Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. And tell them JP Finley sent you. Or check them out now at doorproamerica.com. Rematch of Finley 1-0 in the fan.
Dream come
All
true.
right, B, we got some news around the league here.
Just wanna be with you.
The Titans just announced they have fired general manager Rand Carthon.
Okay.
Listen to this for Tennessee, dude. So December of 22, they fired John Robinson, their old GM.
Okay.
January 23, they hire Rand Carthon. I think they hired him from the Niners, if I'm not mistaken. About a year ago now, January of 24, they fire Mike Vrabel. Then a couple weeks later, they hire Brian Callahan away from the Bengals.
Uh-huh.
And now 2 years into his tenure, he got like almost 2 years to the day, they fire Rand Carthon.
All right.
Is that – I mean, they've been bad, right? And I'm not sure Will Levis is the guy. They now have the number 1 pick. If you don't feel confident in his quarterback skills, maybe you got to start over. But is 2 years enough, you know?
It's not, but they probably – listen, man, 2 years may not be enough, but if you see the moves that people make over 2 years, you probably know it ain't going to get no better. You just said Will Levis is not the guy. Did Rand Carthon choose Will Levis?
Yeah.
All right.
It might be that.
You told me Mayonnaise Man was a guy. I think it's time I got to let you go.
Yeah. How about this? Rand Carthon grew up in Key West. I feel like that'd be a tough place to focus growing up in Key West, but what do I know? Yeah, dude. So he was with the Niners from 2017 to 22 before he got hired by Tennessee. I'll be very curious. I mean, that's obviously somebody that's going to have a relationship with Peters. Maybe he'll go back to San Fran. I have no idea. He'll be able to get a job, but that's I don't know, man. This NFL is a tough ass business, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of changes have happened in a very short amount of time. Barstool Nate's about to join us in a minute, but B, it's a good question Landfill has on the show sheet. And we talked about it earlier. The missed field goal early on was tough. The secondary was really bad. But if you go all the way back to week 1 when they lost to Tampa, is there any one thing you would say cost them that game? Was there one thing you want to change?
Youthfulness and anxiety. I think there was just they started against a team that had a veteran team that started against our guy who they hadn't had the chance to really learn the speed of the NFL. I think if we played them in a different level of the season, things might have been different.
I agree, man. Tampa's had some tricky losses if you look at them. I mean, that loss to Dallas a couple weeks ago was really pretty telling.
Mm-hmm.
They lost to Atlanta at home. They got swept by Atlanta.
Yeah.
And they are good. They certainly have some really good pieces, but you're going to get opportunities. And I think Washington, because of the performance in Dallas, maybe fans aren't remembering how good Washington had looked for a couple of weeks. Offensively, if they're right, they can score with anybody. And I think that's got to be the plan for this. You know, like it's let Jaden be Jaden, man.
Yeah. I mean, like as we go through these playoffs now, it's 1 week. So things you gotta be what you gotta be. Because if you don't do it sometimes in this week, you don't get it in the second week. So you gotta go out there and ball out, man.
Totally. It's funny, man, looking at this Tennessee thing. So they had the GM. He got to hire a coach. The quarterback ends up sucking. You think there's some backdoor, hey, you know, I can pick us a coach at number 1, but I got to be in charge of stuff. GM hires the coach. The quarterback stinks. So then a year later, they get the number 1 overall pick. You think the coach is saying, hey, I got to be able to run this thing, but I can get us the right quarterback. I can develop him.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Everybody wants to be the one to take care of everything, bro. That's how it goes.
Self-preservation league, man.
Oh yeah.
But then again, they also went 3-14. You go 3-14, it's pretty hard not to fire people.
Yeah. 3-14 normally get you going.
Yeah, 3-14. That's what I thought Daboll with the Giants was actually pretty honest. He's like, man, we went 3-14. If people want to give me a hard time, they can.
Yeah. I still think that stuff is not done yet, Jay.
You still think they'll make a move?
I don't think that man is going to sleep very early, very good at night.
No. And I mean, what's almost worse, dude. So the Giants now have the 3rd overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you're taking a quarterback there. I don't know. I don't know how to grade this quarterback class. Cam Ward is my top player. I'm sure there are people that'll say Shador.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, I think Pro Football Focus was saying Milroe. But I don't know that any of those players help you next year. I like none. I think this past quarterback class, because these guys had played so much football, almost all of them
Mm-hmm.
were coming into the league at a level ready to play so much faster than the guys coming out this year. I mean,
It comes out like the work. I mean, I understand the guys that play longer in college, but some of these guys, man, Herbert was what? How many years Herbert had played in college?
I don't know. It's a good question.
It's like some of them are ready. A lot of guys, they played a lot of football.
Herbert was
Shador played what, 4, 5?
I'll look it up.
Because he was at Jackson State, and he went to he played 2 at Colorado.
Yeah, and Cam Ward played at Washington State and then came to Now we've learned that this isn't always accurate, but this only shows me 2 years for Shador at Colorado. Maybe they just don't have the Jackson State stats.
They may not, but he played at Jackson State. We know that.
He only played 2 years at Colorado.
All right. Yeah, I know he played 2 at Colorado, but he was at Jackson State. 1, 2.
Cam Ward only played 3 years. He played 2 at Washington State and 1 at Miami.
Okay.
Now, all I'm saying, that's just a big difference from Jaden and Nix. I mean, these guys played like damn near. I think Bo Nix might have played 6 years because he got a COVID break. All right, we got to bounce. Barcelona Nate when we come back.
The Titans have parted ways with general manager Ran Carfin. Now, over the past 2 seasons, the Titans have a combined record of 9-25. President of Football Operations Chad Brinker will lead the search for a new GM. Brian Callahan will continue his role as the head coach. Now, the organization's president and CEO said that results and just wanting a different dynamic in the building are the 2 main reasons why Carthon was fired. Bit more football news. Derek Carr missed 7 games in 2024 due to injury, including the last 4 due to a broken hand. Now, if you remember, he signed a 4-year, $150 million contract with the Saints back in 2023, and as it stands currently, will count $51.45 million against the Saints' salary cap in 2025. But the news here is that reporters asked Derek Carr, would he take a pay cut to remain in New Orleans? And he quickly told them no. He told reporters he would not take a pay cut or any deal to restructure his money, especially because of the way he played this year and, quote, what he put on tape. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. When you hear OAR, it means time to talk to our friend, Mr. Eric Nathan, Barstool Nate, Little Nate X, whatever you want to call him. He always drives B. Mitch crazy. What up, Nate Dogg? How you doing?
You can call me the official Commanders playoff predictor from June. We are here. We are 12-5. We're going to the playoffs. We're in the playoffs. Everything is good up here in New York City. How are you guys?
Good, brother. How you doing?
I'm wonderful. Could not be better.
So, seriously, how much, outside of your prognosticating, which this year you completely nailed, buddy,
Prognosticating, yeah, I'm about to say.
How much have you enjoyed this season, just as a fan that it matters to?
Look, I think this season, I'm 36 years old. I'm an old man. I'm half of B. Mitch's age. That's an old man. And I would say this has to be a top 2 season. It's this season and 2012 are the top 2 most fun I've had watching football. This is a special one because it is in the post-Snyder era, and it's showing that we were all very, very correct, that it all began and ended with that buffoon, and that we were never going to be a successful team as long as he was running them. The second he's gone, we get this whole, how many times did we hear about culture under him, but we knew that he was the culture and he was the problem. We finally are rid of him, new ownership, new front office, new coaching, and then Jaden comes in, and Jaden is just so good at football. And not just that, he's a leader already as a rookie, and he loves the community, he loves the team, he loves Washington. Everything, it's like when a puzzle comes together perfectly and every piece just fits. That's how I feel about this football team right now. The fan base, the team, the front office, the coaching staff, everybody is just interlocked, intertwined. Everybody's on the same page. It really is like a fairy tale. This is us. This isn't the Chiefs. This isn't the Patriots. This is us. This is Washington, D.C. It could not be better.
Well said right there, man. Let's run through 3 things from Dallas that were – so B-Mitch and I have kind of a working theory that they knew they were pulling Jaden. They just oddly don't want us to know that they knew they were doing that. Sure. What is your level of concern about Jaden's alleged mild leg soreness and coming out?
0.0%. I have not lost a wink of sleep over it. This is a man, Jaden Daniels, who I believe he broke 14 different ribs over the course of the season, and he's still out there winning football games. He's still out there going to be Offensive Rookie of the Year. He's still leading this team to 12 wins in the playoffs. I'm not worried whatsoever about a little leg soreness. This is a true professional through and through. He'll get a Theragun. He'll zap it. He'll massage it. He'll be good to go. 0.0% worried.
I agree. Let's move on to a player that has really been important, particularly for the run game. Tyler Biadasz did not play Sunday in Dallas. They couldn't run the ball to save their lives. Not only the top rusher, the top two rushers for Washington and Dallas were quarterbacks. It was Mariota and then Jaden.
Can I say something? I don't want to be controversial, but B-Rob might not be the guy. I don't want to step out of line here. I don't want to say something I'm going to regret, but he has not looked great whatsoever. And I know the offensive line is not getting any push whatsoever, and you can't put it all on the running back. But I would like to see McNichols and Chris Rodriguez Jr. get a little more run when Brian Robinson just doesn't have the juice. I don't want to sell him short or anything. I really like him. He was so good in the first half of the season. I don't know what happened. I largely do believe there is some, it's not groundbreaking to say the offensive line is doing literally nothing for the run game. They could not be doing less in a lot of ways. But if it's not going to work for B-Rob, we have to fill someone else into that slot and see if they can make something happen. I understand that you have to be loyal to your guy, dance with who brought you. Brian Robinson, I love you. I think you're great. But if you're not doing it, it's next man up. It's the NFL. And we can't, continue to give B-Rob a bunch of chances if he's not going to produce. And, this is playoff time. So if he's running into the back of his guard, let's bring Chris in there and see what he can do.
I don't think anybody's doing it as a running back, to be honest with you. So it all starts with the offensive line. So I think it's wrong if you're going to say it's about B-Rob, because ain't nobody getting no yards but quarterback.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to sell him short or give him the blame, because clearly we all have eyes, and this offensive line is just getting dominated in the trenches. And same with the defensive line. If we want to talk about getting dominated, geez Louise, we have a 4'6" running back on the Cowboys running all over our defensive line. So both lines are just getting punished down in the trenches where it matters. But, if you're the starting running back, you're going to take more blame than a backup running back. And if the starting running back's not doing it, you have to look to see who's next.
Yeah, the Brian Robinson stuff is interesting, but the run game really hasn't been effective. I mean, the last time they really ran the ball well was against the Titans before the bye. And that Titans team just fired their GM and seemed like a pretty big mess. Biadasz, if you look at the numbers, Biadasz missed the New Orleans game coming out of the bye, and then he missed this Cowboys game. They ran the ball okay against New Orleans. They really didn't run the ball well against Dallas, but it's not – perhaps it's overly simple to say they ran it well, they didn't run it well. When you have a quarterback like Jaden able to make plays, that changes a lot. Mm-hmm. And I'm past the point of being concerned about that. He's really good at it. Why would you possibly stop and want that to calm down? But specifically B-Rob in that Saints game, he obviously did enough that they were cool with it, but that was the first one where there really was a lack of burst. He was 21 for 65 in that game. I think to Brian's point, though, it's overly whenever you try to remember last year we were talking about the sacks for Sam Howell, and was it his fault? Was it the line's fault? Was it the play calling's fault? Mm-hmm. There's a totality to these things that when we try to be overly simplistic in our conversation about them, probably doesn't do it justice, right? Mm-hmm. There's a totality to all of this that I think makes an impact. And ideally, you get B-Rob going in Tampa. Tampa's been pretty good where you can beat Tampa, those through the air. Yeah. So if that's got to be the plan, let Jaden be Jaden.
Yeah, but you got to be able to run the ball. I think if you run it well, then you can do some stuff that can mess with the linebackers in the secondary. If you're not running and you just dropping back and they pin their ears, you got problems.
Yeah. And to your point about beating the Bucs through the air, Brian Robinson's best receiving game was week 1 against the Buccaneers, where he had 3 catches for 49 yards. He had one other game all season where he went over 20 yards, and that was the Saints game when he had 3 catches for 22. If Eckler is back and healthy, let's just start getting him some touches out of the backfield, start getting some screens to him, some swing passes to him. Let's get everybody in the mix that we can who can catch the ball against the Bucs. They are probably going to be without a bunch of pieces on their defense, especially Antoine Winfield Jr., who I think they already said probably is not going to go on Sunday night. And, that's a big loss for them. So, let's do exactly what you just said. Let Jaden be Jaden, use his legs, but use his arm and try to pick apart that Tampa Bay defense.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the numbers here, dude, the Bucs defensively ranked 4th in the NFL in rush yards allowed versus 29th in the NFL in pass yards allowed. Now, and Brian, that doesn't mean you go fully one-dimensional.
No.
But Vita Vea in the middle is a serious problem. I mean, that guy's just unbelievable size-wise. And I think I'm not expecting a ton of success running the football, but Jaden is such a difference maker that could change. Nate, the other injury concern for me is, I guess you'd really like to get Cornelius Lucas back in this thing too. There's been some injury issues at that right tackle spot, but I think perhaps the top of the list, because I think Jaden's stuff is kind of nonsense. Giannis's stuff is a real issue, but I think they rested him last week to get him back for this week. And Marshawn Lattimore can be such a difference maker, and I don't know what to expect there.
Yeah, I'm doing the thing. I don't know if we want to call it coping. I don't know what we want to call it. That the Lattimore trade was not for this season, that it was for the next 2 seasons. And if he's not ready to go, I'm just going to, bang that drum until the cows come home. Because, the difference between Marshawn Lattimore and Michael Davis is the difference between Shakespeare and me. You can't really just plug in Michael Davis and have him spell Marshawn Lattimore. And if Lattimore can't go, Mike Evans is an absolute monster at wide receiver. And Baker just threw for 4,500 yards and 40 whatever touchdowns. They have weapons left and right. They have a great running game as well over in Tampa. They are a good offensive team. And having Lattimore, especially with his whole feud and beef with Mike Evans, would be a ginormous upgrade if he's healthy. If he's not healthy, we're just, gripping our chairs and hoping that that we can just do that bend not break defense that we've grown so accustomed to. But yeah, coming into the season, I'll say this. Coming into the season, we didn't expect 12-5.
Nope.
We didn't expect playoffs. We knew that the secondary was an extremely weak point. So out of all of that, we're in the playoffs. We went 12-5, and the secondary is still bad. So you take what you can get. You win some, you lose some. We're going to upgrade the secondary in the offseason. We know that. We're going to upgrade the offensive line in the offseason. We know that. And we're going to get a new wide receiver in the offseason. We know that. So being 12-5 with the holes we have on this roster, I can't complain or get upset that if Lattimore doesn't play, because look where we are. We're in the playoffs in year 1 of the rebuild.
Yep.
And there's a lot of teams out there with a lot of injuries. So I can't sit here and be like, well, our guy was injured. It happens in the NFL. It happens in football. I think the Bucs are a beatable team. I think this Sunday night game is a winnable game for this Commanders team. We have seen Jaden do so much on his own all season. And I actually tweeted it sometime yesterday, that I'm not positive people fully understand just how ragtag this Commanders roster truly is. And I say that in kind of like a nice way, an endearing way, that these guys have banded together despite not being the strongest roster, and have put together this amazing season for the fans and for themselves and for the NFL that nobody saw coming. And when we get upgrades at all these positions that really, truly have non-starters starting at them, we're going to be such a better team overall. But for right now, we can just appreciate what we have and just really just sit back and say, hey, we're playing a playoff game in primetime on Sunday night with Jaden Daniels under center. This is a winnable game despite everything.
So I may be wrong, and you guys may disagree with me. I totally agree, because B said this earlier, and you'd have to be a moron not to understand it. 12 wins this year. You found a quarterback of the future. Yeah, you found a quarterback of right now. You found a quarterback. The coach seems to get it. The front office has been completely excellent. Like, there is so much to be happy about.
Mm-hmm.
The RFK seems like it's a go. Like, everything is coming up aces right now. I agree with all that. But for me, this week, going into the wild card round in Tampa, I am certainly focused on how you beat the Bucs. Like, I think next week or the following week or after the Super Bowl, whenever the hell the season comes to an end, we talk about, oh, my God, what an incredible ride. But for me right now, it is, the secondary's bad. Maybe De'Ami Brown can get vertical. I don't know. Like, that's where my mind is. Are you guys in the same spot?
Yeah, my mind is there. My mind is there. But I think the whole thing about it, though, if our mind is there, there's no need to go back and harp on why things went wrong. Let's harp on how we got to beat them then. Because if we keep going back to all the things that were so bad, we're not necessarily thinking about what's going to happen in the future. So my mindset is, how do we beat them this week? I don't care that Jaden wasn't in the game last week. I don't care that Biotis didn't play. They're going to be in the game this week, and that's all I care about. So let's move in that direction, then that will really follow up everything you just said. If we discuss how to beat and not look at and nitpick every little negative thing, then we're looking forward. We're looking backwards.
I completely agree. But I guess what I was trying to say is I don't think, Lattimore not playing and Michael Davis playing ahead of him is an excuse, because every team has injuries out there. Every team doesn't have maybe the roster that they thought they would have. But that's why I finished every sentence with, this game is winnable. Like, we can beat the Bucs. We played them week 1. I didn't find them that impressive. The Bucs went on a 4-game losing streak in the middle of the season. They definitely found their ground and became a pretty good team, and Baker a pretty good quarterback. As the season went on, they finished extremely strong. I think they won 7 out of 8, and their one loss was to the Cowboys in Dallas that we also lost to. So I don't think that the Bucs are at their strongest. Obviously, we aren't at our absolute strongest, but this whole season we haven't been. This whole season we've played with this roster and have won 12 games. So to think that this team can't go into Tampa and win is crazy. Of course this team can go into Tampa and win. They've been winning games with this roster all year.
I totally agree. And I guess specific to the Lattimore trade, if the hamstring stuff continues to plague him, let's say he can't play this week, and then he ends up playing 2 games since the trade for Washington. To me, that's a long-term play, and if he can be himself next year, and all of a sudden, the way I look at next year, if you add Lattimore to this group, and you basically do it for a 3rd-round pick, and then all of a sudden he's a true CB1 for you, I think, to me, they've had some good edge players this year, but the contract status of the veterans, I think if you can add Lattimore, and then whether it's the draft or free agency, you add like a real difference-making edge rusher. Like the guy Grenard, the Vikings guy. But dude, that wasn't like an outrageous contract. They just identified somebody that would fit really well in their scheme and be really good. Similar to what Fowler has been, but Grenard's been much better. Like if you can get a corner and an edge, everything changes. And that's kind of where my mind is going forward. I mean,
that's next year, Jay. We got a game in about 4 or 5 days.
Hey, but real quick.
You were talking about the Lattimore trade.
Real quick, Dante Fowler exceeded all expectations. 10.5 sacks, just absolute disruptor on defense. At 30 years old, and he's coming over, and he was that number 3 overall pick to Jacksonville. We weren't really sure what we were getting, and I feel like he's been a fan favorite, but maybe not a ton of national attention. But I think he's just been excellent, just like really, really just impressive. Making disruptions almost on every play, and not to beat this dead horse either. Another thing I was right about, he replaced Montez Sweat, who did absolutely nothing in Chicago, for that huge contract that they gave him. So I think we won that fair and square, getting rid of Montez Sweat, not having to pay him, and bringing in Fowler. Just a job well done by the front office.
Nate, one of my favorite parts about you is you never miss a chance to pat your own back and take a victory lap.
He's kind of like Floyd Mayweather with his bets.
Right. You only see the ones that hit.
Yeah.
Well, I hit at like a 90% rate, so there's a lot to pat myself on the back
I
about.
think you're crazy as hell, Nate.
Very little I'm wrong about.
You have had a very good year for Nate Dogg picks. I'll say that.
Thank you.
Hey, so I went to bed. I honestly don't even know. I saw the Protus goal that tied it up. What happened with the Caps?
Lost.
Lost
They
some
lost,
fatigue.
JP. They lost the hockey game in a shootout. This team can't win shootouts to save their lives, but that's all right. The Caps, I mean, we'll say it forever. The team's now 26-10-4, first place in the entire Eastern Conference. There's nothing to be worried about with these guys. Ginormous goal differential. Two good goalies. I think Logan Thompson has separated himself as the better goalie, with Lindgren being a very, very, very good backup. We'll see if they continue to split time evenly or if Thompson will start getting a few more starts. But, there's nothing to worry about with the Caps. They're still tinkering with the lines a little bit, just trying to see exactly what they want to do for the second half of the season. But, first in the Metro, we're perfectly fine. You can lose you don't want to lose a game up in Buffalo. Buffalo is not a very good team, but it happens. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
Nate Dogg's not losing sleep. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate
All
the
right,
time.
Nate.
Hey, I'll talk to you after a playoff win. How about that?
Yeah, I'm with that.
I like it. Let's run through this injury report when we return. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Football fans, buckle up because for the first time ever, we've got 5 straight days of playoff football in college and pros. And FanDuel is celebrating with the great playoff payoff. That's a no sweat same game parlay every day for all 5 days. With a no sweat same game parlay, you can combine your bets for the same game for a chance at an even bigger winnings. And it doesn't even matter if it doesn't hit, you'll get bonus bets back. So not only do we get to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, but that's also 5 chances to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to be part of this epic run. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. It's the great playoff payoff, and it's only on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Minimum 3 legs parlay required. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund, $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Sheil Seidler, the widow of San Diego Padres chairman Peter Seidler, has now sued two of his brothers in an attempt to become the Padres team control person. Now, Sheil is claiming that she and her 3 children have been ostracized from the organization since her husband's death 14 months ago. Her complaint alleges that she and her 3 children are not welcomed at the ownership suite during games, and that her 2 brother-in-laws have gone as far to tell Padres employees that she is not the owner of the team and that her presence and input are not welcome in interacting with free agents and current players. Now, it is being reported by Sheil herself that her husband, Peter, had listed her as who should be owner in the event of his death. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106. Feeling good. B, as we get closer and closer to this game and kind of things just keep on moving here. You got me, B?
Yes.
All right. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Trying something new today, a little bit of technical stuff. Hope everybody can bear with us. Landfill put this on the show sheet, and I actually think they pretty much nailed it. That the line in this thing is Tampa favored by 3. Does that seem right to you, B?
Yeah, they're at home. That's all, and that's the only reason I believe it.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's a real testament to how much Washington has changed since week 1 when they lost by 17. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Washington has changed. And listen, we saw Tampa go on kind of a roller coaster ride the rest of the year. And I don't know if the actual pundits of Vegas give them as much credit as a lot of us as fans do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they're looking at that fact, well, okay, you all at home. You're the veteran team. Your quarterback had an outstanding year. Still, why are they not giving them all? Is it because they don't have their safety there? Or do they think Baker turns the ball over something? You know? What is it? What's the reason that they don't believe that they should be favored by more? Or
I don't know.
Is it that they just see there's something about Washington that could be a problem for people at this point in the year?
I think it must be that. Like, at some point, you keep winning these crazy games. You don't want to give that team too many points.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So the thing of it is, listen, I understand you don't want to depend on winning like you've won. But they've thrown, 5 touchdowns, I think, the record that they set? 5 touchdowns in the last 30 seconds of games?
Yeah.
Okay.
4 straight games.
But they've done 6 this year with the one that we just said. It was 5 going into that game.
Yeah.
Then Marcus comes and do 6. So it's something about having that knack, that it factor, to where this game isn't over as long as we got, when Pat Mahomes got the clock, what was it, 13 seconds was on the clock, 19 seconds, and they went down and put themselves in position, they won that game.
13.
Nobody expected that. But now you expect it when Pat touches the ball. Well, Washington has shown this year, in their first year with all this stuff together, that if you give us a chance, you might have a damn problem. And I think that is something that they've shown because of what they grew into, not what they were in that first game. In the first game, I don't think they were sure of what they can do themselves. But as they went on the season, they began to build a little confidence in themselves, and they believe we have a chance no matter what. Long as it's time on the clock, we have a chance.
I'm with you, man. I totally agree. I think the reason this thing can't go higher is because Washington, whether it's real or not, whether you can account for it, if the number was Tampa minus 5.5, the whole world would take Washington. I mean, if you look right now, there's more money on Washington than there is on Tampa just getting the 3.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right about Baker. He led the NFL in interceptions. He was great. Remember the old Jay Gruden, Kirk Cousins back and forth?
Yeah.
About,
interception and chances.
Jay said if he would take the chances I want him to, he'd throw for 50 touchdowns. And Kirk's like, yeah, but I'd throw 20 picks. Quarterbacks will take that kind of – I mean, coaches will take that production.
I'll take 50 touchdowns and 20 picks.
Baker completed 71% of his passes for 4,500 yards, 41 touchdowns against 16 picks. People will take that all damn day because you're giving your team a chance to win every snap.
That's less than a 2-to-1 ratio. I'll take it.
Yeah. Now, I think, Jaden's numbers aren't like that, but they're equally fantastic, especially when you add in the running.
Yeah.
I mean, Jaden almost over 3,500 yards, 25 touchdowns against just 9 picks. Turnovers and special teams, turnovers and kick returns are the great equalizers in playoff football. There's no way. You could have the 85 Bears against the Taylor Heineke Redskins from 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And depending if the 85 Bears turn it over 6 times, I just watched the 30 for 30 on this. The first Miami team, how they did 2 30 for 30s on the University of Miami?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. I think it was 1987, Miami against Penn State, right? In the Fiesta Bowl, number 1 versus number 2. The Miami all showed up wearing
fatigues.
Fatigues and everything. And that's the one where Vinny Testaverde was the quarterback, right?
I think Vinny was around that time. Yeah.
I don't know.
He was around that time because he's before me. Slightly before me.
Yeah, it was Vinny Testaverde, dude. So everybody thought Miami was going to win. Their talent level was just loaded. But Vinny Testaverde threw 4 picks in that game. You're not going to win.
You have to win, especially now. We saw us win a game with 5 turnovers, but at this time of the year in the playoffs, you have to win a turnover battle.
Totally. And I think because Baker can spray it a little bit, it gives odds makers a little bit of pause. B, I did want to read this. DQ got asked about B-Rob. Dan Quinn got asked about Brian Robinson Jr.
All right.
He said, we're trying like hell to get him and others going in this space. One of the things I did like yesterday, Anthony Lynn had said, we were going through the game grades from a pass protection standpoint. That was one of the spots that we thought was good with Brian's size. It's one of his hidden talents. Obviously, he's had that, but it is different when you have somebody his size who can step up into the gaps and go to it. So he did a nice job on that. But more than anything, we want to be able to get them downhill, be aggressive into that space, and we haven't hit that mark that we wanted to do as much. And so when we do get behind on some of those early downs, it does make it more challenging. There's been a previous game. We had penalties that knocked us into this space. And so it's something that's heading into the second season. It's really important for us to make sure we find our ways to get that done. I find it interesting DQ talked about B-Rob's pass pro in the Cowboys game being much better because, frankly, in the Falcons game, it wasn't. And I think that was one of the reasons you saw them go to Rodriguez and McNichols a lot earlier and with kind of more frequency. And maybe that's just a good eye-opener for him, just a good reminder I got to get it right on pass pro.
Yeah.
Because you're just –
pass pro is vitally more important than it is running the ball. But, I'll be honest with you. I look at football today, and it's not just our offense. It's like multiple offenses. There are running backs that can start downhill and move the crowd, but they're full speed. In our offense, you're basically hesitating till you really know that you're being given the ball before you can take off. So you don't you don't get ahead of steam, and that could be a problem too. So
Right.
and it's not a knock. It's just that's some people run the ball going downhill. Like we always did back in we weren't in the shotgun, so we're coming downhill, getting the ball already, probably getting close to top speed. A lot of them now have to wait.
Center. No, that makes a ton of sense,
Yeah.
B. And I think with B-Rob, all the counter stuff, all the side-to-side stuff might not be the best way for his game to go.
Yeah.
But I was also thinking about this, Brian. As far as the best way to go right now, it is windy as hell outside. It is cold outside. Obviously, I had some stuff come up this morning. I had to work from home today. It feels like it's 19 degrees outside right now with the wind chill. There's snow everywhere. Some of it's melting. It's wet. It's gross. And yet, I sit on my porch. The only reason I'm able to sit out here is Paul Henry redid all the windows, redid all the doors, and he turned this into a year-round room for me and my family. Without Paul Henry, we'd have significantly less space in a house that's already too damn small with two little girls. Working with Paul Henry changed my family's life. He can do the same thing for you. If you call Paul this month, you get $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door.
Jay did the same thing for me, and as I was getting ready to go to sleep last night, I kept looking outside. I'm like, damn, why does it look so light? And because of all the snow on the ground, it looks way lighter than what it really is at night. And so I'm sitting there by the window as I look outside, and I get to marvel over how pretty it looked. They kept saying we're in winter wonderland. Well, I was able to sit inside in my cozy house because of my Paul Henry windows and not have to worry about the cold being inside. I'm looking outside knowing it's absolutely freezing out there, but I'm all toasty sitting inside, had my fireplace going last night. So everything was going just perfect. And as you said, I start thinking about Paul, and I'm like, you know what? Glad he came in and took care of all of this. The inside of the house feels like it's supposed to, and you get to look at the beauty of outside. Although it was cold and light, I didn't have to worry about that coming in. So call Paul right now. Receive $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, the fan. All right, B. I wanted to read something. I found this on Instagram this morning. You might have seen it already. But listen to this. You ready?
All right.
In their first 16 NFL starts, and I'm not trying to drive a comparison between Jaden and Lamar. I think it's premature. I think Lamar is the greatest running quarterback of all time, and nobody's close to him. Frankly, I think Jaden, at least as a rookie, is a much better passer. But these numbers are so damn close that it's scary. Have you seen this yet?
Nope.
All right. So this is on my Instagram story if you want to check it out. Through their first 16 NFL starts, Lamar Jackson threw for 4,408 yards. Jaden Daniels threw for 4,394 yards. That's damn near identical. That's a difference of 12 yards over 16 games.
Mm-hmm.
Their total touchdowns, Brian. In their first 16 NFL starts, Lamar Jackson had 30 total touchdowns.
All right.
In his first 16 NFL starts, Jaden Daniels had 31 total touchdowns.
Okay.
What about interceptions? Lamar, first 16 NFL starts, had 8 picks. Jaden, first 16 NFL starts, had 9 picks. I mean, these numbers are damn near identical, B.
Yeah.
Yards per attempt, which is usually a good way to kind of look and see if stuff's going down the field or not. In their first 16 NFL starts, Lamar Jackson averaged 7.6 yards per attempt. Jaden Daniels averaged 7.5 yards per attempt.
Yep.
Just the similarities there are crazy.
Yeah. I mean, listen, they have similar traits. And I think Lamar this year, he took a step. He heard the people talking. You're not a passer. He led the league in yards per carry and yards per pass this year. That says a lot. And Jaden has that possibility moving forward.
Yeah. I listen, I don't want to read too much into that. Like, there's a lot of moving factors, and
Yeah, you can't compare him to nobody else but Lamar.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to come up with one comp, is that who you think's the best one?
Yeah, I think Lamar. If I had to go back, I'll go Randall a little bit.
Yeah. It's funny. I mean, if you look at the quarterbacks in the NFL right now, there's so much high-end quarterback play. But, like, if you just look at the guys that are top, I don't know, whatever you want to say, look at top QBR, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jaden comes in fourth. Lamar, Allen, Burrow, Jaden, then Love, Goff, Purdy, Mahomes, Jalen Hurts at 10. I don't know who the hell you compare Jaden to that's a more apt comp than Lamar, but I also don't think Lamar is the right comp.
I think he is. I think this year, Lamar ran when he needed to. He sat in that pocket. He delivered that ball. And Jaden is that type of guy where he runs when he needs to, and he'll sit in the pocket and throw the ball with the best of them. So I don't think any other guy has the running ability to compare them to a Lamar to a Jaden.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Here's what we're going to do. When we come back, J.C. Allen covers the Bucs. He's going to give us everything we need to know about who's healthy, who's not, and what Tampa has for Sunday night's matchup. Nobody go anywhere.
The Tennessee Titans have fired general manager Ran Carthon on Tuesday, so earlier today, after finishing 3-14 this season and earning the number 1 pick in the 2025 draft. Now, the Titans said that Brian Callahan will continue as the team's head coach and that the president of football operations, Chad Brinker, will lead the search for the franchise's next GM. Carthon had been the Titans general manager since January 2023. The team went 9-25 in his 2 seasons. Callahan was hired as the Titans coach last year, who replaced Mike Vrabel, who was fired after the 2023 season. But speaking of Mike Vrabel, he's a favorite to land a coaching job this offseason. The Patriots have already said that he is someone that they are very excited to talk to. He is another former player because we saw how well that worked out for them this season. But the Bears are also going to talk to Mike Vrabel, giving him an interview tomorrow. As of right now, the Patriots, Bears, Saints, Jets, and Jaguars are all looking for a new head coach, but the Cowboys could be looking for a new one as well. Jerry Jones has a week to negotiate with Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy's contract will officially expire tomorrow, but the Cowboys have exclusive negotiating rights until January 14th, 1 week from today. After that, he is a free agent, and the Bears have already expressed interest in chatting with McCarthy. From the Crop Medcat 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
And high noon in the District of Columbia. You're listening to B-Mitch and Finley, and it's time for us to get on the phone lines, get down to Florida, and talk to our friend J.C. Allen. J.C. Allen covers the Bucs for SI Now and Bucs Game Day, vice president of Pro Football Writers of America in Tampa. J.C., what's up, dude? Thank you for making time for us.
Yeah, absolutely. What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Doing well, man.
We're getting fired up for this matchup, dude. You know, week 1 feels like it was 5 years ago.
It does.
I know.
What's the vibe in Tampa about getting Washington in the first round?
Yeah, it's funny. I think last time I was on the show, I said, it's a little too early for favorites, but we'll see each other down the road. And hey, here we are. 2 good seasons by both of these teams. I think the vibe here is if you're going to get anyone, and not to take the Commanders lightly at all, but you wanted the Commanders or the Packers. We wanted that 3 seed, and there's a lot of optimism around Tampa Bay right now with Bucs fans, and their thoughts that hey, this could be a team that it's going to be a hard-fought game, but one that they can win and potentially maybe host another game here in Raymond James Stadium. Make no bones about it. When you look at this Commanders team, they are good. They're good on both sides of the ball, and they're going to have a ton of problems for the Buccaneers on Sunday.
When you look at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers from the first game to now, are they the same team, a much better team, or a team that's maybe a little less because of some of their players being injured?
Yeah, definitely injuries have hurt them, especially in the secondary with Antoine Winfield Jr., Jordan Whitehead, Jamal Dean, just depth that's been banged up. But I think they're a better team overall than what they were at the beginning of the year. They have vastly improved their running game, one of the best in the league. Obviously, they don't have Chris Godwin, who, 8 last time, 8 catches, 83 yards, and a touchdown. They got other guys step up, and Joe McMillan and Bucky Irving obviously breaking through as one of the best young running backs in the NFL. So there's definitely some differences, I feel like, with both of these teams. Obviously, Jaden Daniels making his first career start to getting talked about in the MVP conversation a little bit there. So it's definitely different for both of these teams. I would say the Bucs are probably more assured of who they are as a team.
Mm-hmm.
They're more resilient as a team. And they're definitely They definitely know what their identity is as a football team, and that matters, especially going into the playoffs.
Let's talk defensively for Tampa. They're quite good against the run and give up a lot in the pass game. Sometimes the numbers, though, can be deceiving. What would you say for Tampa, kind of strengths versus weaknesses defensively?
Yeah, I think it's funny because it's almost the exact opposite, right? Commanders number 3 against the run, Buccaneers number 29, and then you look at the passing against the pass. Against the run, the Bucs are 4th, and the Commanders are 29. So it's kind of a tale. But I think, again, like you mentioned, it doesn't tell the whole thing, because I feel like there's some weaknesses the Bucs can exploit in the Commanders secondary, and I feel like there's some weaknesses that the Commanders can exploit with the Buccaneers and their defense. Passes over the middle of the field, quick, open space passes and stuff like that to get maybe the backs involved. Bucs have struggled in tackling. I think has probably been their biggest issue. But when you look at both, like I said, both of these teams are evenly matched. There's both some things on both sides where you look at and you're like, okay, if they can do X, Y, Z, then they can exploit this, and like same thing for the other team. So it's the Bucs defense. They've been banged up though. Lack of pressures hurt them. They get consistent pressure, but turning it into sacks and consistent pressure throughout a duration of a game has been an issue as well. They'll have these spurts where all of a sudden they'll go 3 drives with 3 and out, and then again, like the Saints game, they only touched the ball on offense 3 times in the first half. Pressure's not getting there, not able to do its job. Mental mistakes, tackling, penalties. I think those are the big concern points for the Buccaneers is defending the middle of the field, hoping that they can get some of the injured guys back. So the Commanders can't just take shots with Terry and Zach and kind of exploit some of those matchups. And they got to get after Jaden Daniels and contain. That's going to be one of my keys is pressure and contain. You can't let this guy beat you, but you got to get after him too.
Who? Eddie Whitfield, is he going to be able to play? Winfield, is he going to be able to play?
Well, not sure. Winfield and Jamel Dean, they're starting cornerback, and obviously a starting, all-pro safety. Both of those guys are banged up. We're not sure. We spoke with Todd yesterday. He said, those guys are in play. The only person that's banged up that is not in play is going to be Jordan Whitehead, who's probably out for the rest of the season.
Whoa. How big of a loss is it if Winfield can't go?
Huge. He hasn't been himself after getting injured in the first game of the season against the Commanders. The last play of the game, he got injured, had to miss time several weeks, and then he's missed a couple weeks now with a knee injury. He hasn't really been able to kind of get going and be the guy he was last year. But still, his leadership, his playmaking ability, just his play in general. He's someone that teams have to fear and have to know where he's at on the field because of everything he can do, right? He's not just a free safety on the back end, making plays and defending the back half of the field. He's coming in on blitz. He's going into the slot. He's doing everything that a DB, that the great DBs do, especially second, safeties and stuff like that. So it would be a huge loss if he can't play, and it will open some things up and some shots up for the Commanders to take, when they decide that they want to air it out.
Have you heard any of the guys discussing Jaden Daniels and his growth from the first game to now?
Well, Rashad went to college with him, Rashad White, at Arizona. So, he's been talking about how proud he is of his guy and stuff like that, for what he's doing. But he's the enemy. There's love before, there's love after, but during there will be no love for Jaden Daniels. But yeah, we haven't. We'll get to talk to Baker tomorrow and open locker room and get to some of these guys and get their thoughts on the season that they've had. And I'm sure they'll shower praise on him, much deservedly so. Doing what he's been able to do as a rookie quarterback has been remarkable and awesome to watch, whether it's through the air or with his legs or his late game heroics. It's been. You look at that first game too. They had some more time on the clock. Who knows what would have happened? They start coming alive late, and I think that's where it started with him coming alive late and winning some games. But we'll get a lot of that the next couple of days. But no one's overlooking this team. No one's overlooking this quarterback just because he's a rookie. They're a talented team. He's a talented quarterback, and they're going to provide tons of mismatches, opportunities, and things that the Bucs are going to have to plan for.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm talking with JC Allen here about the Commanders-Buccaneers matchup Sunday night football. Were you surprised at all that this one got tagged for Sunday night football for kind of the biggest audience?
Yeah, I mean, that is interesting, especially given the markets, right? Washington's a pretty big market. Tampa's a pretty big market in its own right, but it's not one of these bigger markets. I was just glad it wasn't Monday or wasn't Saturday night games. No one likes, if you're in the media, no one likes primetime games. But Bucs have had some issues in primetime all season. Now I get it. I put this out on my Twitter X page, whatever we're calling it. And I was like, are you guys nervous about the primetime? It's like every game's a primetime. It's the playoffs, and that's true. But specifically under the lights, the Bucs have struggled this season. So it's going to be a big test for them. Definitely was a little surprised it was chosen for the Sunday night game, but they were also the Sunday night game last year against the Eagles. That went pretty well for them. So hopefully, they can continue trending in that direction.
JC, you mentioned that in the first game, if it was some more time on the clock, it could have been different because you saw them starting to make their move late. Did the players notice that as well?
You could definitely, see there's a little bit of life coming. Jaden, you're talking about like a quarter and 2 minutes. That last game, there was some life coming along. Unfortunately, the Bucs were just, a little bit too strong, more cohesive.
Mm-hmm.
Guys who have been there, done that. But it's a thing that I was talking to some of the guys in the locker room, and after the game, and kind of going over scenarios and what and. Jaden Daniels, we talked about Jaden Daniels, but he's been, what he did last week against the Falcons, what he did this week against the Cowboys. He's those late game heroics, and they're aware of that. And, some of the guys on defense we just got to do our job pretty much, make sure we're fundamentally sound. Our technique is good. We're tackling and making sure that he's not beating us with his legs and not, beating us, extending time in the pocket to let guys get open.
Yeah. Well, dude, JC, one thing that doesn't track, because if you look at Tampa, I feel like the performances have been pretty consistent most of the season. You drop a pair of losses to Atlanta, but division games are always funky. The one thing that really stands out to me is how bad they played against Dallas 3 weeks ago. And that was a Sunday nighter. Granted, it was on the road. But what happened in that game that Dallas exploited? Like, what happened in that game?
Yeah, again, primetime game. That's one of those things where they've struggled all year. But just they didn't come out fast, and turnovers, lack of execution, turnovers coming out slow. The Bucs finally, for the first time this past weekend, beating the Saints was their first time they've beaten an opponent which has scored first on them all season. Other than that, when an opponent scores first, they've had difficulties, getting back into the game. Of course, you look at some of those losses you're talking about, the Chiefs, the 49ers, the Ravens, the Falcons twice, and a surprising Denver Broncos team that blew them out in week 3. But, it was just a combination of multiple things. You can't turn the ball over. They're marching down the field looking to win. All they need is a field goal. They fumbled the ball there at the end, and, that was all she wrote. But, Baker had an interception. Rashad White had a fumble. There was another fumble by Payne Durham. Just kind of penalties, drive-killing things like that, too. Like, that's been a big thing. When you look at this past week, they had 9 penalties for 90 yards. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry. Was that the game with the Deron Bland forced that fumble that was just nuts?
Yeah. At the end of the game.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So, we ripped it out of the guy going down, but they're marching their way down. All they need is a field goal. They need about 40 yards to get in field goal range, and again, they just started off slow. Penalties and turnovers, like those are the big things that have hurt the Bucs all season. The thing down here to say is Bucs are beating the Bucs. And that's usually what happens. Like again, on Sunday, 9 penalties, 90 yards. At one drive, they had 3 penalties, 2 false starts, and a holding call. Set you back real quick, and that's been the Achilles heel for the Bucs most of the season. When you look at some of these other games that they had that they lost, close game against the Chiefs and against the 49ers, Bucks beating the Bucks has been kind of when they lose these games has been the mantra. But they've been able to overcome a lot of that in recent weeks. Just weren't able to overcome it against the Cowboys 2 weeks ago.
In that first game, Baker was very, very elusive. They got to him, but they couldn't get him down. Has he played like that the rest of the year? Or was that just that game where he was just invincible to the Commanders?
Baker's fun to watch because, sometimes you'll get the Baker Mayfield that will scramble around and pick up extra yards, and he'll go for 68 yards like he did on Sunday against the Saints, career high rushing yards for the season. Sometimes we'll get the Baker who tries to live in chaos and do this, and he'll get himself sacked. I think he's been sacked like 40 times this year, and only like 15 of them have been on the offensive line.
Wow.
So, a lot of it, he tries to create in chaos, and sometimes it works out well, and he can scramble on the move. That play to Jalen McMillan to give them the lead. I'm sure you guys have seen it. Just the ball on a rope, scrambles, moves outside of the pocket, buys himself time, and just an absolute dime of a throw and a beautiful catch by McMillan there to put them up ahead. Sometimes we get that Baker. Sometimes we get the Baker who will try to spin around and then he just gets sacked by a guy behind him. So he's going to scramble. He's going to do whatever he can. That gets the team fired up. It gets them juiced up, knowing that, he's going to take a big hit to pick up a first down. The team will have his back. There was a situation where he scrambled. He kind of got hit, a little bit questionable. It wasn't called or anything like that, but offensive line was up in people's faces right away. And, that gets the offense going. That gets the defense going. When the defense is saying, hey, Baker's out here putting his body on the line, trying to pick up a first down, we got to match that intensity. What's our excuse? So Baker is the identity of this football team. Strong, hardworking, lunch pail, do what it takes. Put your body on the line. We call him an offensive lineman in a quarterback's body down here. But, and that's kind of been resilient. That's been the team's identity this season. They don't give up. They're resilient. They bounce back. And it's been awesome to watch. He's a down-to-earth quarterback that these guys all can appreciate. And, especially coming off having a megastar like Tom Brady, for him to be like, hey, let's go to the bar and watch the Lions-Vikings game to see what the outcome is. Those are the cool things about Baker Mayfield that really have the team buying all in on him and together as a unit.
That is cool. And he seems like he seems like the kind of dude you really like if he's on your team, and he might annoy the hell out of you if he's on another team. And Baker's been fantastic. I'm not trying to knock him at all. He's third in the NFL in yards passing, second in the NFL in touchdowns, but he does lead the NFL in interceptions. How much of the picks have been a volume thing versus sometimes he just tries to force it? How can you expect him to protect the football Sunday night?
Yeah, I'd say probably half and half. I mean, you've got some tip balls in there, some just defenders making really good reads on it. And, you got to give the credit to them sometimes. And some have just been like, Bake, what are you doing? You can't do that. He also has had a lot of fumbles this season. Obviously, he's dealing with a rookie center too, so you kind of give some leeway there. But yeah, turnovers are going to be critical. You cannot win the ball game if you turn the ball over. That's going to be something that's going to be preached all week, been preached all season. But making the smart reads, making the smart throws, throwing it away, throwing it in the dirt if you need to, whatever's not going to turn the ball over is how you need to play. And Baker had an interception on Sunday. It's not like he was clean then. He played a good, strong game, but again, interception, and they get points off the pick, and that's something that, again, the Baker, when he's hot, he's hot. When he's not, you're worried about the next throw. But he's also done a great job at bouncing back from some of these too. Now, some of them cost him the game. Some of them he's overcome and they've won the game. So, ball security, whether that's Baker Mayfield at quarterback, whether it's, on the snap, on the throw, and everybody else is going to touch the ball. Ball security is going to be a heavy emphasis this week. You cannot win these games if you're committing 9 penalties for 100 yards and turning the ball over once or twice. It's just not gonna go your way.
I can't wait for this matchup. It's fascinating because the Bucs are, an established team. Hell, they're only 4 years removed from that Super Bowl. You probably got a bunch of guys on this team that still have a Super Bowl ring, but they've kind of had to rebuild it on the fly, whereas Washington is ahead of schedule, coming down there with a rookie quarterback that's got the world on a string. There's just so many intriguing storylines. JC, I know people can follow you at JC Allen NFL, but if they want to check out your podcast or the rest of your content this week especially, where should they look?
Yeah, it's going to be it's an awesome week. I think this is going to be an awesome game between two really well-matched teams who have both done some really good things this season. Commanders maybe not where a lot of people expected them to be with a rookie quarterback and after a turnaround. And, Commanders bucking the trend. They went out and signed a bunch of veterans and made a bunch of off-season moves. And, sometimes it doesn't pay off for teams. And it's paid off for the Commanders in a big way. While the Bucs, they've had to get extremely younger. The second youngest team in the league behind the Packers after being the oldest when Tom Brady was here 2 years ago. They've had to endure Tom Brady's dead cap hit and dead cap hits from other people like Ryan Jensen, who retired. And then this offseason, they had to re-sign all their own players. So they really haven't been able to make many splashes in free agency outside of their own guys. And, they've had to rely on the draft. So this is it's going to be a fun matchup between these two teams. I'm excited for Sunday Night Football. After enjoying a full slate of weekend football. But if you guys want to find me again on X, you can find me there. Bucs Game Day, Sports Illustrated. You guys can find all of our work there. I'll be having some previews out there on what to look for players to watch, matchup history, and then on my podcast, Pirate Parlay, that will be on Wednesday and Friday. We'll go behind enemy lines. We'll have one of you guys that cover the Commanders come on. Talk about that to the Bucs fans to kind of let them know what they're expecting, and we'll do like a preview show there too. So I'll be everywhere, anywhere you can find me. DMs are always open. If you guys have any questions about the Bucs, feel free to reach out. But as always, appreciate doing this. And hey, maybe we'll be doing this again next year. Who knows?
Oh yeah. All right, JC.
Yeah, man. JC, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good one, guys.
We got quite a matchup coming up, B.
Yes,
I'm fired up for it, dude. I want to talk specifically about playing a team a second time in these types of situations, Brian. If you got a team if you got a second crack at a team that you played in the regular season in the playoffs, what it did for your mindset. Tackling that next. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update is presented by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. Well, Commanders getting set for some playoff football. Isn't that nice? Commanders commence wildcard weekend Sunday night in Tampa. You heard JP and B. Mitch talking about it 19 years ago today. Washington's last playoff win, January 7th, 2005, 17-10 over the Bucs in Tampa. Commanders this week at this point, 3-point underdog for Sunday night football at 8 p.m. Capitals lost another shootout last night, beaten by the Buffalo Sabres 4-3 on Monday. Wizards are home to the Houston Rockets tonight. That'll be a 7 p.m. tip-off from Capital One over on the Team 980. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, allow efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
All right, B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Snowy day. I'm here in the Navy Yard Studios. JP's at home. Got some issues, taking care of the baby girls, and we know how that is around this time of the year. People get a little under the weather, and you know what? Dads will take care of their babies, especially the little girls. And JP had mentioned before we left off the air, how do you approach playing a team the second time? And for me, you know, playing in the NFC East and also seeing some guys later in the playoff that you had seen earlier that year, the way it is for me, I just went back to the game and watched everything to try to make sure I had a keen idea on what they were trying to do. And then after going through the tape and trying to figure all that out, you come back and you start trying to watch yourself. You knew what the game plan was, and you tried to find out what they did against you to try and circumvent what you were trying to do or trying to upset what you were doing. And then you came up with a game plan to, if we go with some of these same things, because some coaches are so confident in their scheme and in their players, they're going to run the exact same stuff against a person the second time. They don't change anything up. Other coaches don't feel that way, so they'll adjust and may come back to it or have another adjustment off of that. With Coach Gibbs, he would try and go with what we did the first time, especially if we had some level of success. If we didn't, he may, try to adjust some things. But I think the main thing for me is to make sure I go into the game and understand everything that I did that did not go right. Or the things I did right, I don't have to waste a lot of time on it. I have to try to enhance that. But the things I did wrong, I wanted to totally correct. And I think if every man to a man were to go into the game with that mindset and you correct the things you did wrong, you put yourself in a way better chance. If there was a turnover, were you trying to get too much without bringing your second hand on the ball? Or were you just, the guy just had an unbelievable hit and you could do the same thing next time? You don't have to worry about that. You begin to look at all those little things. And then on top of it, what I did, I talked to players in my position, and I talked to players on the other side, but that they got linebacker position, or I asked them to watch the film with me to let me know what I could have done different or what I could have done better in that situation. So I don't think you go into it trying to completely change up anything. It's just trying to take the things you've done and enhance it, overhaul some things in a sense. The Buccaneers in the first game, they had their way early with Washington. And if they are like any other person out there, they're going to feel like, oh, we're better than that team. And they were the better team that day. But as you just heard the guy, J.C. Allen, just state, if that game had more time, Washington started to make some adjustments and began to make plays against Buccaneers. Washington have to look at the second half and late in that game and see what they did differently to be able to start having some level of success and try not to let that game get away from them. Because what I just finished hearing from listening to J.C. Allen was Tampa don't play good in primetime games. I want to make sure they don't. Also, what I started to hear from him was that, they realized what Washington was starting to do. So the mindset is, who are they going to be thinking about? Is it going to be what Washington was early or what Washington became late in that game? And knowing their head coach, Todd Bowles, I think Todd is going to understand that this team is better than what they thought and is better now than what they were. So he's going to try to find ways to confuse Jaden. Jaden is going to have to be on point, And in the first game, we had the whole damn the area talking about he shouldn't run the football. I want him to do whatever he damn needs to do to get the play and be successful in it. Because at this point now, there is no tomorrow once you get into that game. If you have to win to keep moving forward. So if we want to move forward, we need to allow every player on that field to empty the damn the clip. That's the way it has to be. If you have it in you, it has to come out in that football game.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
It's like what I'm getting at, Jay. I was like, you have to look at the old tape, what you had, and try to correct things that you did wrong and enhance the things you did well. But also know this.
For sure.
Human nature is going to creep into that game. Tampa's going to believe we're better than them. They're not better than us. And just hope that thought process keep them away from watching film or working out a little harder just for a smidget. And it comes back to get them in that game.
B, I think it's a very different game this week because I think Jaden is so much better. It's funny you said that. You got me thinking. Remember after the Tampa game, folks were so concerned about Jaden running and his ability to slide and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
How silly does all that stuff seem now?
It was silly then to me. But it's even more silly now when it's like a small group of people and you know who the group is? Just like you always say this, the people that talk about the name of this team are not necessarily fans of the team. The people that talk about Jaden sliding all the time, they aren't really fans of Jaden. They were fans of Caleb. They were fans of what's the kid up there in New England. Yeah. So they always find something to knock. They're not the true fans of him and this team. We get those outsiders who try to bring that little narrative in, and we got to learn to ignore those bastards. Point blank.
I have a feeling those people have given up. Whatever narrative they're trying to push, it's a little too late now. I think, specific with Jaden, he's got to use his legs. He's got to use every opportunity he gets.
Yeah.
I do think one thing, as we've been talking about, injuries and everything else, you saw a little bit from Eckler against Dallas.
Yeah.
But it wasn't very impactful. I think they put him out there against Dallas.
Get his feet wet.
What's that?
They wanted to just get his feet wet.
Yeah, but I think even more than that, B, I wonder, and I never came back from a concussion. I don't know if you did, but
yeah.
I wonder, on some level, you want to remind the player, you're good to go. You got this. You think there's any bit of that?
No, I don't think that's a problem with it. He's had concussions before. But I think the ultimate thing is you just get the guy back on the field. He had been out some games. You want to get his feet wet. In that game, you don't want to risk anything because you had made, I think you mentioned this last week where these guys coming back now at the playoffs, that's a damn plus. So you don't want to put him in Dallas game and he gets hurt and he can't play the next week. So you want to get out there, get his feet wet a little bit, get him familiar with it again so he can be ready to go this week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's the ultimate thing about it because like the concussion I had, I went back in that game. And then the
That's
next
crazy.
week, I was going full speed as if I never had one. Because I think the natural ability of the athlete, if you're concerned, you don't go. When you're unconcerned, you go full speed. And when you start going half speed on the football field, that's when you end up hurt.
You never want to be thinking about whatever, an injury or anything else.
Oh,
One thing I do think is a concern. I think this is legit. This kid, I think it's Kalijah Cansey. He's been really good for Tampa. He finished the year with 7.5 sacks in 12 games. He had a dominant stretch probably like around Thanksgiving for Tampa. He didn't play week 1, and he's very much a difference maker defensively.
Mhm.
So while they are still going to probably be without some guys on the back end, Cansey being back is a big factor that I think Washington fans should kind of be aware of, at least. Doesn't mean.
I mean, is he this is the first question I ask, is he like my man from Dallas?
He's not Parsons. Nobody's Parsons.
So if he's not Parsons, then maybe, just maybe, the person that he has to go against can block him. And if they can block him one-on-one, you cool. If they can't, you got to chip a little bit. I will tell you this: going into a game,
he's not an edge. He's not like a pure edge guy. Like he's 6 foot 280. So he's like a different build, kind of, is what I would say.
Okay, but like that guy right there, even him, tight ends, running backs, make his shoulders and his ribs hurt by the end of this game.
Yeah.
See, you can slow down some of these guys, but you don't want to interfere with your offensive lineman blocking.
Right.
But there's a way to hit that SOB in his damn rib or in his shoulder when he's coming off the edge and make him realize he don't be no space around here today, baby. And he gonna start trying to stay in the middle of offensive linemen, and not many offensive linemen you're running over. Now, if you be able to get around their side and I'm going out, hell, I'll take a little extra second, pop you, and keep going.
Well, I also wonder, knowing that this dude Cansey is back and they didn't see him the last time, like, he is going to be an interior guy.
Uh-huh.
One, you're going to need Biotish, right?
Yeah.
Because you're talking like an A-gap, B-gap kind of guy. Two, I think because you can't plan on the chip on the edge or a tight end helping as much, like if they're running pistol formation, whoever that back is needs to be able to help in pass pro on the interior.
Yeah.
And I almost wonder if DQ talked about that with B-Rob, because they know that's a real issue this week with them having Cansey back.
Because that's like, we would run this thing like Charlie 10 hitch and things like that, and powers, where sometimes we'll fake that same play through the A gap and also be there to protect against a dominant like nose guard or tackle. And they do a lot of stuff right up the field, so that they should be able to incorporate that relatively easily.
Yep. Well said there, B. Here's what I want to do, Brian.
Yeah.
Little bit of breaking news, which specifically you will find very interesting. You ready for that?
Uh-huh.
I got it when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley. of a champagne. Are you still touring? I'm gonna have to go to that, man. Phil. Me, you, and a gummy. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, and while we are focused on Washington's game Sunday night against Tampa and the upcoming super wild card weekend in the NFL, let's see if I can do this math on the top of my head. 32 minus 14 in 18 other NFL markets. They're focused on if the coach is staying, if the GM's staying, who should they get, who they fire.
Yep.
And Brian, there's been a ton of interview requests and all that sort of stuff. And a couple of guys have already had interviews. Most of that stuff will start next week. But guess who is interviewing today in New England?
Who's that? Ron?
Byron Leftwich.
Oh, B. I kind of had a few conversations with B earlier this year. He said, he was going to be back in the mix soon, and maybe he's just been waiting for the right moment.
Well, I found it interesting. So
if
I
he
got
really
Mike
gets
Jones.
the one, Jay, I might be gone. Though. I'm letting you know.
What's that?
If he gets a good one, I might be gone.
You've always told me that, although I don't know that New England's the place for you.
Nah, I'll probably get in some trouble up there.
Mike Jones is the one reporting this from The Athletic, obviously old Washington Post Redskins reporter. So Byron Leftwich interviewing for the New England Patriots head coaching job. I find that fascinating. I mean, that dude almost got the Jaguars job and didn't because he didn't want to work with Trent Baalke.
Uh-huh.
And then a guy like, Doug Peterson, who had a Super Bowl ring, took that job. Now he's on the way out.
Yeah.
And Baalke's sticking around. Baalke's clearly a problem. He was a problem in San Fran. He's a problem in Jacksonville.
Byron was smart.
Right. But now, but when you're out of the league, it gets a little trickier.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that he's going to get this job, but I'm really happy to see him interviewing for it.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll interview for more than that one, too, probably.
Yeah, which is great. And you have mentioned that you kind of had a feeling he would get back in, and we had him. Didn't we have him on earlier this year?
Yeah. When he was talking about Jaden to us.
See if you can get him on this week. Just what a coincidence.
When they start going to them jobs, that's when they kind of disappear from the interviews.
Right. Yeah. His phone got to be quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I find that one fascinating. So I want to run through all the coaches getting hired. You've got like coordinators getting fired. The Seahawks just fired their offensive coordinator. Yeah. The Bengals tried to blame their collapse on their defensive coordinator, which I find laughable. But I thought this was pretty interesting because this is a friend of the program writing it. Like somebody I like Bobby Belt does a good job covering the Cowboys.
Yes.
And that Dallas situation just seems so bizarre in that, Jerry Jones seems like a 8th grade boyfriend who didn't want Mike McCarthy, and now there's some, at least speculation that the Bears might want McCarthy.
Uh-huh.
So then Jerry wants McCarthy back. Is that just is this how multi-billion-dollar organizations should be run?
Well, I think Jerry never said he didn't want him, but people speculated he would be gone. Jerry is going to do things when Jerry wants it done, and Jerry's going to allow you to do things when Jerry wants you to do it. So if Mike was wishing that he could get out and just jump into something, and that's what Jerry speculates, Mike going to be sitting there for another year. I'm telling you. And let's be real. Everybody that we assume are mature, they're not. A lot of rich people are some of the most, what's the word I'm looking for here? Irresponsible, immature people in the world, dog.
Yeah, I think
they
really,
just know
really
that they
rich
can do
people.
what they want to do, and it makes them seem powerful when it's more of them just being petty as hell.
B, I think really, really rich people like that, some of it is petty and power grabs and all that, but they also become so insulated. Like just they're so far removed from regular down-to-earth behavior that what they think is normal, they're just surrounded by sycophants and just don't ever get to find out what else there is going on. And I just find it kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
For Jerry, obviously, he operates in his own universe.
Yeah.
Brian Flores is another guy that is talking about, head coaching opportunities. He says he seems like he really wants to be back as a head coach, says he'll take any interview that gets requested. He was asked specifically about the Patriots job and said, I would say yes, but it's not up to me. It's pretty fascinating to see how this is going to shake out.
Yeah.
And I just, some of these teams are putting together a long, big list of candidates. And I understand, cast a wide net. Aaron Glenn's going to be a hot commodity. Obviously, Ben Johnson going to be a hot commodity. Like there's a lot of names out there. Mike Vrabel. One thing that's going to be fascinating, Ben Johnson, they got the 1 seed. So he's able to interview next week. But depending what you believe or whatever, maybe he's not the best interviewer, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe he's just disinterested in some of these interviews.
Yeah, could be.
Vrabel's going to be available immediately for in-person. I can fly to you. You can fly to me, whatever you want to do. And I find it interesting how it's all going to shake out.
Yeah.
Let's run through all the available jobs, what we think are the best jobs when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
All right.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Welcome to the playoffs again in the NFL. Washington, D.C. getting set for some playoff football this weekend. Wild card game, Sunday night football in Tampa Bay. Now, it's been a while since a wild card win 19 years ago today, January 7th, 2005. Washington's last playoff win, that was in Tampa. Joe Gibbs 2.0, 17-10 the win that week. Since then, only 4 other playoff appearances, all 4 wild card losses. 3 of those have been at home. The last one, of course, to guess who? The Buccaneers. Brady and the Bucs. Ron's first season, 2020. So back to the playoffs for the Commanders this week. They are a 3-point underdog for Sunday Night Football in Tampa. Weather's not going to be bad. Mid-60s for the temps Sunday. By the time they get the kickoff, about mid-50s for the game on Sunday night. Meanwhile, some other NFL moves made today. Tennessee Titans fired GM Rand Carthen. Brian Callahan will stay on next season as head coach. Former Dallas running back Ezekiel Elliott signing for some depth at running back for the LA Chargers. They play the first playoff game Saturday, 4:30 in Houston. Caps lost another shootout last night, beaten by Buffalo 4-3. Caps are back in action tomorrow night, home against Vancouver. Wizards home to the Houston Rockets tonight, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Hoyas at Marquette, 7:45 start for that one here on The Fan. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Obviously here in DC, we're looking at Commanders Bucks. Earl Forsey just told us the weather's going to be nice. I think that helps Washington. But around the NFL, there's a ton of kind of indecision and beef. A lot of this stuff just seems like a mess. A Tennessee organization seems like they're a mess, I would add. You hire a guy, let him hire a coach, then you fire him a year later and you keep the coach. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't know, B.
Yep.
But Landville, as he usually does, has found us a list of the best head coaching jobs available. So how many jobs are open right now?
I think 5, right, Landy? 5 of them. So New England, Jacksonville,
Chicago, Jets,
Chicago, the Jets. Did they get rid of that guy?
and Tennessee.
No, they got rid of him earlier. Yeah. Saints.
Yeah, so Jets, Patriots, Jaguars. Yeah, 'cause Tennessee didn't fire their coach; they fired their GM.
The Saints.
The Saints, right, and I guess Bears, obviously, and okay,
So
5 jobs.
Yeah.
All right. What stands out to you as the best of those jobs?
All right. So right now,
Let me
Bears,
give them to you again.
Bears, Saints, Jaguars, Patriots. What's the other one? Jets.
Jets.
Right now, I have to go with the Bears.
Why?
I just think you have that offense has a lot of weapons on it. I think you got to get some good guidance on that. Defensively, I think they have some talent. The Jets is a cluster bleep. Okay,
Right.
New Orleans. I don't really know. They don't have a quarterback. Even if Carr come back, they don't have a quarterback. The Jaguars, that's some tampering and getting involved too much from the management side. You haven't heard it. And then you got a GM who's an idiot. Who else?
It seems like Carr will be back for New Orleans. He's got $10 million guaranteed on that deal. I think, depending how much you believe in either of these guys, But of the jobs that are currently available, Bears, Pats, Jets, Jags, Saints. If you believe in Caleb, remember when Donnie was in the office, he was calling him Caleb? We were all confused.
We're like, who the hell are you talking about, dude?
Right. If you believe in Caleb Williams and or Drake May, then the Pats and the Bears jobs are clearly the best. Like, if you think you found a quarterback with either of those guys, then those jobs become the best. I think the Patriots, though, might have like the least talent in the NFL, honestly. But if you got the quarterback, then you got a lot. I also wonder if there's more coaches to be fired, frankly. But I think it's easy. I think most folks would say the Bears. Dude, I just think that situation is broken.
But the Bears?
I don't know. Maybe
It may be, but if you come in with a coach who has some leadership capabilities and guidance, he may be able to come in and change up that place. I'm going to pull up Caleb's stats for the year.
Who you put Caleb's stats?
Yeah.
I think
he didn't play every game? No, I
thought he did.
I had the wrong thing. That was Keenan Allen.
Yeah, I think for Caleb Williams,
he played every game. He passed for 541 yards, 20 touchdowns, only 6 interceptions. He ran for 489. He had another 6 touchdowns. No, that was an average. He didn't have any touchdowns rushing. So he basically had over 4,000 yards total.
He was sacked on 11% of his dropbacks and 68 sacks for losing, and he lost 466 yards. I think for Caleb, there's the raw talent is off the charts. Just the actual like human passing ability. He seems. I know people get caught up in the nail polish or whatever, but he seems like a good dude. People I know around the league seem to like him. And then I just think he needs the right coach. Like if the right coach can connect with Caleb Williams and just teach him, much like you said with Jaden, when these guys have this much natural ability and this much playmaking ability, you don't want to coach that out of them ever.
You don't, but you also want him to understand he doesn't have to ad lib on every play.
Yes, exactly.
If he gets a coach that could get him to do stuff in rhythm, and then he used those superpowers for things that he got to get out of trouble, I think he could be unbelievable.
I totally agree, B. Like, let's say he gets off schedule. I don't know, and I'm not going to bother looking this up, but just in the games I've watched, let's say it seems like he gets off schedule 2/3 of the time, like 60% of the time. If you can cut that to 40, 1/3 of the time, and then you use your incredible skills to try to make some big plays, but the rest of the time the ball's just coming out fast and you're functioning, then hell yeah, I think you could beat. I think you might have something there.
Totally.
And that Bears team has talent elsewhere. I like their skill positions. I think defensively they were pretty good. I didn't think they were that good this year. I don't know. Have the Bears released a list of a lot of these teams are just posting lists.
Well, McCarthy, they want to talk to McCarthy.
What do you think of that?
Hey, McCarthy has had some success as an offensive coach, man. And I think he's a little aloof, but he's had some success. So
it's easy to knock Mike McCarthy because, that's a dude that had Aaron Rodgers at the absolute peak of his powers.
See, I used to knock him. Now that I know how Aaron really is, I ain't knocking him no more. Aaron don't give a damn about who you are. He's gonna do what he wants to do, and he's always been that way.
Yeah, I'm just saying McCarthy's regular season record as a coach is damn good. I mean, between Green Bay and Dallas, he's won about 60% of his games. His playoff record not nearly as good.
But what we say all the time, we say Tom made people better. We say Pat makes people better. But we say Mike McCarthy made them bad and Aaron Rodgers was there. Aaron Rodgers made them worse because Aaron Rodgers is selfish. Aaron Rodgers likes to do what he wants to do. So I'm not going to give all the other quarterbacks credit. And when that quarterback who has all the talent in the world falters, that's not on the coach. That's on him.
Agreed. John Cooper said, shout out to B. Mitch and JP for providing good football talk while I shovel snow today. Good burgundy and gold talk. You're
All
welcome,
right.
John. Good luck shoveling.
Take your time out there, man.
I think, all right, I have a hard time rating the Bears as the best job because I think whatever this Kevin Warren, Ryan Poles dynamic is fairly broken. I think ownership there is honestly just kind of clueless and like lives in this bizarre world where I think, now I don't know if this is accurate, but I'd heard the guy doesn't even like to consider the woman, McCaskey, is technically the owner, but her son is like the acting partner or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That he doesn't even like to consider himself a football fan. Like, good luck, man.
You better realize where the money coming from.
Right. Now, I think Drake May really showed something this season. He had some great games. He showed some real guts. That New England team did not have much of anything in the way of skill positions. May finished the year, 66% of his passes, 15 touchdowns, 10 picks. He made 12 starts. He got beat up a little bit. He took 34 sacks. He was a pretty good runner, too. He ran for another 420 yards. Fumbled a little bit too much for me. I think he had 9 fumbles on the year.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I like May if you're looking at a situation, right? If you're thinking about interviewing. But, dude, I do think, B, and this might seem a little crazy, but so they take Drake May 3rd overall in New England. May had a pretty good season. But then they took Joe Milton, the rookie out of Tennessee, who is just an absolute rocket. They took him in the 6th round. And I don't know. So Joe Milton got the last start against Buffalo in week 18. Milton in that game completed 76% of his passes for 240 yards with a touchdown. He also ran a touchdown in. He's not necessarily a real runner. But one thing that stood out to me in a major way that I think is a little worrisome,
mm-hmm.
and I sent this to Tischler because he was talking about this the other day. When Washington had RG3 and Robert played so well, but then eventually got hurt and Kirk came in.
Yep.
Having 2 rookie quarterbacks, even when one of them is a top 5 pick and one of them is a late round pick, it creates like a natural tension almost.
Mm-hmm.
And B, I could not believe this. And perhaps this is me making too much out of something. So I'm just going to read it to you and you tell me what you think. Robert Kraft gave a press conference yesterday where he made it. I applaud him. He really took accountability on Gerard Mayo, that he wasn't ready for the position that Kraft put him in and that it was his fault, not Mayo's fault. Okay. I'm reading this from Tom Pelissero, though. He said, wrapping up his presser, Patriots owner Robert Kraft answers a question about the front office and roster by smirking, as it says, "It looks like we lucked out. We maybe have 2 quarterbacks." Drake May and Joe Milton, in their own ways, made quite a first impression. If I'm coming in, I don't know that I need to deal with that.
Nah. I want to pick one and let one go with it, and the other one, well, or just come in and say, hey, have a competition. Whoever wins, wins. Keep moving. But I don't want the owner telling me I got 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah, dude. Like, I don't know. That just seems like a headache waiting to happen, honestly. And the Pats really don't have much beyond, maybe you could sell that you really like one or both of these young quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm the owner, dude, if I'm Drake May and whatever, you can never be scared of competition and blah, blah, blah. Like, I get all that. But, like, if I'm his agent, if I'm somebody who's paid to protect that kid, I'd be like, Kraft, what the hell are you saying, dude?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But the thing for me though, Jay, you know I feel this way. These quarterbacks got to get a little tougher skin, man.
Sure.
I mean, everybody else on the team has to compete, and they got to be able to compete and not worry about the other folks. Because every time we always talk about this, it's like we say it shouldn't matter where you get drafted, but when we draft somebody in the first round, we don't ever want to have nobody that makes them worried. Hell, if the other guy wouldn't draft next to you, you would pick first, you would pick second. If he's picked in the third, fourth round, you should automatically assume you're better and go out there and handle it like that. But they always get flustered. And I don't want, if my quarterback is scared of competition, I don't want him as my quarterback.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that's how they feel at all. I just, for the owner to try to stir that pot just seems bizarre to me. You got to wonder. I mean, the Patriots had this incredible run with Belichick and Brady. And then, I don't know. I find that whole situation fascinating.
But Tom had a mindset, bro, Tom got his opportunity. And the players were wondering, when was Drew Bledsoe going to get his job back? And Tom told him, he ain't ever getting his damn job back. And did Drew ever get his job back? Hell no. Because Tom had the right mindset. I'm going to outwork everybody. I'm going to be here before them. I'm going to be here after them. I'm better than them. That's the mindset you got to have.
Who do you think the top candidate is among everybody? Who would you want the most?
From what I've heard thus far, Vrabel seems to be up there for me some.
Yeah.
I like Flores because Flores has proven he's a damn coach. Hell, Rex Ryan said he's getting the job for the Jets. So, I don't know. Rex is weird. He loves feet, but Rex was a good coach.
Yeah, they won a lot of games.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be kind of weird for him to go back to the Jets?
It would be weird, but you know what? He already knows the ownership. They know about him. As he say, he walks in day one, he get rid of that whole Aaron Rodgers charade and circus. I want him to go just because of that.
Yeah, I mean, here's the problem. I don't know that he's the answer, but if you get rid of Rodgers, if you take the Jets job and you get rid of Rodgers, who is your quarterback? You bring in Darnold back? Bring Rex and Darnold back?
Hey, I don't know, but Darnold is going to be somebody going to get some money.
I mean, Landfill just dropped in the text thread. He's right. Rex Ryan had the Jets in back-to-back AFC championship games.
Yeah.
And I think Mark Sanchez was the quarterback.
Butt fumble.
Yeah.
Back-to-back AFC championship with butt fumble as your quarterback.
I tell you what, I think the Jags is the best job, frankly, if they get rid of Balky.
But they don't seem like they're getting rid of Balky.
Listen to this. I'm reading now from NFL.com. This is bizarre, Brian. The firing of Doug Peterson seemed inevitable for at least half the season, but owner Shad Khan's decision to retain general manager Trent Baalke could throw a wrench into the Jaguars' pursuit of top coaching candidates. The team has alluring talent. Before the season, Khan called it the best team the organization had ever put together. Sparkling new facilities, blah, blah, blah. Trevor Lawrence, Brian Thomas. But coaches with options might not choose a situation in which the general manager is inherited unless there's a pre-existing relationship, because it is obvious the GM has the ear of the owner. Listen to this. The new coach will report directly to Khan, not to Baalke, but arranged marriages in which the GM and coach are on different timelines can be difficult. That is a disaster waiting to happen.
If I'm going, but this is the thing I would ask, though. If the new coach is going to report directly to Baalke, does that kind of circumvent,
no.
to Khan, would that mess up Balky's little hold he's had over him right now? Would it make it better for the coach? If the coach is talking to the owner and things start happening properly, will the owner finally realize he has an idiot in his building?
That just seems like a disaster. Maybe. But why on earth would you keep the GM? It's hard for me to look at that situation and think it's functional if that's the plan.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. But if I'm the
That's
coach,
just
the man I want, the person's ear I want is the owner. If I'm the coach,
sure. But then, well, and you know what makes that a little bit different too? If you're the coach coming in there, clearly because they already paid him. Like, this isn't a situation of having to evaluate a quarterback in the draft and have that organizational alignment with the kid you're going to take fourth overall or whatever, because you already have Trevor Lawrence there and they've already paid him. Like, if you're a coach that has watched Lawrence and really likes him, and you think you can come in there, get him to perform, and then eventually run off Balky, I guess that could look a little different, right?
yeah, could be.
I don't know.
Any coach that comes in there and I want to say you report directly to me, they're thinking I'm getting rid of this damn GM.
Right.
They're gonna damn sure try.
Here's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to win some bets. If you look, Thursday night is Notre Dame, Penn State. Friday night, Ohio State, Texas. Obviously, we got NFL wildcard weekend all weekend, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. There's a ton of games to like. It's going to be really hard for me to not jump on the Rams Monday night, getting points at home against a Vikings team they've already beat. Whatever it is you're looking for, over-unders, passing yards, whatever it is, the action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. You can put all your parlays in, whatever player props you're looking for. Maybe you're thinking about Matt Stafford or Justin Jefferson in that Monday night game, going over those numbers. Maybe you think Washington's going to slow down Baker Mayfield, or maybe, just maybe, you think Baker Mayfield's going to spray it a little, throw a pick or two. All of those odds are available on the ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win, and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with the promo code RADIO to get started today. Now, there's a lot of stuff you got to make sure. Maryland, Virginia customers, you should check it all out. Must be 21 plus. If you got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Big week for Commanders fans. It's back to the playoffs finally. First time since they played the team they're going to play this weekend. That loss to Tampa, January 2021. Ron's first season. Last time Washington has been in the postseason. They got there easily this year, 12-5, best season in 33 years. It'll be a Sunday night game against the Bucs in Tampa for the playoff opener. Commanders a 3-point underdog. So on the road, 3-point underdog, in essence, a pick'em game here against the Bucs for the playoff opener. College hoops tonight. Hoya, 7th-ranked Marquette. So a big one for Georgetown on the road, 7:45 here on the Fan. NBA Wizards are home to the Houston Rockets at 7 p.m. start. Capital One Arena over on the team, 980. Capitals lost another shootout last night, so they have dropped 2 of the last 3 in shootouts. Beaten by Buffalo 4-3 on Monday. Ovi did not score, so he's still 23 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Cap still atop the Metropolitan Division, number 1 in the East, and just a point behind Vegas for best record in the NHL. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
It's Finley, 1, 2, 6, 7, Fan. B.
Yo.
I'm switching. I don't know, man. Because half these guys are still stuck in Dallas after this last snow, I'm switching my flight to Friday night. When are you going down? Are we going to be on the same flight?
I don't know yet.
I know if Saturday there's bad weather and I can't get out, that's going to be a real problem. So Friday night it is.
You can go first thing Friday. I mean, last flight Saturday or first thing, last flight Friday or first flight on Saturday, I would take.
So I just got on. There's an 8 o'clock out of DCA to Tampa.
All right.
If that interests you, sir. We get in kind of.
You already know you're going back to Dulles, though, dog. You forgot that part?
No, I'm flying in and out of DCA for this one.
You forgot that text you got yesterday, right?
Yeah, I don't think the timing is going to work. I told him I'd have to let him know by tonight.
Oh, okay.
Dude, because you guys are going to have to leave before. I mean, that game's going to end at 11:45.
What time is the game?
The game is at 8:15.
I thought it was different for playoffs. I thought it was 7-7 for playoffs.
Nah, it's 8:15. So the game's at 8:15. Say it's, generally 3 hour, 15 minutes. Game ends at 11:30. You got to do your stream, which is generally about an hour, right? Your show?
Nope. Less than that.
Right. Like your time is more condensed. I just won't be able to get out of there.
Yeah.
Is my concern. I told him that last night, so we'll see. I'd love to do it, but we'll see how that all shakes out.
All right.
But whatever. I just booked Friday night now, if that interests you. Speaking of the playoffs, though, let's take a look at the rest of these games. Obviously, we're going to dive into Commanders Bucks all week, but the Chargers Texans game, B. The Texans are home underdogs. I think the Chargers are really good. I think Herbert's good. I think they play good defense. I think Harbaugh is a really good coach.
Yep.
But Houston last year won their playoff. They won the wild card game last year.
They're in Houston, right?
They're in Houston, yeah. Who you like in that one?
I may lean Houston on that one.
I mean, especially getting points
at home.
Now, they beat the hell out of Cleveland last year, but Cleveland had like serious quarterback trouble by that point in the season.
Mhm.
Might have been Flacco starting. So I don't know which way to go on that, but I'm kind of with you that everybody – I recognize Houston hasn't had the season many would expected,
Mhm.
but I'm not sure they're bad, you know?
No, they're not bad. I mean, and the thing about it, like sometimes you just get into that game, that groove start working again. You never know, bro.
Yeah, I tell you what I don't like. I don't like the bulk of their wins just came against bad division opponents. So it kind of skews what you're looking at. Landfill, what do you like? Chargers, Texans?
You beat who you play.
Yeah.
I'm always gonna. Oh, that's. I don't like either of these teams. Let's just be honest with you, right there. Like, I have.
Why?
I just have zero confidence in any of them. The Chargers always seem to charger like every game. I don't really like fully trust Justin Herbert because he seems like he's a guy who's a good player who just he's like the team that's good in the regular season but just can't win in the playoffs. That's him, but in every game, like he'll put up some impressive numbers, but he just doesn't win a whole hell of a lot. So I don't really trust that he's a good quarterback. And then the Texans, I think they've just been fairly unimpressive. And, you know, they were blessed to play in a division that sucks. And I think that Stroud, for as good as he was as a rookie, he kind of was not impressive at all this year. Boo. You know, this game right here is like a really great argument against the expanded playoffs in the NFL. But if I had to pick one team, I'll go with the Texans.
All right. So I don't know what, if any, bearing this will have on this game, right?
Mhm.
But this did cross my timeline, and I don't know if this is real or what. I don't know if it's him. I don't know a thing about it. But Antonio Brown tweeted out a photo of what might be, I don't know. I just dropped in this picture. Antonio Brown just wrote Stephon Diggs with a photo of a dude that I think looks like Diggs wearing, I don't know how to describe that outfit. And Diggs isn't playing for them.
No.
But I don't know how that impacts the game, if at all.
What? The tweet?
Have you seen that picture?
No. You sent it?
I just dropped it in, yeah.
Okay, let me look at it.
I don't know. We can ignore that.
Nah, man. I don't
Landfill, what do you make of that?
Throw that
Why?
Brown crazy, man.
All right. Landfill, you start here. Steelers, Ravens, Steelers plus 10.
Ravens by at least 10.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, they're just a much better team.
It is crazy how the Steelers just do this every year.
Yeah, but I'll take the Steelers with the points.
Will you?
Yeah. I'm just saying, bro. I don't. Again, division games, bro.
Is it, I mean, as a guy that played in them and knows what this felt like, obviously the division games you get a little more. I don't know.
Steelers
amped
beat
up,
them the
but
first time, didn't they?
Yeah, Steelers beat them once of the two this year.
All right.
But does the division thing hold up when you get to the playoffs when every game is more amped up anyway?
You wouldn't get amped up, but it's still a division game. You know each other so well. And we've seen it too many times. One team is awful, one team is great, and the team that's great doesn't play like they're great. Or the team that's awful doesn't play like they're awful. They always come a little closer.
Week 11, the Steelers beat the Ravens at home 18-16. Week 16, the Ravens beat the Steelers 34-17 in Baltimore.
Mhm.
I think the only thing I would touch in that is the under.
Hey,
43.5.
there you go.
Broncos, Bills. Anybody taking the Broncos? Plus 9?
Absolutely not.
Nah, not traveling all the way over there to Buffalo. That trip too from west to east. That's a world of difference too.
Yeah. And that's Sunday, 1 o'clock.
Some coaches don't think that makes a difference, but it does.
Bo Nix has been good, though, dude, especially in big moments down the last month or so.
Okay.
Nix has showed up.
Put your money on him.
I probably won't.
That's what I'm saying.
I think
Buffalo. What wagering has done, it gives us all the mindset that we know more than the people that's putting that stuff together. And ultimately, we don't. We don't.
Yeah. Agreed.
We think it because we got so many things to look at, so many stats. They give us all this information, and know what it does? It confuses the hell out of us. And we keep thinking we're going to beat them. We ain't beating them people, man.
One of the underdogs I think I actually like this weekend.
Who that?
The Packers going to Philly.
Well, if they don't have their quarterback, it may have an issue big time up there.
That's true. What is the deal with Hurts?
It's still uncertain. Now, Landfill is still in protocol? Yeah.
Is that?
Huh?
He's still all right.
If he's still in protocol, that thing was more serious, or it's more going on with that situation.
Garofolo said, "I don't have any great concern. I think Jalen Hurts is going to play in this game."
Okay, that's what he says. But if he ain't practicing, then he might not be playing.
Would you be worried about rust in that game?
I might say Russ. I'm just going to say, if he's not right, he hadn't been right when he was right. If he's sitting up there a little days and he go in the game, he might still not be right. When he was supposed to be healthy, he's been turning over and doing some weird things this year. So is he right?
Yeah, I mean, his numbers, Hurts had the one incredible year when they made the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And the numbers haven't looked like that since. Not that the numbers are bad, but he was like a legitimate MVP candidate back in 22.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they went 14-1. He went 22 touchdowns against 6 picks. And I'm trying to pull it up. His rushing numbers that year, 760 yards and 30 touchdowns.
Yeah. I think he's a very good quarterback. I just think that
13.
Something is going on. Listen, they can say what they want about Graham and all this. Something else is going on up there.
Yeah. His accuracy is actually up this year, but he's now missed the last 2 games. That's going to be fascinating to watch. I think I like the Packers there. As we get ready to make more bets, we're going to do Heard It Here first next. Maybe we'll make a Rockets whiz pick. I got to go host the Altcast tonight. Should be fun.
Bad luck, JP.
My favorite landfill. Right, y'all. Tuesday is gone, folks. Tuesday is gone. Coming up next will be Grant and Danny. I believe all those boys are in the studio. Wiz play tonight, taking on the Rockets at home. Getting a big number if you're interested, Brian. Are you interested in the Wizards tonight?
What's the number?
12 plus 12 and a half. That's the biggest number in the NBA tonight.
You say 12 and a half?
12 and a half against Houston. I guess Houston's quite good.
I guess.
They have the second best record in the Western Conference. They're 23-12. So I don't know. I kind of like the Wiz with that big of a number at home.
The thing about them, they can score 112, but they'll give up 140.
Yeah.
That's been
Lambeau,
happening a lot.
For sure. Lambeau, do you want the Wizards to win tonight at home?
Absolutely not.
Right now, the Wiz are 6-27. Last place in the East. The Hornets are only one game ahead of them, 7-27. But I believe, the Pelicans right now have the worst record, though, at 7-29. Oh, no, the Wiz have fewer wins.
If you're going to tank, tank.
There you go. I'm with Landfill on that.
But, dude, isn't 6-27 pretty much tanking?
Yes,
Yeah,
but it's. I mean,
don't need you to win no more.
I guess the three worst teams have like the same percentage for the draft or something. But I'm worried that they're winning too many games. Like, you want to win a meaningless game, at the end of the season, okay, but you're winning too many games, just lose. So we got the best shot at the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, I get that. I guess we should make some bets here, right? Let's heard it here first.
All
right. Or not.
Yeah, no song.
Heard it here first. Heard it here first. There we go.
That was well done, fellas. Is White Brian there? Is he ready to?
No. White Brian works from home.
Oh,
you and White Brian got the same idea going on today.
Bro, I wish I was. I can comment on that later. The amount of cleaning I've been doing today, Brian, I would have rather been in studio, and I don't say that all that often. All right, well, I am hosting the Wizards Allcast tonight. If you want to check it out, check it out. Because of that,
there we go. Gather around.
All right, now we're all the way in.
Now we cooking with grease.
Wiz plus 12.5 for me.
I'm taking the Rockets minus 12.5.
Wow. There you go. Straight at him, Landfill. Get him in the face.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm taking. No NFL.
Take the Rockets, B. Mitch.
Do it. I try not to bet anything around that whole team right there.
There's college hoops tonight. Yo, Georgetown's got a big game tonight against, I think, Marquette coming to town.
I'm going to take the Golden State Warriors in Miami, minus 9.5.
Do we find any sense of irony in this? The Wizards and the Hoyas are both 12.5-point underdogs.
No.
Do you care about that? All right, time to go. If you look at Wild Card Weekend, the Commanders and the Bucks have the highest point total set by Vegas, 15.5.
There think gonna be some scoring going on, baby.
Next highest is Bills, Broncos, and Rams, Vikings at 47.5. Lowest Chargers, Texans, 42.5. Fun day on the show. Shout out to Professor Landini for making some stuff work. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you to Barstool Nate. Thank you to JC Allen Me and B live in Ashburn tomorrow, assuming the creek don't rise. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. It's January 7th, 2025, and you are listening live as we prepare for playoff football in the nation's capital. We got Caps tickets we're giving away at 3 o'clock and at 4 o'clock today. Make sure you're listening. Scott Smith, who covers the Bucks for Fox 13 in Tampa, former DC television personality, going to be on the show in 1 hour. And Austin Eckler stops by for his weekly appointment, sponsored by IT Cadre. That's at 5 o'clock today, right here on The Fan. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Rouillet.
Hey, buddy. Super quick kvetching session, then we'll get on with the program. You know me, you know your pal, right? We've been doing this together 11 plus years now, known each other longer than that. You know the thing that grinds my gears as a sports fan? When the bad team or bad player plays great against my team. I can't handle it. I can handle a lot of stuff. You go up against the good team, the good player, he does the good thing against you. He does that to everybody. You know, what are you going to do? You do your best, you keep chopping wood. The stupid Buffalo Sabres are trailing the Capitals pretty much by as many points as they have. You follow that? You double their point total, you're now in Capitals territory. I can't stand that. Please just beat the crappy team. That's all I want. Just do the normal, just behave normally. Behave normally. You lose to Toronto in a shootout, I get it, man. Toronto's really good. They got 54 points right at the top of that dumb division. When the Buffalo Sabres, who stink, do it to you, I get so irritated. Back to you.
Yeah, it's one of those things in sports that'll never be easy to explain, but certain teams just play well against certain opponents. And for whatever reason, Buffalo is a matchup, even with the Caps now younger and faster and more athletic. They seem to get up for Washington.
Yep.
They did last night. They led 1-0. The Caps got even. They led 2-1. The Caps got even. They led 3-2. The Caps got even. And to their credit, on a night where they didn't have their best stuff, they pitched into the 6th inning last night. The Caps got themselves a point in Buffalo, but they didn't get 2 points because they lost in a shootout for the second time in a week and a half. And by the way, it's the only 2 times they've gone to a shootout.
I was going to say, no shootouts all year. Now we just do it every other game.
We're going to do that, I suppose, at this point. Do you guys want to see Danny get angry? Does anyone want to do that with me?
Oh, here we go.
Have you shoveled enough? You feel good about everything with the snow? We're almost ready to go back to school.
Oh, I shoveled.
Everything's working out for you?
I shoveled last night.
There's a snowstorm coming again.
You kidding me?
Did you not know this?
I really didn't.
We're supposed to get hit with several inches of snow potentially on
When?
Friday.
On Friday?
Yeah. Now, it's going to be a weekend situation. So Danny Huhe might be able to just put his feet up, watch some TV. Kids don't have to go to activities or something.
Well, that's the plan. Yeah, they'll cancel a couple basketball games and some futsal. That's fine.
Sounds like a Friday into Saturday scenario.
Fine by me. Place? No, I'm not mad at anybody. No one did anything wrong. It was correct. I barely made it home last night. Barely. I'm not even doing a bit. I barely made it home last night. Had several near incidents. It was treacherous. I probably should have gotten another hotel. Whatever. But I did. Got home. Unsafely, but I got home. So I understand roads are precarious. You can't be asking people to traverse and commute and do things in the morning. These children need to be in that school. Now. Do you hear me? Now. The scene that I left. Oh, my God. My wife has a deadline for her work. She's sitting there screaming because she needed to be done 20 minutes ago as my youngest is screaming because he doesn't want to go do the fun thing. The thing that he's been begging for 48 hours to go do. The offer has been placed before him. It's given to you. Here it is.
Is that play in the snow? What is it?
Go with the older boys, the intoxicating allure of the older boys. He loves the older dudes, right? He's been begging. He can't do it. My oldest had a sleepover last night. He can't do that. Youngest, because he's only 6. They're all going to go play by the creek. Then they're going to go sledding. There's going to be hot cocoa. The dream. This is your time, dude. You're running with the big with,
You'll
with the big
remember
herd.
this when you're 20.
All of a sudden, I don't want to go. Tantruming like he's the younger sibling in Stupid Christmas Story. I can't get his snow pants on. I need to leave for work. I trudged in here 30 minutes late because of it. I left carnage because I was like, I have to go. And my wife's like, well, I have to do this. I'm like, whoop, see you later. Get the children into that school building. Get them there immediately.
Ralphie's little brother's name is Randy.
Randy. Who is
Looking
Randy?
for Randy in A Christmas Story. I don't think they're going to be back in school tomorrow either, by the way.
They need to be.
I don't think they're going to be.
Let's go. Here we go.
Now, I come from King George, Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
This is Virginia. In King George, if we got a snowstorm like this when I was a young man,
That's a month off.
we were out for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I think tomorrow is off. The next day, 2-hour delay. That's my prediction. Thursday, 2-hour delay. Friday, full school day, just in time to get hit by another snowstorm. Fun?
Open those doors. Ring. There's the bell. Door opens. Come on in. Get them in that school. Get them to that school.
Today's Tuesday, and because the Commanders just played their final game of the season against the Dallas Cowboys, today marks the season finale of Commander Survivor. We're excited about Commander Survivor, ladies and gentlemen. We've got ourselves a final. There are 2 players left. You are voting for a champion for the 2025 season. Our competitors in this final: rookie sensation, the quarterback who's made the Commanders cool again, Jaden Daniels, and his opponent, the wide receiver he's made sweet music with, the player that Jaden Daniels has hooked up with all season long in the biggest moments at the end of games, Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, that's the right 2. That's the right 2.
Now, I thought it'd be a cakewalk. I thought this would be easy money. I thought Jaden Daniels was going to win this thing going away. But in the final game, if you're voting based on game 18, Terry McLaurin catches the game-winning touchdown pass from Marcus Mariota with a couple of seconds left in a game in which Jaden Daniels was not sharp.
No.
Went 6 of 12. Didn't play in the second half after the offense scored 3 points in the first half. Danny, that might get held against him. You would have thought this was his to lose. He was the heavy favorite. But the door is open for fan favorite. You can hear him chanting off in the distance. Terry, Terry. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Who's going to be the 2024 season winner of Commander Survivor? Daniels or McLaurin? Go vote now.
Great case to be made for both, obviously. Right? McLaurin, if it's the most recent game, if that's how we're doing it, each week you judge it as its own story. Well, McLaurin had a really good game and Jaden Daniels did not. That's pretty obvious, right? That's clear. You look at the body of work. If that's your route, then I think, again, an argument can be made for either. But I think Daniels has had the more impressive body of work, even though Terry McLaurin just set the team touchdown receiving record. Barely over 1,000 yards, 10. He is their number 1, number 2, number 3 option in the passing game. But Jaden Daniels leads the team in rushing, obviously leads the team in passing, and those appropriate totals. Is going to win Rookie of the Year and made the Pro Bowl as one of the best young players in the sport. Future's bright, the winning smile, the whole 9 yards, delivered when no one else was delivering for weeks at a time. Again, there's no wrong answer here, in my opinion. Whatever you decide is your voting criteria, you like his post-game comments better, you like his celebration better, whatever you want to do is fine. These are the right 2 finalists. I think Luvu was the right 3rd finalist, by the way. I think everybody's gotten it right here down the stretch.
He's Danny Rouillet. I'm Grant Paulson. You are listening to The Fan. So let's turn our attention to the Bucs for the first time this morning. Tuesday ahead of a Sunday night football playoff game at Raymond James Stadium in warm Florida, where it's going to be in the mid-60s.
Mm-hmm.
There will be no precipitation as far as the current forecast, so it should be a really pleasant, do whatever you want to do, weather not a factor, football game in the postseason, which is not always the case in the NFC. But for Washington, as they get ready to go to Tampa, we're going to open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for you guys right now at 800-636-1067. We want to know, what is your number 1 concern about playing the Bucs, and what makes you the most nervous about this matchup with Tampa Bay? Again, 800-636-1067. You want to line up your thoughts, you hit us up in the chat on the 1067 The Fan YouTube channel as well.
So this is kind of a combination of factors, but it's really, to me, about this offense. What's been working over the last 5 weeks, again, the Dallas game notwithstanding, has been Well, we can't really run it, and sometimes they cover Terry. So, Jaden, do something incredible. That's not sustainable. He's amazing. I love him so much. He's awesome. He gives you a chance every week. But eventually, if that's the strategy, that's more hope than it is a game plan. I don't believe right now in their offensive line. I don't believe in their ability to run the ball. I don't believe in Brian Robinson's ability to run the ball behind this group. I don't know what happened. I don't know if he's not as explosive. The blocking isn't right. Maybe the answer to all of it is yes. Really good interior of the defensive line in Clancy and Vita Vea. I don't believe in this group's ability to move those guys around. I don't believe in the run game. And now we kind of have all the extensions off of that. To me, that's my number one concern. So I think Tampa's going to move the football. I think they're going to score, and Washington match it. I don't want to do the thing where you're down 21 points or down 18 points, and it goes, all right, Jaden, fix it. Like, again, he can, and he's done it. I just don't think that's a sustainable way to go about it. That's my biggest concern.
I got a bunch of concerns going into this game. And this is the matchup I wanted more than the Rams. That was never meant to mean they'll definitely be the Bucs who lose to the Rams. Which is always their chances of beating the Rams are 35%. Their chances of beating the Bucs are 40%. I'll give you two that I am fiddling with and choosing between. The first is just covering Tampa Bay's receivers. Specifically, Mike Evans. Now, if Marshawn Lattimore is healthy and plays, and it's trending in the direction it sounds like, based on what Dan Quinn told reporters yesterday, that he's going to play, then at least I have a chance to have Lattimore go head-to-head with his arch rival Evans, get in his head, get under his skin, and even though Evans is going to get his, maybe instead of 8 for 125 and 2 touchdowns, like he was flirting with in week 1 against Washington, maybe it's like 4 for 63 or 5 for 59 with a PI or 2, and those 2 guys scratching and clawing the entire game. Lattimore would help, but Jalen McMillan's also coming on like gangbusters. He scored a touchdown in every single game going back to December 8th, 5 consecutive games. In a row. And in that time, he's got 7 touchdowns in those 5 games. And his numbers, 4 catches, 60 yards, 5 for 75, 5 for 60, 5 for 51, 5 for 74. The rookie's basically become their Godwin. It's not as good as him, but he's putting up numbers. So him against San Ristil or occasionally maybe, Igbenogany or BSJ or somebody else, I do worry about just covering them. This is a passing offense that threw this year for 4,500 yards and 42 touchdowns. That's a problem. But I'm actually going to go with a different area of the defensive issue, trying to defend Tampa Bay here. What am I most nervous about when it comes to the Bucs? Stopping the run.
Yeah, their run offense went from one of the worst in football over the last couple of seasons to top 5 this year.
The reason they were the number 4 offense in the NFL, 6.2 yards per play, was that they were 3rd in rushing at 5.25 per play. And largely, it's because they went to their rookie about a month into the season. Kid I loved out of Minnesota and Oregon, came out as a Duck, Bucky Irving, who ran for 1,100 yards and about 5.5 yards per carry this year. But if you look at it, he played in every game. It really was not until the 4th game of the season where they realized we need to be giving this guy the ball.
Yeah, he's better. Rashad White I like, by the way. He's kind of like a poor man's Le'Veon Bell. Sounds like I'm ripping him. I'm not. He's kind of has that. He's more of like that slashing back, but probably better as a pass catcher, kind of working underneath. But you give the ball to Irving, it just looks different. There's an explosiveness, a suddenness. There's power. He makes guys miss. Like, that's a badass.
He's wiggly.
Yeah.
I always talk about guys like that as you can't touch him in a phone booth. He does run with power and body lean, and he can run you over and all those things because he's kind of low to the ground and he's got that squatty physical frame. He's 5'10" and about 200 pounds, but he hops around. He moves laterally, and suddenness is a big part of his game. But if you look at the last 6 weeks, essentially, they fed him. They were not doing that at any point all year. Then against the Panthers, 25 for 150. Against the Chargers, 15 for 120. Against the Panthers, again, 20 for 115. This past week, they couldn't get anything going against the Saints. They started to feed him, opened things up a little bit, 19 for 90. I don't know that Washington's going to be able to stop Bucky Irving and the Bucs running game. And that is my biggest concern.
I get that. I mean, to me, the thing, and we talked about this when you were out before Christmas, Washington has not done a good job in stopping the run. I'm very aware of that. I see the stats. The numbers tell the story. When they decide, okay, we're going to try to slow it down, you could see in spurts that they've done that. whether it's Alvin Kamara that they did a good job on, whether it's Saquon Barkley after he had 110 yards in the first quarter. They've done okay when they say, okay, fine, we're going to commit to that. But they can't stop both things, right? In other words, especially without Lattimore, whoever Benjamin St. Juste / Michael Davis, and to an extent, Igbenogany's covering, that guy's open, and you can't stop anything. You can do a lot to commit to stop, slow Bucky Irving down, and maybe they're capable of it. But Baker Mayfield has been carving people up. Evans is a problem. So is McMillan. To me, I'm 100% with you, because if you say we're going to stop the run today, fine. Okay, you've demonstrated the ability to do that when you commit all your resources to doing so. But against this team, they're good enough where I'm going, that's terrifying to me. Where you go, we're going to go all in to stop Bucky Irving and stop Rachaad White when he comes in, whatever. That's Evans over the top. That's McMillan over the middle. That's Otten. If he's able to go, terrifying to me.
I want to play a quick game, as a matter of fact. We're talking about the Commanders as a run-stuffing unit. We'll welcome in our producers, which, by the way, we're rolling 3 deep at this point.
Yeah, look at us.
And it sounds like it could be that way moving forward. It's almost like we're a show or something.
Here we go.
We're rolling 3 deep. Clary's been moved over to the video department. Although, for some reason, we're not going to be doing video stuff for a while.
So there's no video, just to be clear.
He's starting today, but we'll train him in a month.
Yep.
Again, it's a good idea.
Yep.
We'll just take what we can get.
Yep.
Right? So
Here's my big butt.
Your big butt is, at some point, you're going to be trained to do the thing that they want you to do.
So Dan Patrick gets 12 guys, right? And there's a whole menagerie. We got 3. I feel like that's pretty good.
We're steamed up. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to introduce our guy. You know him, you love him. You hear him on the air all the time. Toblerone. Toby Altizer.
Toblerone.
Going to be a reoccurring member of the crew here moving forward. Toblerone, welcome aboard.
Good to be here, guys. Good to be here.
And Darius Dameron is still holding down the fort, as always. The old steady, Dad.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. So the crowd loves Darius, by the way. You see that? The pop Darius got?
I can't help but notice.
Yeah.
The guy that chooses which crowd responses to play gave himself the biggest applause.
He got the biggest pop.
Clary should be annoyed, and Toby should definitely be annoyed, right? But I digress. All right, here's the game. Darius, you're first. Out of 32 teams, where do the Commanders rank stopping the run? That is the question.
Ooh, out of 32 teams ranking, I'm going to say they are 25th.
25th is a good guess.
25th.
Closest to the pin will get $1, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Man.
Plan for $1. Tobe for time.
I'm going to go with 4th worst, so 29th.
Ooh, 29th for Toby. Very close. Very good.
I'm going to go 28. 28.
All right. In the yards per play metric, which is the one we use on this show because it's the right one to use, the Commanders as a run-stopping unit rank 28th.
28th.
Ryan Larry
28th.
gets himself
on the
buck.
nose.
How will you be spending your $1, Larry?
At this point,
video
if I
training,
feel like half a soda. Yeah, that's a good bit.
Thank you.
I'm a corporate employee after all, but
It's true.
I'm very corporate. But it can buy me like half a soda over there. Because apparently, I'm a corporate employee now. Odyssey DC here, we have to pay for snacks and stuff. A little weird. I'm just saying.
I've got an idea that just hit me. So you know how Clary's music, whenever he talks on the show?
I literally just thought of this.
Exactly. You know where I'm going. Great minds. We've been together for too long. 11 years together. So Clary, whenever he talks on the show, we play Clarissa Explains It All. And we should still do that when he does Ryan Explains It All. But the music under him whenever he talks now needs to be the Corporation from WWE. But I think
from the Attitude Era, right?
The Attitude Era, like Vince McMahon came out. I don't think it's full on No Chance, but there was a Corporation
money
version of
right?
it. Yeah. Because now he's a corporate man.
He's part of the corporate.
He has left the local WJFK books. He's now on the corporate books. Mr. Video Man, Mr. Edit the Videos.
Mr. Corporate Spy. Wait, what?
I'm a corporate guy now.
He's a corporate guy.
It is exciting.
Is it true that you are responsible for sending emails based on Danny and I's not only performance to corporate, but also things that you see us doing behind the scenes? Is that true?
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Okay.
That's why those training meetings last so long.
There are a lot
3-hour
of training
meeting yesterday.
Yeah.
By the way, 3-hour meeting yesterday. Still told us today.
Is there any video?
At some point, I'm going to learn how to do the thing. I'm like, what? You've had 18 meetings for 50 hours. What is the point of any of this?
I love my bosses over at Corporate America here, so I'm just going to, as a corporate guy, I am not going to say anything.
He believes in mission statements.
Corporate guy.
Can you at least confirm that the meetings have skyrocketed since you went corporate?
No.
What?
No,
you've
You've had one every day.
you guys are in this local market. You don't see the big picture like I do. I'm in corporate
Corporate guy.
America. I'm in
Attaboy.
corporate America. You guys just don't get it.
We're not. I mean, you're right.
So Danny's biggest concern playing the Bucks is,
Their inability to run the ball on the offensive line to be effective.
for me, I don't think they stop Tampa Bay's running game. I think it's going to open everything up. You're going to get your play action pops from Baker Mayfield. He's going to be able to get out of the pocket. By the way, I've never seen this before. Like 8 years into a career, a quarterback starts to run. He's never really been particularly mobile or had that be part of his game. And then this year, he just decided, I'm going to be a bit of a weapon.
I'm kind of athletic.
What has you the most nervous about playing Tampa Bay? That is the question. We'll get to your calls next. 800-636-1067. Caps tickets at 3 and at 4 today on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. Commanders getting set for some playoff football on the road. It'll be Sunday night football for Washington at Tampa, where they last won a playoff game 19 years ago, 2005 season, January 7th, 2006, the last playoff win, and Joe Gibbs' second stint as head coach. Big reason for the playoff push, major improvement, both offense and defense this season for the Commanders. They finished third-ranked rushing offense in the NFL, number 7 overall. They scored 28.5 points per game, nearly 10 more than they did last season. And that defense hasn't been great against the run, but that was the worst defense in the NFL last season. Yes, they're third worst against the run this year, but third best pass defense. And they go into Tampa, basically a toss-up, pick-em game with the Commanders on the road, a 3-point underdog, Sunday night, 8 p.m. Tonight, college hoops on the Fan. Hoyas with a big game on the road. Number 7 Marquette, 7:45 p.m. Capitals are back on the ice tomorrow, home against Vancouver, losing another shootout last night, 4-3 to Buffalo. Wizards home against the Houston Rockets, 7 p.m. tip, Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. It's a playoff week, baby. We are getting ready for postseason.
That popped me so hard.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry. I am radio. You see the tears in my eyes?
Yes, I do. We
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You want to peel back the curtain on that one a little bit?
I never know how to describe it exactly. I thought it was fine. Just listening to some back and forth, Grants and talk back. It's Toblerone's first day, man in the calls, just producing on the program, and there's just different ways that each host likes to do stuff, right?
Sure.
Like you work with the Junks, they want it some way. JP and B Mitch want it some way. Linnell wants it some way, whatever. So Grant's just having a back and forth and referencing something, and just sort of.
Well, I can just tell people what it was.
Oh yeah, it's fine.
So
I didn't know if you want. Okay,
we're going to talk to a caller in a moment. You're going to hear him on this radio program. He will be with us in just a couple of moments.
Yeah.
His name is Dave in Waldorf.
Yeah, sure.
But
that's reasonable.
On the call screener when he called in, I guess he said it's Super Dave.
Is it?
In Waldorf. And I just told Toby, I said, hey, man, I said, and this is not like a Toby thing. This is just in general. I said, because as you said, every host is going to be a little bit different, whatever. Sure. I said, we don't do nicknames. We're just not doing that. So like if someone calls in with a nickname, they got a choice. They can just go on the air with their name, or we probably just won't get to them, right? So, and Super Dave's not a big deal. It's just Dave and Waldorf. And
Dave.
We can do that. But the thing that popped you was like, you can say
it's not going to sound as good, but
Yeah.
I'm telling you, in the time, it's like just sort of express, hey, I'm not going to do that. They can get his name, whatever.
I was like, it's not a big deal. I'm not like bothered by anyone using a nickname.
He goes, I'm 37 years old. I'm just not going to do that.
But you hear that on radio sometimes. It's like, let's go to Asphalt Ranger in Texas, or like, let's go.
What is it though?
And NFL radio does this bit where everyone is like, Viking Commander Chief Lieutenant. Hey man, what do you think, Viker Commanding Chief Lieutenant? How'd your game go? And to me, it's just like,
right.
I just can't.
I have a shiver down my spine
right?
when I hear it's like, look at now. If your name is like Maurice and you go by Mo, or like my real name's Daniel, I go by Danny. It's very reasonable. But like you can't call yourself like Captain Commando. You know what I mean? Like that's wrong.
Yeah.
I shiver.
You can. It's just hard.
One could. You're right.
It's just hard for me to say.
37. I'm not going to be doing that.
What is making you nervous about the Bucs? That's the question at 800-636-1067. All right. So you gave us one. I gave you one. Mine on the defensive side of the ball. On offense, we'll say the ability to keep Vea and Kalijah Kancey from taking over the game in the interior as pass rushers and pushing the pocket. Biotish isn't quite right. Allegretti has not had the same second half as first half. I think Cosme has even been a little leakier in the last quarter of the season,
last month or so, yeah,
than is generally the case for a guy that we thought could be approaching all-pro form when this year began. I just don't like the interior of Washington's offensive line, and just generally how they're protecting against those two D tackles.
Yeah, that's echo kind of my point about the offense. It's regardless of opponent, good run defense, bad run defense, everything in between, they can't run the ball against anybody right now. That run game is broken with their running backs. And then by extension, that line against that interior defensive front. For defense, for me, it's I cannot count on Marshawn Lattimore. That's what it is to me. I hear all the reports, and that's awesome. He's trending in the right direction. That smells like he plays 4 plays, grabs his hamstring, and then it's Benjamin St-Juste time.
Did you take the Quinn comments yesterday as gospel as I did that he's going to play? It seemed like you were not as
no, I don't think him as gospel.
certain about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think they all want him to play.
He
I
said
think that's
the
the
arrow's
hope.
trending up. He said that on Monday. He said he was sprinting.
Mhm.
To me, that is a very clear indication they think he's going to play on Sunday.
They do believe he's going to play. I think they believe that a couple times. And, it's not quite full. Where's Chase Young? What's going on, Ron Rivera? But I think they hope he plays, and I would bet that he does. But I can't count on him for 60 minutes.
It's time. Dave's in Waldorf, ladies
go.
and gentlemen. What's up, Dave? How are you?
G and D, what up, though?
Hey, buddy.
What's good, brother?
Nothing much, man. That bit was pretty funny, man. I just couldn't stop laughing. I just couldn't stop laughing, man. But no, back to business. Listen, I wouldn't say I'm so concerned overall, and I tell you that because I feel like, in my opinion, I think the Bucs are the favorable matchup compared to the Rams. And let me just give you, 2 or 3 key reasons. One key reason is we don't have to fly all the way across the country. Have you ever flew to LA? That's one of the longest flights ever.
It's brutal.
It's tough, yeah.
Flight. That's a brutal flight. So we don't have to fly to LA, that time zone, 3 hours back. We don't have to do that. And then secondly, we don't have to play Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford. I'm more concerned going against Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford than I am Todd Bowles and Baker Mayfield. I heard Danny say he's not really feeling the whole Marshawn Lattimore bit, but bro, we got to give credit where it's due. He shut down A.J. Brown, and he was willing to put his body on the line. He hurt his hamstring.
Oh, Dave, he's good. That's not what I mean. I just mean I don't trust that he's going to be healthy for the whole game. Like, I think the plan is we're going to have Marshawn Lattimore shadow Mike Evans and let those two go at it as they have a million times. I just don't trust that the hamstring's going to hold up. I've seen him for a game and a half. Once where, we committed a few penalties, was what it was, but, he played, I thought, as good as you could play against A.J. Brown, who's awesome. But then it's, he played half a game and pulled his hamstring again. It's the same injury that he had that kept him out for more than a month when he got here.
And respectfully, because I am a Lattimore guy, I don't know that he shut down A.J. Brown. And A.J. Brown went for 97 yards on 8 catches and had another 70 yards in penalties. So it was basically like a potential, if not for the PIs, 11 for 160 or something like that. Now, he didn't catch them, but they were spot fouls on 3 PIs. And the ones they did catch were 100 yards and a touchdown. So I would say that in that game, while both of them had their moments, and Lattimore, like a good corner, had a couple of times where he got over on Brown, he lost that matchup on that ledger. I think Evans is a much better matchup because he's older, a little slower, just less dominant and physical a presence as Brown, who is a top 5 guy in the entire league right now. I wouldn't put Evans there. Evans is the guy at the end of the season in the final game that they're slinging passes to in the fourth quarter to get over 1,000 yards to keep his streak going every year. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Grant. Actually, I told Toby it's Chris Earl of Hyattsville, but he said that those nicknames were Knicks.
Just can't do it.
Going forward. So.
Bo Nix, can't do it.
The Earl. That's right.
They're Bo Nix. Sir Nix a lot. My biggest fear is that Washington just hasn't played well against playoff caliber teams. And, we've criticized past versions of this squad, the Ron Rivera playoff team, as illegitimate. I won't go that far because I think they've played well and they're an improved team. But we have to be honest. They beat up on a lot of poor teams with some inferior quarterbacks. Got lucky with quarterback injuries for opponents. And by my count, they're 1-4 against winning teams or playoff teams this season. So I think it's going to be Jaden or bust. I mean, he's going to have to put on a Superman cape for us to have a realistic shot.
I agree with that, actually.
Yeah, totally.
And my point is, I said yesterday on the show, I think it's a toss-up game because of that. He's done that 4 times, basically, down the stretch, where they were Daniels and O for 4 weeks, where you can't possibly say the defense was playing well. You couldn't possibly say that the run game was working. Since Noah Brown went out, you couldn't say that all the receivers opposite Terry McLaurin were consistent. There have been nice plays made, whether it's De'Ami Brown or Lamine Zaccheaus in a couple moments, and Zaccheaus had a big game against Philly, certainly. But do you trust him 100% of the time opposite Terry if the coverage is bracketed? I don't. It's been basically Daniels making magic. He's done that, and that's why I think they can win.
To an extent, based on the talent they have, that is the story for them almost every week. Certainly when they play good teams. It's always going to be Daniels has to be great to give them a chance. As you said, it was the way not only in the end of the year, but throughout the entire season. But while, yes, it is true, if you want to punch a hole in how good are the Commanders, how legitimate are the 12 wins, are they a Super Bowl caliber team? You could do that if that's your choice. If that's your prerogative. I think you could do that with almost every single team. Like, look at the Bucs, just because they're the opponent this week. When is the last time the Bucs had an impressive win? Let's go back through their wins in the second half of the season. I think a win over the Chargers on the road is the only time since I would go all the way back to September that they have won a game that was actually impressive. And if you go back to that Chargers game, I remember watching it. They played the Chargers, and early in that game, Justin Herbert got hurt. He had a knee problem. He ended up limping around the rest of the game, couldn't force throws off of his back foot, and they were actually losing at halftime, and then they scored on 4 or 5 straight possessions and beat them 40-17. But in the same way, if you want to go caveat for Washington because Jalen Hurts got hurt and the game changed, you can't say that about the Commanders.
Yeah, that was a great defense, by the way, the Tampa rang the bell on. Right there. Went for 500 plus yards, scored 40 points. That wasn't a Herbert wasn't doing well. The same thing against Philadelphia, right? Where Jalen Hurts got injured. That happened. He also didn't play defense. You know what I mean?
Their wins since their bye week in week 11. New Orleans in week 18, where they started out really badly, and like Washington against Dallas this weekend, overcame in the second half. They beat the Panthers the week before that, who were better at the end of the year, but still one of the worst teams in the league. They beat the Raiders, who are picking in the top 5. They beat the Panthers. They beat the Giants, who are one of the worst teams in football. They beat the Saints. It's been since September that they've had good wins. They went back-to-back with wins over the Lions and the Eagles in a 3-week span. The first and the second seeded teams in the NFC. So if you just look like you're going into an NCAA tournament and you're looking for best wins, it shows that the Bucs beat the Lions and they beat the Eagles. And you go, wow.
Damn.
That was the week 2 Detroit Lions and the week 4 Philadelphia Eagles.
They had a similar swoon to Washington, just actually going into it, where the teeth of their schedule was right there in that late October, early November.
And they lost 4 straight?
And they lost 4 in a row to good opponents. So what we're saying about Washington, by the way, correctly.
In that stretch, by the way, I just want to say who they played. Ravens lost. Falcons lost. Chiefs lost. 49ers lost bye week. They went 5 weeks without a win before they got hot at the end of the year and finished 6-1 with a bunch of wins over non-playoff teams.
And so I guess the point is here that the criticism of Washington, if it is one or an observation, however you want to frame it, is, hey, haven't beaten a lot of great teams. That's true, by the way. That's not that many teams in this league have at this point. Everything that you would say about Washington, you would say about Tampa, right? They've got a couple really high-quality wins on their resume, as you alluded to. They've also got some, why didn't you play well in that game? Why didn't you play better against this team, that team, or the other team?
You have a Todd Bowles impression to debut for us this week?
No, I wish I did.
Do you know what he sounds like?
Not really. I mean, I've heard him talk before, but I can't.
It's very understated.
Like he's bored with it?
He's quiet, and he's just, Maybe you could work on a Todd Bowles for a big Friday.
Todd Bowles.
Friday press conference with Todd Bowles ahead of the Bucs game.
Yeah.
We've got Scott Smith joining us, who covers Tampa down in Florida at 3:00. That's when we're giving away Caps tickets for those of you that want to get to Capital One Arena. But next, of all the teams in the NFL vying for that top pick in the last few weeks, the worst teams in the sport, who's in the worst shape long term? Like, if you're a fan, who is the worst team to like right now as it pertains to how long it could take for your team to be good again? Next on Grant and Danny. Austin Eckler will be on the show today in his normal slot, Tuesday, 5 p.m., presented by IT Cadre. We will ask him about the big matchup with the Bucs, the preparations in the building. Grant and Danny on the Fan Live all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7, coast to coast, wherever you go on the always free Odyssey app. You can watch us in high definition on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. It is a Survivor Tuesday. Go vote Facebook.com/Grant and Danny for a champion. Who wins this season of Survivor? Is it going to be Jaden Daniels or Terry McLaurin? They, fittingly, are your last two Commanders survivors, the two guys going to the Pro Bowl. You guys did a great job voting all year. Let's go around the NFL. Some news of the day. Black Monday became Black Tuesday, Danny. A GM fired today. Ran Carthon, run out by the Tennessee Titans. By the way, they released what I deemed to be a fairly unprofessional and over-the-top statement. Did you see it?
I didn't see it, no. I just saw the news.
They basically said it's impossible to not see that we're not getting better over the last couple of years. I mean, they made it seem like the guy just couldn't do the job, can't do the job.
Right, couldn't even sign his own name, yeah.
There's a decent way to fire a guy. I don't know if this qualified, but I will also say they are badly run now. I mean, last year, their head coach, Mike Vrabel, and their GM, Ran Carthon, were butting heads. They had to choose one of them. They chose Carthon and gave him a 4-year extension last year. They fired Vrabel. Today, Vrabel's interviewing for everyone with a vacancy and one of the hot names, as you'd expect, in the NFL again this cycle. Carthon has been fired after the 4-year extension. 1 year later, when they had the worst record in the league this year without Vrabel and are picking number 1 overall.
Yeah, he kind of told on himself, Carthon did, early on one of his first press conferences where he sort of talked about his philosophy, and you're going, uh-oh. That's not really what's going on in the modern NFL. And he had a philosophy and then let Derrick Henry go. And I can't go into every personnel decision. I'm not as intimately familiar with what they did and didn't do. But it's easy to see guys that walked out of the door thriving elsewhere, guys that they prioritized to stay, led them to the worst record in football. So that's a tough spot when you go, we choose this guy in the face-off, and now they're both gone. Whoopsie daisy. It says you made the wrong choice.
They made a lot of huge moves in free agency last offseason, too. A lot of people thought the Titans were going to make a leap this year.
I thought they'd be frisky. Why was that wrong?
Calvin Ridley and I think it was like 4 or 5 splash acquisitions and signings of some big-name players, and it could not have gone worse. Worst record in the league. So now they don't have a GM. They are keeping Brian Callahan, who's the former OC in Cincinnati under Zach Taylor, working with Joe Burrow. I'll be curious to see if they try to pick a GM based on it working with Callahan long-term. In other words, you go to him and you say, hey, who do you want to work with? And maybe you go get someone who's like an assistant GM in Cincinnati, or say Lance Newmark here in Washington, the assistant GM who worked with Callahan in Detroit 7 or so years ago, guys that have a relationship. Or do you just hire the best general manager and maybe set Callahan up to fail? I mean, this is the problem. It's like a coach inheriting a quarterback.
Yep.
You go get a GM now, he's going to want to make the organization hum in his image. So if a year from now he decides he doesn't like Callahan, now you're starting over at coach as well. It's why I would always try to do this at the same time. Like when people were talking about the Giants, Joe Shane and Brian Daboll, you blow them both out or you blow neither of them out as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got, I would basically say go hire the best GM available and then we'll figure it out. But I see your point, right? You'd like them to have a working relationship, but that now all of a sudden gives a little bit more elevated responsibility and import to Callahan, who to me is still a neophyte. I liked him. That was a guy that I thought could be a good head coach at some point. Who knows if he still will be or won't be or otherwise. But I'd go, I'm going to hire a GM that's going to be my Ozzie Newsome. That's my goal at all times, is to find my next 15, 20 years where I get out of bed in the morning, know that I got a security blanket that's a really, really good GM, and we'll figure the rest out. But you're right. It's not ideal to have guys on different cycles, so to speak, where the quarterback is in year 2 and now the coach is in year 1 and he inherits him. So his first 2 years we're trying to make that work. And then the GM comes in the middle of that and tries to make that work. It never works out, it seems.
What team of the really bad clubs in the NFL is in the worst long-term shape, in your opinion? Now, if you look at the top of the draft, the teams that had the worst season, you could go with the Titans. Will Levis is not the guy. They're going back to the drawing board. The Browns, awful, plus Deshaun Watson's contract is not going away. The Giants are running it back with Shane and Daboll. Brutal schedule next year at 3-14. You go with the Patriots, I guess, who are going to have a third coach in 3 years. Jacksonville. I mean, what a hilarious presser today. Did you see Shad Khan?
I did.
So this is the funniest thing that happened in the NFL the last 48 hours. Shad Khan's doing a presser on a Zoom where he's in boxes next to his general manager, Trent Baalke, who he's keeping around.
Mm-hmm.
He fired Doug Peterson, the head coach, puts out a statement saying he and Baalke are going to find the next head coach. Someone on the Zoom asks him, what if the new head coach wants to bring in a GM? And I'd imagine they're suggesting Ben Johnson, the OC in Detroit. The rumor is he wants to pick his own GM, basically. Shad Khan said, yeah, if they make the case that that's the right way to go and it's better than what we have, then we'll do that. The guy who they're going to fire, who's going to be replaced, is on the Zoom just staring straight ahead so awkwardly.
Yeah. Just chewing gum and staring. It's like that F1 show, Drive to Survive, where like they have to do those sorts of things where like we already know a driver's leaving the team, going to another team, and like, why are you leaving? It's like, well, I don't like the management here. And the manager's sitting right next to him. It's incredible.
So funny. But if you're a Jets fan, it's bleak.
Yeah.
Now, if you're a Browns fan, how could you possibly feel like it's going to get better anytime in the very near future? Which fan base has it worst right now in terms of trying to turn it around?
There's no good answer there because they have a lot in common, right? Where you're talking about bad owners that are meddlesome sort of buffoons that can't help themselves and get in their own way all the time. Talking about the Jets and the Browns. I mean, there's other nominees as well. I think New Orleans is screwed. They're negative $81 million in cap space and an aging roster. They're in a terrible spot, but just in terms of like fan bases that you go, even if we get it right, we'll still get it wrong, which is what Cleveland and the Jets are. I feel like it's the Jets. There's just something swirling around them that's broken.
Yeah, I mean, the Saints at least are normally not embarrassing.
Right.
They're not at any risk of winning anything meaningful anytime soon, but they're normally middling and competitive. I think the worst team to be a fan of right now is the Browns because of the Watson contract handcuffing you and how maddening it is that everywhere else you're pretty good.
Yeah.
I guess it's possible. I don't think this is going to happen, but like if they went and got Aaron Rodgers and he wanted to play one more year and he played at the level he did in week 18 and you went 10-7, let's say, and made the playoffs as a Steelers team this year with Russell Wilson coming in on the cheap, maybe you could convince me that they could make the playoffs next year like they did with Joe Flacco playing or when Brissett was better than Watson a couple years ago. But it just seems like they're so far away. And not only is Watson terrible and make all that money, but he's also a hard guy to root for pretty obvious reasons.
Yep.
Scott Smith worked here in D.C. on television. He now works in Tampa covering the Bucs. We're going to scout the opponent for the first time this week ahead of playoff football. We'll do that next. Plus, as soon as we return, a chance for you to win Caps tickets on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Commanders getting set for the first playoff appearance under Dan Quinn. First season, not a bad job at all. 12-5. Commanders back in the postseason and trying to get a win in the playoffs for the first time since 2005, 2006. Now, it's going to be a rematch of Week 1, a game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Big difference from then till now, according to Dan Quinn. Asked about it yesterday. His team has learned how to come through in the clutch.
On the end of the games, I think over the last month, that's probably really expressed itself fully. There is a poise that goes on for the players into those spaces. And so I'd say that's, something, from week 1 to now has definitely changed.
DQ also said Monday DB Marshawn Lattimore seems to be on track to play. They really could use him this weekend. That's a huge matchup against one of his arch nemesis receivers, Bucs receiver Mike Evans, who has 1 ejection and 2 one-game suspensions over the years, being frustrated against Marshawn Lattimore when he played in New Orleans. Commanders, by the way, a 3-point underdog. More NFL moves today. Titans fire GM Rand Carthen after 3-4 season that got them the top pick. Byron Leftwich also interviewing for the head coaching job today in New England. College hoops tonight. Hoyas at 7th-ranked Marquette, 7:45 here in the Fan. Wizards home against Houston, 7 p.m. Team 980. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
As promised, caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats for choosing you at the first pick in the draft. And you are winning 2 tickets to see the Capitals take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. This is the arch rival, Pittsburgh Penguins in town for a clash. You're going to be there in the good seats. For the complete cap schedule, to purchase tickets, go to thefandc.com. Caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're a winner.
Talking about some playoff football here in Washington as they continue to build a foundation of success on and off the field this season. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We're live all over DC on 106.7 The Fan. Of course, you can take us with you wherever you go on the Odyssey app. Pause and rewind the show. You can watch us in high definition every single day on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube chat. But right now, we want to learn more about Washington's playoff opponent. They are 3-point underdogs. Headed to Tampa Bay. Let's check in on the Bucs. Several years ago, I would provide some analysis on the then Redskins on Fox 5 with my guy Scott Smith here in D.C., who is now a handsome television gentleman in Tampa Bay. Some things never change. The handsomeness still a thing. The market with which he stares at you with those eyes, those light green, whatever they are, eyes, that part has not changed. Hello, Scott. It's been too long. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, the brown, Grant.
Brown eyes.
Appreciate that, though. Yeah.
I remember that song. Brown-eyed reporter.
Brown-eyed Scott.
Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la.
Yeah, that was about me, boys.
Karaoke song.
Yeah, excited the playoff football is back, man.
Very, very cool. Week 1, when Washington went to Raymond James Stadium and got their teeth kicked in, and it looked like Ron Rivera was still coaching the team. I did not have this matchup in the office pool, Scotty.
Nor did I. Yeah, I think that even for Bucs fans, this was the second O coordinator that they had gone through in as many years. And so trying to figure out exactly what that offense would look like, a couple new pieces. Baker got paid. Is there going to be a step back? But, I think that from the Bucs standpoint, I feel like they kind of won the lottery there with Liam Cohen as offensive coordinator and what he's brought to this team. And, what we saw out of Washington week 1, I think even then you saw a glimpse of the greatness that was Jaden Daniels. Just so much, cool, calm, under pressure, even as a rookie, taking his first couple snaps in Tampa. But I'm impressed, man. You guys have put together a good squad out there, and I think he got the longest winning streak going into the playoffs here. So the Bucs are on notice. I don't think there was any easy draw in the NFC. I think there's a lot of really good teams that could go long. But yeah, Washington's one of those teams that, they're going to be a different squad than what we saw week one.
Scott, I want to delve into what you mentioned with Liam Cohen. To me, there's one game on this 17-game ledger, week 3 against Detroit, or Denver rather, where you go, yeah, that wasn't a very good offensive game. Other than that, this group has been a buzzsaw. They are awesome, especially once you let Bucky Irving take over. I thought a number of things were going to be the thing that stopped him, right? Okay, no Chris Godwin, or Mike Evans is banged up. Baker Mayfield's going to do what Baker Mayfield's done for 7 previous seasons. None of that happened. This offense is awesome.
A lot of that starts with the guys that they drafted in the trenches. I mean, the 4 of the 5 starting offensive linemen for the Bucs are draft picks from Jason Light, and I mean, you have Tristan Wirfs. He will be a perennial All-Pro, but a lot of young guys that are just they're just big space eaters, and they're talented and they're young and they're going into their own. So it starts up there with guys that can protect, but I think they also hit the lottery when they drafted Bucky Irving, and some of us saw him in college and what he did at Oregon. But once they started really implementing him as the number 1 running back in this offense, I think you just saw it take off, and it takes a lot of pressure off Baker Mayfield. Now he still does Baker things, and he'll throw picks into double coverage and make some foolish decisions. But he's really, I mean, even his run game has been one of the dynamic pieces to this Bucs offense, just bailing. I think he ran for almost 80 yards last week, but he's got almost 400 on the season, which is a career high for passing yards as well. But yeah, they just found the right mix, and I think it all starts with the run. It starts with the guys up front able to open up lanes and get the ball as many times to Bucky Irving as possible.
Tristan Wirfs, obviously, you mentioned the greatest lineman that they have. First-round pick, as was Graham Barton out of Duke. The center was one of the better young players at his position in the league. And then they drafted second-rounders at right guard and right tackle in 23 and 22, respectively. And it's a homegrown line that's played very well, to Scott's point. I want to dig a little deeper on Bucky Irving, the 1,100-yard back. You mentioned they finally kind of went to him in season. They rode him down the stretch, though, and he ran for over 100 yards in half of their final 6 games. Like, what makes him so good, and when did you realize this guy wasn't just a nice piece, but maybe a bell cow that could really change their offense?
Well, I watched him a lot in college. I'm an Oregon fan, and so I saw a lot of what he did in college. And there's shades of, and I hate to use it, but it's like there are shades of Barry Sanders. Just his ability to see the field and cut on a dime is special. It's elite. But I think what he was able to do is hit the hole a lot harder and quicker than Rachaad White did. So he doesn't spend much time dancing around in the backfield. He hits the hole, and then he will always make 1 or 2 tacklers miss almost every play, even if it's like a 2-yard gain. And so he just has the ability. He's just elusive. He's tougher than you think. He's not a big guy, but a lot of that popped early. And the Bucs had kind of made peace with Rachaad White was our number 1 back. We're going to go to him. We're going to start with him. And last year he kind of had this resurgence as a pass catcher out of the backfield. And so I think Todd Bowles and the staff felt like obliged to see how long they could make that work. But it was just growing more and more the case that you could not keep Bucky Irving off the field. His yards per carry were way better than Rachaad White. I mean, his first game as a Buccaneer, I think it might have been in that Washington game week 1. The crowd is already chanting at Raymond James Stadium, Bucky. I mean, they just loved him because everybody saw it. I mean, it didn't take some great insight to see what is plain to everybody is that this guy's special. He has a lot of make you miss, and he can pop some big runs. And that's what this team has lacked for so long. He's the first 1,000-yard back since 2015, one muscle hamster Doug Martin back in the day.
Wow, that's a good nugget. Scott Smith is with us, helping us scout the Bucs ahead of Sunday night's playoff matchup in Tampa, joining us on Grant and Danny. The other rookie who really broke out as the year went on for them was the wide receiver, 23-year-old Jalen McMillan out of Washington. His last month, he was on a 80-catch, 1,000-yard pace, and he caught a touchdown in every one of those games. What have you seen from him?
He popped early in camp, and so he came out of camp. It's like, okay, he's earned the number 3 receiver role. But then he kind of got out of the gate slow when the regular season started. And it really was when Chris Godwin went down. So Godwin went down, I think I'm going to say right around week 7. It was the Baltimore game. And that gave an opportunity to McMillan to kind of step up and make up for some of those catches. And to the credit of Jason Light, the GM for the Bucs at the time, a lot of people were saying, myself included, you need to go out and get a receiver. I mean, you're lean at that position. You need to get some help if you're going to be without Godwin for the rest of the year. And he said, no, I think we have the talent here in-house. And they did. And McMillan stepped up and kind of played above his years. And he's been huge. I think he goes into the playoffs on a 5-game catch streak, a touchdown catch streak. So he's thriving, man. And he's going to be special. I think everybody in the locker room also says, this guy is special. And he's going to be good for years to come, long after Mike Evans is gone and no longer the workhorse receiver here. He's going to have an opportunity to be one of those guys to step into a number one role. So, yeah, he's been special. He's got speed. He has great hands, and he's kind of learned on the go as a rookie. A couple early drops, and things have been smooth sailing since.
Scott, I want to ask you about Baker Mayfield more in depth here. My grandmother, may she rest in peace, was from Bessemer, Alabama. And she used to say, and I didn't realize how condescending this was, that sort of Southern style. She would say stuff like, oh, bless her heart, which meant that's an idiot, right? Or she would say, that is so good for you, meaning that's the best you can do. I thought of that when I saw Baker Mayfield last year with Dave Canales kind of resurrecting. Is that is so good for you, Baker. Well, he's proved me wrong. I mean, he's been even better this year, despite some bad things going on around him. Again, in terms of some of these injuries and having to count on the McMillans of the world to kind of step up and step in. I know the interception totals are a little bit bigger than you'd like, but good God, I'll take that with 4,500 yards, 71.5 completion percentage, 41 touchdowns, and some running ability that I didn't know he had. What a renaissance for a guy in now his 6th or 7th season. Amazing.
And I think the greatest accomplishment for Baker is honestly the shoes that he had to step into afterward, taking over for Tom Brady, a guy that, he can't miss. This team was in payroll hell. Like they had to work some gymnastics to free some money. They got Baker at a bargain deal that first year. And you step into a situation where this team just a couple of years removed from a Super Bowl win, those are some big shoes. But everybody talked about how Baker has this moxie, this confidence, and sometimes you hear that and it's like, okay, well, is it real? Is it enough to lead a team? And he has proven that over the years. I mean, over the last 2 years, he has kind of jumped into the community. His teammates in the locker room, they just love him. He balls out. He has the mindset of an offensive lineman out there as a quarterback. I think a lot of people, the front office included, would be like, okay, maybe don't run the ball as much. But he's just got that gritty mindset. He's going to go out and get it. He's built like a tank anyway. He can take the hit. And so he's just the ultimate competitor. A lot of cliche there, but it is true in Baker. And he's one of those guys that came in and kind of had this rap sheet of what he was supposed to be and look like. And we saw him in college and maybe a year or two that was pretty good in Cleveland. But I think he's stepping into his own. He's got a little bit more consistency, not necessarily with the play calling because the OC's new this year, but it is, a little bit more consistency in terms of the teammates around him. And then there was consistency in the fact that like Liam Cohen actually coached the Rams, though he didn't call plays. They shared that brief stint in LA together. So I just think he's feeling comfortable. I mean, he doesn't feel like he has to prove himself so much anymore as maybe he felt earlier in his career.
Danny alluded to the scrambling ability, 68 rushing yards this past week. He had a 28-yard run on like a 3rd and 14 that was huge in the second half. But he had 3 40-yard rushing performances. Where did that come from this season?
Sheer survival. I mean, honestly, you watch this guy run. There's no plan to do it, but he just has. Okay, so you mentioned Bessemer, Alabama. That's where Jameis Winston was from, and Bucs fans remember him quite well. When he would get into a panic state, he would do the spinning, the whirling dervish type thing, free himself, and then he would throw the ball into the worst possible place. That's what Jameis would do. But Baker has an element of that, but he ends up taking off more times than not and running and picking it up. I mean, he's got like Ben Roethlisberger type elusivity, but he just, he's not going to be Lamar Jackson. He's not going to take off and run it for 100 yards a game, not intentionally at least. But he's grimy, and he just has, I don't know, some backyard football like DNA in him where he's just going to make something happen. And thank God, because for this team, he has bailed them out so many times, usually on 3rd and longs. He did it on a 4th and 8, I believe, this last week against New Orleans. But that's one of the elements of his game that is just kind of unintentional, but he's gritty enough to take advantage of it.
Scott, tell me about this defense here for Tampa. Some rough moments at points in the year when they were facing some good opponents, but overall, I think pretty solid. And, Todd Bowles wakes up in the morning and thinks of new blitzes. Every day is a new blitz. What can you tell us about this group overall and how they're looking into this weekend?
I mean, they're beaten up, and that's part of the issue with this team is that they're still without Antoine Winfield Jr. Not sure if he's going to return this week. He's been out for about a month or so with a knee. Jamel Dean, their cornerback, out with a knee injury. So they're hoping that they get those two guys back. Jordan Whitehead, their starting safety, was involved in a pretty serious car accident last week just prior to the game. I believe it happened on Saturday. So he's not, we don't expect him to be playing. So they're beaten up, and that's kind of been the story all year long, but they've overcome it. So they've gotten some young guys to get some key playing time, but they still have big playmakers. Any defense that includes 360 plus pounds of Vita Vea is going to be a decent defense. So he's a one-man wrecking crew in and of himself. They struggle on the edge rush a little bit. They need to be able to kind of organically do that without drawing up a blitz to get some pressure off the edge. That's been a bit of a struggle for them this year. But I'll leave you with one little stat. Last 5 games, this defense has allowed 89 points on them. But in those last 5 games, 80 of those points were scored in the first half. So 9 points allowed the second half of the last 5 games, this Bucs defense. So there's something about it. I'm not sure if it is a halftime pep talk speech, if there's some type of adjustment that's made, or this team just decides that they want to turn it on. But in the second half, they're a much better team defensively.
How about that? I was looking at the forecast, Scott, and I'm headed down there. It looks like it's going to be beautiful. I know Saturday it might rain. Before we knew which day the game was going to be, I was kind of hoping for Sunday. But come Sunday night, 60s and no rain, right?
It's beautiful. I understand you guys getting some snow up there, right?
Yeah, we're shoveling out of several inches of snow today. So
okay. Oh, okay. Condolences.
Remember snow?
It's nice. It's vaguely. You know what? We'll take this. I'm going to bask in this because there's a good 4 or 5 months of the year where I can't go outside here in Florida. So right now it's 54. I'm on my way into work. It's not too shabby. I'll take the sunshine and the cool breeze. And so, yeah, we're looking forward to it. We get to capitalize about 3 weeks of the year with weather just like this.
What's your prediction for the game? How do you think it goes?
Tough one, man. I feel like I need to go back and watch some more Washington throughout the course of the season. I obviously watched them early and they kind of took off. And then I saw the Atlanta game. It's hard for me to pick against this Bucs team. I've done it a handful of times this year, and they seem to win those games that I just don't expect them to win at. They're gritty. By and large, the team has playoff experience across the board. They have the longest streak in the NFC in terms of consecutive playoff appearances. So my pick is a slight edge. I got the Bucs probably right around where that point line is. I think it's 3.5 points. I think the Bucs win by a field goal.
Thank you, Brown Eyed Scott. Really appreciate it, buddy.
Brown Eyed Scott. You got it, buddy. Thanks, fellas.
I'll see you at the game. There's Scott Smith, Fox 13 in Tampa, joining us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Going back to Baker Mayfield. It's not quite Sam Darnold level of storyline, but it's close, man. People forget. Cleveland runs him out so they can go get the hot chick, which turned out to not be that, in Deshaun Watson. But they were done with Baker Mayfield, right? Had a decent thing going with Baker Mayfield. They said, no, we want to do better. And so they leave Baker Mayfield for Deshaun Watson. He's out of luck. He goes to Carolina. Him and Darnold, speaking of Darnold, are competing.
That's right.
In Carolina, which is hilarious to think about. Then he plays for the Rams. And if you remember, the Rams brought him in on like a Wednesday or something. And he started on Thursday Night Football the next day.
That's
Do you
right.
remember that?
Yes. Incredible.
Finally lands on his feet in Tampa, gets a start to be a number 1 last year. Had a very strong season.
It was very reminiscent of Geno Smith, right? Where a couple different landing spots that had really gone well. Seems like he found his rabbi in Dave Canales, right? Match made in heaven. It's not maybe their first choice, but it ended up working out really, really well. And you went, okay, that's a nice story, but come on.
And Canales got a lot of the credit for kind of whispering into Baker's ear and making it all work. 4,000 yards, 28 touchdowns, 10 picks. Then he leaves after Baker goes to the Pro Bowl and is the comeback player of the year, 3rd runner-up. And Baker gets better this year in a lot of ways. 41 touchdowns, 4,500 yards, to the point where now he's just the top half of the league starting quarterback. Now, again, he did lead the league in interceptions, and that's always going to happen. I mean, he had a 21-pick season in Cleveland. It's just part of the DNA. He's a gunslinger. He's going to make those mistakes. He was number 1 in the NFL in turnover-worthy throws and plays via PFF. You're just not going to coach that out of his game. It's like strikeouts in baseball. I will tolerate 15, 16 picks if you're throwing 40 touchdown passes.
That's it. And I think his receivers love him. Hey, just kind of the way he goes about it is always chip on his shoulder, tough, trash talking opponents, getting in everybody's face, kind of the little Mighty Mouse sort of persona. But it's very Rex Grossman-esque. He's going to give Mike Evans a chance. If I'm Mike Evans, and even if I'm covered, I'm open because I'm one of the jump ball kings of the modern era, I'll take that. If you're throwing pick sixes, if you're, lack of production behind the line, throwing horizontally, throwing 16 interceptions, that's bad. If you're going YOLO down the field as an arm punt to give your guy a chance, guys love that. And your point is right. 4,500 yards, add another 400 rushing yards, damn near a 5,000 total yard season, 41 touchdowns. I'll take a teenage picks with that.
Commanders, Bucks, our eyes are on that one. We're locked in. Is it one of the best playoff games of the slate, though? There are 6 games being played from Saturday to Monday in the NFL postseason. We'll rank our top 3 of the 6 next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my friends, my realtors. That's Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, the Power Home team of Keller Williams. They've got proven proprietary systems, and it's going to guarantee that home owners sell their home fast and for more money. I want to share a review from a family they got to help serve. Christian wrote, Reynolds, the Power Home team demonstrated an impressive level of knowledge and professionalism that truly set them apart in the real estate market. They took the time to understand my goals and tailored their approach accordingly. Their expertise in pricing strategy was evident as they provided a comprehensive market analysis that positioned my home perfectly for a quick sale. What impressed me the most was their strategic approach to marketing my home. They utilized high-quality photos that showcased the best features of the property. Thanks to their efforts, we had multiple showings, which resulted in an offer significantly above our asking price. That's Christian's experience. Rubber stamp, that's old Randy Duyer's experience too. That's right. They sold my place and it sounded just like that because they're pros and they're great at this. They're going to sell your home for more money than the average agent. Give them a call, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening as Washington gets set for its first playoff appearance since Ron's first season 2020, looking for their first playoff win in 19 seasons. The Commanders will be in Tampa. Guys are just talking about it. It's going to be a soft landing spot, nice Florida weather, 63 degrees there Sunday afternoon, mid-50s by kickoff. Sunday night, 8 p.m. in Tampa. Commanders a 3-point underdog. Other NFL news, Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni
this game at home fast. So I think this is going to be tight. I actually like Green Bay to play them neck and neck, this game to come down to the wire. I would not be surprised if the Packers won, although it does sound like the sexy prediction right now is that the Eagles roll. But Love was playing great football going into the final 2 weeks of the season, hadn't turned the ball over in almost 2 months at one point. So give me Packers-Eagles as my number 2 game. I'll stay in the NFC.
I thought about including that as my number 3. That was my also receiving votes. Probably my 3A is that game. My number 1.
I know it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Week 1. I think it was one of the first games.
Yeah,
of
in
the
Brazil.
year.
It was the first game.
Is that like Friday Night Football?
Mhm.
Like right after the Thursday opener?
That's right.
So game 2 of 272. Packers-Eagles was a classic. Now, maybe that means nothing now. That game was awesome, actually, between those two teams.
Yeah, 2 good squads. My number 1 is a little bit sneaky, a little bit hipster. Give me 2 young superstar quarterbacks going at it. L.A. and Houston. Houston, a bit of a quote-unquote disappointment this year, despite being a division winner. And you got L.A. with the Harbaugh, the whirling dervish of khaki pants and weird sayings about attacking days. And I love Justin Herbert so much. I like both of these teams, to me, are entertaining and interesting and intriguing. If Houston wins a playoff game, it kind of erases the stank that's over them a little bit this year from underachieving a little tiny bit. And if LA wins, it's another feather in Jim Harbaugh's cap. I am fascinated by this matchup. The opening salvo of the weekend is for me.
So it's not very often that I'm shocked by something that you say, because we've done this now. We said yesterday was our 11th anniversary as a show together. We're kicking off. I guess that would make this our 12th.
We're in our 12th year
of shows.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that's your number 1 game. That's my number 6 game. I think it's most people's number 6 game.
Number 1.
The Texans are probably the worst team that made the playoffs, just based on how they've played. If it's not them, it's the Steelers. The Chargers are a grind to watch. I mean, I love Justin Herbert as much as the next guy.
You like J.K. Dobbins? He's getting the ball.
It is Michigan against Northwestern, man. Like, that's how they want to play football. It's Herbert might throw the ball 23 times, although I will say they opened things up a little bit the last few weeks. He started to put up some numbers through the air. But Chargers, Texans, there's a reason it got the 4:30 slate on Saturday.
Yeah, it's wrong. They're not well thought of. It's I know LA is a huge market, but that's the second LA
you don't care
team.
that the Texans have just stunk pretty much.
I mean, it's a division winning. What are they, 9 and 10 wins? I mean, it's not like
Terrible division,
right? Sure, but they won those games, and that's why the Colts are bad and everybody's rebuilding. I mean, a lot of divisions are terrible. Buffalo's division is terrible. But we're still intrigued by them. That's fascinating to me because they had all the expectations in the world. They've fallen short, and yet they don't make you nervous at all. Like if you had Houston in the first round with C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins and company, it's to me, I'm very interested in that game way more than the recycled, boring Ravens Steelers for the trillionth time. I hate the Eagles. I'm enough of the Eagles and people talking about Green Bay. This is kind of the new kid on the block. 2 superstar quarterbacks. I'm in.
The last 6 games for the Texans, they have beaten the Titans fairly close, destroyed by the Ravens on Christmas Day, lost to the Chiefs, beat the Dolphins in a 1-possession game, beat the Jaguars with a late field goal, and lost to the Titans. I mean, it's just no style points here.
None.
At all for them. But hey, your list, not mine. Number 1, it was hard for me to leave Steelers-Ravens off because while that game is kind of ugly like Chargers-Texans on paper, the rivalry is so fun. The physical nature of that game is a blast. But you know where I'm going. You've got it on your list. Vikings-Rams. I am enamored with the McVay decision and whether it backfires on him. I think the Vikings are a blast to watch. My favorite player in the league outside of DC is
Justin Jefferson.
Jets. Jefferson, Addison, Hawkinson. Fun passing game. Is Darnold going to step up? Everyone all year long said, you can't trust this guy in a big game. They finally were playing for the division, and Darnold came up the smallest he probably has at any point this season. But he can make amends this week. He goes to L.A., SoFi Stadium, indoors on carpet, puts on a show, gets them to the second round of the playoffs. He's going to get paid $40+ million or get tagged. There's a lot of storylines I really, really like about that game. How about this question as we dive into round 1 of the playoffs on Grant and Danny? What player has the most pressure on them to play a great game this weekend? For me, it's got to be Lamar Jackson. And I don't even think this is fair. I just think in a narrative world, the book now is Lamar, who might win a 3rd MVP award, in the playoffs has come up small. And mostly that's been true. They've also at times not won games where they could have or should have based on him playing well enough. But like last year against the Chiefs, They're at home, AFC Championship game. It's there for you. And Lamar just didn't make enough plays and then did the weird thing where he refused to leave the pocket and wanted to prove to everyone he could win as Tom Brady with cinder blocks for feet. I just worry for him if they somehow get upset by a very pedestrian
not that good Pittsburgh
Steelers team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are people going to be saying about the Ravens? Because it's just the same thing most years. Again, not fair, but tell me I'm wrong, that he wouldn't be crushed.
No, that'll be the story.
And because of that, I think there's pressure for him to go on a run here, at least to get to the AFC Championship game.
That's certainly a good one, right? Because of the storylines. Now, whether that's, as you said, whether it's fair or not, whether that really affects him, who knows?
Yeah,
but
I don't even think it's a legitimate gripe. I just know it's almost
you know how
like
the world works.
The public opinion guilt is as bad as the actual cause.
Sure. Like and I would vote for him for MVP, by the way, whether he wins it or not, they give it to someone else because they're tired of giving it to him. Who knows? But you're right. That'll end up being a story. To me, it's Darnold. And he wasn't the plan in Minnesota. JJ McCarthy was. And here he is now with the chance to be thought of as a star quarterback, right? Like, go get your 50, 60, $100 million deal from somebody. You can go take over in someplace that gets a consolation prize that can't get, top 3 or 4 draft pick that they want. You have the chance to be something in your career, right? Other than the journeyman jag that just stumbled into Kevin O'Connell's lap and, be a 1-year wonder as they go to the rookie or the young guy in your wake. But you play well against a vulnerable team on the road, put last week behind you, or it's a collapse and everyone's going, yeah, see, told you.
6 games, 3 days. We're almost to the weekend on this Tuesday, looking ahead to Saturday at 4:30, the kickoff of the 2025 postseason bracket here. Chargers, Texans to get it going. Danny's number 1 game of the weekend. I'm still amazed by that. I love that. G&D on the Fan. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We're 20 minutes away from another chance for you to win Capitals tickets on Grant and Danny. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:30 tonight. You've got another chance to win Caps tickets in 13 minutes at the top of the hour. But before our double play, let's get you some breaking news. Black Monday is not the only day you can fire coaches. Antonio Pierce has been fired by the Las Vegas Raiders. Adam Schefter had the scoop just a couple of minutes ago. The Raiders have now gone from John Gruden resigning in 2021 amid controversy to Josh McDaniels, fired in 2023, to firing Antonio Pierce, who took over as their interim coach midway through last year when they fired Josh McDaniels, to Antonio Pierce being blown out in 2025. The Raiders had a 10-game losing streak during Pierce's only season as the full-time head coach this year. They finished the season a really disappointing 4-13. They've got quarterback problems and a lot of uncertainty moving forward. So Antonio Pierce, the latest coach to be fired, which means there are now 6 head coaching openings in the NFL. Fairly common number.
Yep.
The openings are the Raiders, the Jets, the Jaguars, the Bears, the Saints, and the Patriots. There are also 2 GM openings. The Jets and the Titans are both looking for general managers. Danny, your thoughts on Pierce's dismissal?
Yeah, this is just one of the hallmarks of a dysfunctional organization. Some of the guys that they were listening to as to why he needed to get the job don't play for the team anymore, right? Like Devontae Adams, I believe, was one of the most outspoken players saying, hey, this needs to be the guy. It needs to be the guy. Give it to Antonio Pierce because everybody likes him. They traded Devontae Adams. He's not even – you see what I'm saying? Like, that's why you don't let a player or a couple of players sort of influence your decision there. It's not always about being people's best friends. I like Antonio Pierce. I always have. I have no idea if he can coach or not, honestly. Whether he was not ready yet, whether he'll ever be ready, I have no clue. Not a great situation. They're not tremendously talented. They have a couple really nice pieces. Brock Bowers is unheralded at this point. Well, that's wrong. Let me say it a different way. A superstar that nobody really talks about because they were terrible. They put it that way. They're sort of broken. They don't have a direction. I didn't know what they were doing coming into the season. I don't know what they're doing now. They're kind of rudderless and listless, and this sort of fits the bill.
Yeah, Devontae Adams and Max Crosby kind of led the charge. Crosby was hurt at the end of the year and not much of a factor, as great a player as he is, and he'll continue to be one of the best defensive players in the league. But to your point, Adams is a Jet. It just never works to listen to your players. I thought 2 of the worst searching processes of last offseason were the Raiders and the Patriots. Mm-hmm. The Raiders, who, if memory serves, didn't really interview many people for a while. And it was just kind of Pierce's job to lose. And then eventually it was kind of like, well, this is what Crosby and Adams want. Sounds like some kind of a band. But the Patriots had already essentially named Mayo their coach in waiting and just elevated him and didn't actually do a real process. Both backfired immensely. Pierce, as an interim head coach, to me, and it's hard for me because I love AP because I covered him when he was here as a player. He was really, really good to me when I was a young kid, and I root for his success in the sport. But he kind of showed you what he is. Like, he is a run the dang ball, play defense, hat on a hat cowboy, going off my gut, not off the numbers kind of guy. And you got a lot of that this year. You kind of got what you signed up for. Mm-hmm. So to fire him after a season doesn't make sense to me. Because you hired him, he came, he showed up, he walked through the door.
And now you're surprised.
And then you didn't like it. That doesn't sit too well with me. But I guess I'll say the same thing I said about the Mayo decision yesterday. Did Mayo get screwed? Yeah, probably. Should he get more than a year when there's a lack of talent in the building? Yeah, probably. Are you going to get a much better NFL head coach, in my opinion, by hiring somebody else outside? Yes. And that's probably all that matters. They will upgrade from Mayo in New England substantially if they go get Vrabel or someone else. And by the way, New England, I think, is actually a situation where you could go get Ben Johnson if you wanted to, because he'd want to work with Drake May, or you could get Cliff Kingsbury if you wanted to, somebody like that. The Raiders is not nearly as appetizing a job, in my opinion, though. I mean, that's not a great job. Other than being in Vegas, what's the selling point there? You're in a division with Kansas City, Denver that looks like it's going to be good for a while, the Chargers that look like they're going to be good for a while, a loaded division with 3 10-win teams. You're playing, you're going to an organization and you're playing at a quarterback position now where, I mean, you're going into a weak quarterback draft, putting all your eggs into what, a Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward basket. if one of those guys falls into your lap, you're not picking at the very top of the board. Like, I don't love that job.
No, it's not a good job at all. And there's a reason there's a carousel there. Nothing has worked. The constants are still sort of kicking around. They still got their offices. Their key cards still work, right? It's still Mark Davis Enterprise, and that's broken until further notice. So no, that is not a good gig. The other ones are desirable. You mentioned New England because they happen to have hit on Drake May. And, a different opening might be, you look at Chicago, there's still some pretty good bones there with Caleb Williams. Despite a pretty disastrous first year, there's still enough where you go, well, look at this. Despite 80% of his plays, he's improvising, still ended up with, 20 touchdowns and only a handful of picks, and there's a million sacks taken. But somebody, an adult in charge there, could actually have them marching in the right direction with a lot of picks and talent and some cap space, et cetera. So those are more promising. This, to me, this one, New Orleans, great cities, great places to hang out and visit, great places to get drunk a lot and, spend all your money for a weekend, but great coaching situations, not so much.
All right, it's time for our double play. We do it every day at this time. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Danny Rouillet Netflix show review time. Squid Game season 2 is in the books. They set up for a season 3. So at the risk of the teeny tiny amount of spoiler that's possible here, if you haven't seen season 1, it's the most watched show in the world. That's not hyperbolic. They've has been more views of Netflix's Squid Game, just kind of Little Engine That Could, a show from Korea, worldwide than anything else. It's been pretty incredible, this phenomenon that's taken over the whole world. And also, let us not forget, gave us the idea for Ryan Explains It All. He had seen Squid Game. We were trying to explain what it was like to Grant, and he said, and I quote, I think I've got this quote right, there's this guy, he's not doing so well, and they're all in it with him. That was the explanation that gave us Ryan Explains It All. So from there on, we had Ryan explain all sorts of stuff. Season 2 picks up almost immediately after season 1 ends. The winner of season 1, quote unquote, is there, gets back into the Squid Game with all sorts of plans that are quickly dashed. And we go from there. Very creative, very well done. The show has that same level of tension, that same level of sort of social commentary about our own greed and about our own worst nature, and the folks that are pulling the strings, taking advantage of us, etc. Really entertaining, really well done. Not a great show to watch with somebody that's squeamish. There's going to be some gore, some Al, or even your running back called Frank. You might see some of that, but it is really, really well done. It is an 8 out of 10 carbohydrate season 2. Season 1 was probably a 9 out of 10 carbs.
I have not watched season 1. I don't know that it's for me, so I'm probably going to check out respectfully.
Mm-hmm.
But I am looking for something to watch. If you guys want to send me suggestions at Grant H. Paulson.
So what was it about season 1 that didn't do it for you? Is it too many episodes?
I didn't get into it.
You never did?
I'd never tried it. It just, the trailer is not I don't watch it and go, this is a show that I want to see. I think it's the title. I'm imagining there's like squid everywhere.
There's no squid. So this is like the Cheesecake Factory problem where you thought they just turned out cheesecake.
Are they underwater for some reason?
No, there's no underwater. I mean, there is water involved in the show. Like people have to drink water and there's like bodies of water. It's basically an escalated reality show. That's not, it's like not the way you think of a reality show where it's like, this person might get married to the person they've never met before. This is like a TV show drama about a reality show where the stakes are higher than you could possibly imagine. You don't do well, you die. And people still kind of vote to keep going with it. It's a brilliant.
Like Hunger Games-y kind of
It's
thing?
very much like that. It's really well done. I would give it a view just to see how you feel.
Give it a look-see.
Just put your big toe in. And if you don't like it, you don't have to go swimming.
That there is your double play. We're blitzing next. We got Caps tickets to give away as soon as we return on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight, trusted insiders, itcadre.com. So you heard about the latest NFL move. Vegas Raiders fired head coach Antonio Pierce, former Washington linebacker, after just one full season. Went 4-13 this year after being interim coach late in 2023. So there are 6 head coaching vacancies now in the NFL. One of those is in New York. Rex Ryan interviewed for the Jets head coaching job today. They have talked to Ron Rivera and Rex Ryan for that job. Good luck with that. Washington getting set for playoff football this weekend, wild card weekend, with the Commanders in Tampa on Sunday night. Washington a 3-point underdog for that one, 8 p.m. in Tampa on Sunday. Now, one of the big keys is going to be, will Marshawn Lattimore play? Dan Quinn said Monday that he seems to be on track to play. That's big because he has frustrated Tampa wide receiver Mike Evans in the past, who has 71 catches for 1,083 yards, 5 TDs in 21 career games against Lattimore when he was in New Orleans. That's 3.5 catches, 51 yards per game, basically, for him. College hoops tonight. Hoyas at number 7 Marquette, so a big one on the road for Georgetown. 7:45 for Hoyas basketball on the Fan. Wizards are home against the Houston Rockets tonight, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on the Fan.
We're Grant and Danny getting you ready for a Beltway Blitz. Caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're going to win a pair of tickets to see the Capitals and the Penguins on Saturday, January 18th. Pittsburgh's in town. The complete cap schedule is available. You can purchase tickets at thefandc.com. Has all the details. But congrats to the winner. We'll be giving away a pair of tickets to the Caps and the Pens right here on Grant and Danny at 4 o'clock all week long.
Talking about the local football team, they continue to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. So the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad, can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
The news of the day, if you just missed it about 15 minutes ago, Antonio Pierce has been fired by the Las Vegas Raiders after one season. So Gerard Mayo of the Patriots, 4-13, fired, and Antonio Pierce, 4-13 of the Raiders, fired. Checking in on how the coaches that were hired last year fared, Brian Callahan kept his job. The GM paid the price for 3-14 with the Titans. Rand Carthen's been ousted. Dave Canales in Carolina, interestingly at 5-12, I think is seen very positively right now and probably should be. Bryce Young got a lot better as the year went on. That offense improved immensely. I think Canales has the arrow trending up in Carolina, as bad as they were going into this season. Jim Harbaugh, 11-6. His team's getting ready for a Saturday afternoon playoff game. Mike McDonald's team went 10-7, narrowly missed the playoffs by a game. Raheem Morris, 8-9. The Falcons missed the playoffs, collapsed at the end of the year. And I kind of blame Raheem a little bit. His handling of the game here in Washington was a disaster and may have cost them a playoff shot.
There's no way around that. Again, I think that guy is really, really smart,
I
really
like
sharp,
Ra.
really good at a lot of the stuff. That part, if there was a class you could take, he should take it. Like the game management part was frankly embarrassing.
Dan Quinn, 12-5, the most wins of any of these coaches in year one, a playoff game he's getting ready for on Sunday. Hard not to think about the fact that the two guys who had the two best quarterbacks this year, Harbaugh with Herbert and Quinn with Daniels, had the most success. And the coaches that had bad quarterback situations, like Antonio Pierce, had the least success, and now he is fired. But more on the coaching cycle with 6 openings now as we continue today on G&D. But let's get to your Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the Commanders and the NFL, but we start on the hardwood. Varun Shatkar joins us now from the Washington Post to do just that. Why don't we begin with one of the pieces you wrote recently about how the Wizards are running an offense that reminds you a little bit of the Jazz? What's the idea there?
Yeah, not the Jazz as the team, just to be clear, just the music. The idea being last year under Wes Unseld, they ran a very rigid offensive scheme. You know, they would come down the court. They would usually do it sometimes pretty slowly, and then Unseld would call a play and they'd execute it. This year, it's much less rigid and it's much more flexible. It's they have structures, they have frameworks, but it's so much more a read and react system, and you see it in the way that they play. Right? There's cutters going here and there. There's, Alex Jonas Valanciunas holding the ball at the high post. There's pick and rolls. There's, plays that can be made out of the short roll. There's so many different things that these guys are able to do. And, both these styles are perfectly valid ways to play in the modern NBA. But the advantage of what the Wizards are doing now is that it's forcing these young players to make so many decisions time after time after time. And they're just getting more and more reps. And they're already starting to show some signs of growth, some of them more than others, but you're starting to see the effect of those reps and those in-game reps show up on the court.
Varun, I like Alex Sarr. I don't know ultimately what he is in 2, 3, 4, 5 seasons. I just know that we've talked about this before. I'm just so intrigued by this 7-footer leading the break at times, or, blocking a shot and then, taking a guy one-on-one and coming up with a nice creative look at the basket. Whether it goes in or not, he's not a consistent shooter or scorer just yet. But I just keep saying the same thing over and over. I'm just so intrigued by this guy.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to. Right? I mean, first off, the defensive things that he does are really, really impressive. You're already starting to see defenses or opposing players shy away from taking shots at the rim because he's there. And it really does seem like he's built a reputation for himself as a rim protector. There's areas for him to improve. I think a lot of it is just timing and honestly size that he's going to gain and weight that he's going to gain over his NBA career. But you see him get a rebound and run the break, and this is something the Wizards have empowered him to do. This is something he was empowered to do when he played in Australia. He looks fantastic. He's making quick decisions. He's finishing through traffic. I mean, he's finding cutters. I mean, his playmaking might be the most impressive part of his game, and that's including his rim protection. And that's really impressive for a guy who's 7 foot whatever.
You wrote recently about the Wiz getting a big win via their defense. 2 of their last 3 games here, they've held opponents to 110 or less, which I know doesn't sound like a big deal, but if you watch the NBA in 2025,
it is.
And specifically if you watch the Wizards this year, they're trending in the right direction in that way.
Yeah, they're up and down. It's for them, it's always going to be a battle about consistency. They really do they have spurts of really strong defense often. It coincides with when more of the veterans are on the court, but you see a more consistent energy with them over the last few games. And, it's the kind of thing where it's not all the way there, but it is getting closer.
We're past the new year now, which is crazy to say, but here we are. We're sneaking pretty close to the trade deadline. What's the latest here on some potential Wizards trade candidates?
Yeah, it's tough to really tell what they want to do. Something that I always find interesting is how they handled the Tyus Jones situation last year. Guy on an expiring deal, they don't deal him at the deadline, and then they don't re-sign him. And I think a lot of that is emblematic of what they view as value. I mean, we think of value so often as young players, draft compensation, that kind of thing. But, I mean, they're also viewing Malcolm Brogdon has been a really positive influence on these rookies and Bilal Coulibaly, both in terms of veteran leadership stuff inside the locker room. That's part of it. But also just when he's on the court, he tells everyone where to be. He's a calming influence. The same goes for Jonas Valanciunas. I mean, I think he's someone who's been really helpful for Alex Sarr in practice just because Valanciunas is 265 pounds and you got to go against that. And I think that builds some level of, toughness for Sarr. And, those kinds of things are intangible, and you got to weigh whether losing that is worth the second-round pick or, highly protected first-round pick you might fetch.
Varun, thank you, buddy. We appreciate the insight on the Wiz.
Of course. Have a good one.
See you,
Be
man.
good. Let's talk football. 6 playoff games start Saturday afternoon, go through Monday night. Our buddy Nate Davis of USA Today Sports will help us get ready for those games now. Why don't we begin with the first of those contests? Who's the worst of the playoff teams, the Texans or the Steelers, in your opinion?
The worst? I've got the Broncos as kind of the lowest rated in terms of I think their ability to win the Super Bowl, but I think I've got Broncos last, then Pittsburgh after that, and then the Texans, who at least they get the home game. So I guess that's the one advantage I see for Houston. But all three of those teams seem like they're one and done to me, Grant.
Nate, want to jump to Philadelphia here. It always seems like there's something swirling around there, and they've survived in the chaos. They're the 2 seed. They're really, really good. They're a legit Super Bowl contender. It always seems like there's something, though. How confident are you that they're going to represent the NFC or at least get to the title game?
I'm pretty confident. I mean, it'd be nice if they would offer a little bit of resolution on Jalen Hurts' health, but I mean, it seems like he's probably going to be okay. That they're maybe dragging their feet a bit on being transparent about that. But in some ways, this reminds me a lot of the team 2 years ago that came up just short in Super Bowl 57 when Jalen Hurts had I think it was a hamstring issue, or shoulder, at the end of the season. It kind of seemed like that might derail them. But I mean, he came out of the gates, shooting in the playoffs, and then they went on quite a roll to get the Super Bowl. Barely lost, and they still got a lot of the same players, with the notable exceptions of basically subbing out Saquon Barkley or Jason Kelsey for Saquon Barkley. So I think everything's in place there for them to make a deep run if the health is good, and none of the antics that occur up there sometimes get in the way. But I certainly would have helped them to have that top seed and not be facing the prospect of going to Detroit if the chalk holds.
Who is most on upset watch, in your opinion, of the heavier favorites? Would you say the Bills against the Broncos? I guess we already know you don't think Denver has much of a chance there. The Ravens, heavy favorites over the Steelers, or maybe even the Rams and the Vikings in that matchup where Sean McVay's team's at home, and he chose the 5 seed Vikings over playing Washington to keep his guys healthy.
So the Vikings are favored, right?
Yeah,
they are. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess with those choices, I would say that, to me, the Vikings are maybe the most vulnerable team. We saw them. They're coming off a bad game, big letdown, making a long trip. They've already lost to the Rams in LA once this year. And certainly, do you give Sean McVay or Kevin O'Connell the edge, given, O'Connell was McVay's offensive coordinator for a couple of years. So it's not like, they don't have a certain idea of what the other's doing. We'll see who breaks their tendencies better. That game to me is really a bit of a toss up. So I guess if we're gonna say upset alert, I would say it's the Vikings. I will say if I was a betting man, and I'm not, that 10-point number with the Ravens would concern me. But I think that they're definitely the better team. But that's a lot for a divisional matchup of two teams that generally play pretty close.
Flip side here, Nate. Who's the team playing this weekend? Not one of the higher seeds that you could see maybe winning a couple of games.
I think Tampa Bay could go on a run. Commanders fans probably don't want to hear that. But I mean, I think it's quite obvious that if you take Jaden Daniels out of that game, or at least limit him, I'm not sure there's a whole lot that the Commanders have to fall back on that's going to get them through that game. And the Bucs have just been on fire. I mean, if you look at the numbers, kind of over the last third of the season, in terms of points scored, yards, point differential, all that stuff, they've really been playing great football. They beat the Lions this year. They almost beat the Lions in the playoffs last year. There's a lot of guys in this team from the Super Bowl club 4 years ago. I think that they could quietly be a team that it would surprise me if they make a little bit of a dark horse run to like the NFC title game or something.
Nate, good info as always. We'll be reading your work over at USA Today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Happy New Year.
See you as well, man. Have a strong start to 2025. All right, let's localize the convo. Let's get into the Commanders and the Bucs Sunday Night Football, 8 East time kick at Raymond James Stadium. Kevin Sheehan is with us. You know him from his work on the aptly named Kevin Sheehan Show. Kevin, how do you feel about the matchup?
We haven't talked about this, I don't think. I think they've got a shot, but I feel like the ways they win are limited. And the primary way they win is with offense. They outscore Tampa, and Jaden does what he's done, 85% of the time this year, straps the team to his back, and they go out and they score on 6 of 10 drives, and they score 30 points, and they win, 30-27. But I feel good about the opportunity to do that. Tampa's stout up front against the run, but they've been really hurt, and they've lost key players, and you can throw the football against them. You can move the football. You can score against them. But I'm not confident about the defense at all going into this one. But offensively, I think he can lead an offense that can go down there and win the game.
Kevin, you mentioned this, or you alluded to it rather, but I want to dive a little deeper. In your estimation, Jaden Daniels has run the ball great. Mariota ran it this past Sunday, but their running backs cannot get going. That regular conventional running game that was so good so often has just not been there over the last month and a half or so. Why do you think that is? What's been going on? What's kind of the diagnosis here?
I don't know. I mean, I think number one, they've been banged up along the offensive line. Number two, they've actually played a couple of kind of good run defensive fronts. The Cowboys actually twice, Philly. Tennessee, in which they had the most success running the ball in recent games, actually was pretty good at stopping the run. But I think that's part of it. Brian Robinson Jr. hasn't been super healthy. I don't know if that's played a factor. It's not going to be – I don't think it's going to look a lot much better on Sunday night because Tampa can stop the run. So the quarterback's going to have to be involved in the run game, but I think the way to attack, Tampa is they've got to go. They got to throw the football, and they got to go quick game. And I think Austin Eckler. I don't know if you guys have talked about this, but I would imagine Eckler is going to be a big part of what they do on Sunday night. So, but yeah, I think we all realize their running backs aren't gaining yards, and that's a problem. And at the same time, I mean, have there been yards to be had? It didn't seem like it on Sunday. It didn't seem like it that much against Atlanta either.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I will say Chris Rodriguez has had a little more success when he's run the ball than B-Rob. So that gives me some thought. I mean, Robinson's averaging 2.8 a pop the last 4 games. But you're right. The injuries up front have obviously been a factor. Eckler in the short passing game is going to be critical. He joins the show, by the way, guys, in about 40 minutes. You'll hear from him at 5 o'clock. Hey, Kevin, what about defensively? Who are a player or two that you think have to have a big game for them to win?
By the way, Grant, real quickly on Rodriguez, he has run it better, but that stretch against Atlanta where he ran it in from the 14-yard line,
4 straight runs.
That was all him.
Yeah.
That wasn't like there were big gaping holes. That was him kind of yards after contact. Defensively, I mean, let's hope Lattimore's back. I think that's crucial. I think they'll have to load the box to stop the run. Bucky Irving's an emerging star. You got a quarterback that's thrown for 4,500 yards and 41 touchdowns, but he will put it up for grabs. So if he does, you've got to, you got to catch him. But I'm concerned defensively overall. I think after 17 games, it's pretty clear. This team is really good offensively and at times elite offensively, but defensively, at their best, they've been average. And really, for much of the year, they've been below average. And they're going to play the best quarterback they faced in a while. I mean, it's been a while, unless you want to count Jalen Hurts. And in Philly, obviously, he got hurt early. And a Hall of Fame receiver and an emerging young, star running back and a good offensive line. I think their best, defense Sunday night is their offense.
Kevin, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
All right, guys. Take care.
That's Kevin Sheehan. That is your Beltway Blitz. We're Grant and Danny, and this is The Fan. Next, let's dive a little bit deeper into the Commanders and look at some of the concerns you may have about the operation going into the playoffs. What area do you want to see them make a leap in going into the postseason? Your biggest issue going into this game is what with Washington? That's next on Grant and Danny. What's up, guys? It's GP for my friends over at CoPair. That is the old EMP 180. They're going to help you lose some weight to kick off the new year. It is a brand new year. That is the best time to make changes to your life. Get a little added motivation, right? You're like me in the fall. You started thinking about this. October, November, you're going, start of the new year, I'll get my act together. Well, it's the start of the new year. It is time. I just wasn't feeling very good. You guys know how this goes. You're playing with your kids. You're getting tired too fast. So I got on the CoPair program. I did it right before Thanksgiving, which is probably the worst time to start trying to lose weight, but it actually worked out great for me because I'm down about 15 pounds despite Thanksgiving and Christmas and the holiday parties and everything that I've been doing. This past couple of weeks over the holidays, I was eating the same foods I would have, and I was just eating less of them with less cravings because I'm on the weight loss injections with the CoPair program. They're also monitoring me. I'm having weekly appointments with a coach. I'm doing the weigh-ins. You can do those without the injections if you want to do it that way. You can craft your own program. Jumpstart January right now. Get into their program. Call 855-888-0180 to get started. That's 855-888-0180 or go to copairhealth.com.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team, Keller Williams Realty. I can see Chris Collinsworth sliding in right now. Playoff opener for the Commanders Sunday Night Football in Tampa against the Bucs. 19 years ago today, 2005 season, January 7th. 2006 was Washington's last playoff win, so it's about time they get off the schneid this weekend. Commanders, on a day it's going to be 63 degrees in Tampa, are a 3-point underdog for Sunday night playoff opener, the wild card game, 8 p.m. in Tampa. NFL moves today. The latest coaching casualty, Las Vegas Raiders fired head coach Antonio Pierce after just one season. 6 coaching vacancies now are available in the NFL. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Keller Williams Realty. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Of course, make sure you've got the Odyssey app downloaded. Pause, rewind the show. Make sure you don't miss anything. We're steamrolling toward the weekend in a Sunday playoff game. The question at hand, what is your biggest concern about the Commanders going into the postseason?
The way this offense has not operated, non-Jaden Daniels division. Again, we saw Marcus Mariota in the second half of that Dallas game.
The entire last game.
I talked about this yesterday, and I know we're sitting here giving our opinions, and that's the gig. We're doing it for a long time. I'm not doing a very good job talking about Sunday because I still don't understand it. I still don't know what to make of it. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel. I don't know how they felt. I don't know what the expectation was. I don't know what the goal was. I know things sort of morphed and changed throughout the game where all of a sudden Cliff Kingsbury's high-fiving him, slapping hands like they just invented fire or something at the very end. I don't know. But the bigger sample here over the last handful of weeks is the running game is broken. I mean, really broken. Hasn't mattered who the opponent is. Good defense, bad defense. Saints are a disgrace. The Falcons are terrible against the run. Dallas is a joke against the run. Shoved it on Washington, talking about the running backs and the regular conventional run game.
Yeah, going back to 4 games ago against the Saints, 24 carries from running backs for 71 yards. The Eagles game, 15 carries from running backs for 32 yards. The Falcons game, this was the best that it got because they had a couple that they ripped off, but 19 for 81. And then the Cowboys game this past weekend, 8 carries for 22 yards, which was 5 for 10 from B-Rob and 3 for 12 from Eckler. So if you add all that up over a month, it's 66 rushing attempts, which is right at about 16 per game for 206 yards, which is 3.1 yards per carry. And that's with a backwards pass that gets called a run for 20 yards. But over that time, Brian Robinson, if you take the 20-yard pass / run out to him, it's a 2.8 yard per carry month for him, which is frankly the least effective they've been handing him the football in a couple of years.
Yeah, the outliers, that Tennessee Titans game where they did whatever they wanted against a pretty good defensive front, we're going, okay, maybe they found something.
That was 5 games ago.
Post, that 3-game stretch, post Pittsburgh, 60 yards rushing as a team. Eagles game, 93 yards rushing as a team. And, then against Dallas, again, they struggled running the ball there. Daniels ran it some to kind of buoy those totals. You go, okay, maybe they found something again. Thank goodness. But it was right back into the you-know-what against New Orleans. They were terrible. And then Philly, Atlanta, Dallas again, as we kind of alluded to. So that, to me, goes to the larger point about their offense, which is the reason they were so prolific through the first half of the season, regardless of the opponent, going to the Cardinals, the Bengals, even the Ravens to a degree, that game, Carolina when they're blowing people out. First down, everything's at your disposal. If you're Cliff Kingsbury looking at that laminated sheet, I could run it for 6. I could throw a little hitch for 7. I could flip it to Zacchaeus on a bubble. I could run an end around and down me brown. Whatever I want, I'm going to be in second and short. Anything I want to do. Now it's, okay, what are my second and long plays? And Nobody's good that way. But I think especially this team in their kind of conventional, regular way we want to run our offense, they're especially not as good relative to their opponents. What's masked all of that is the fact that Jaden Daniels is incredible. And that's not the design. The design isn't to say, hey, have a bunch of things break down and you go make plays on 4th and 11. You run for 29 on 3rd and 11 when we're way behind the sticks. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. You can get away with it sometimes, but now playoff time when everything's a little bit tighter, you can't count on that down in and down out.
So Washington in the last 6 games that they played got sacked 4 or more times. How many times do you think out of those 6 games?
3, 4?
4. So they had, over the last 6 games, 4 sacks at the hands of the Cowboys, 2 against the Titans in that game, as you said, the outlier where they dominated and were great. 8 sacks at the hands of the Saints. They gave up just 1 to Philly, 5 sacks to the Falcons, 6 sacks to the Cowboys. So 3 of their last 4, 4 of their last 6, 4 or more sacks. Over their first 11 games this season, how many times do you think Jaden Daniels was sacked 4 or more times?
2.
Total. 5 sacks against the Giants, 4 sacks. Actually, no, 1.
Just the Giants game?
I'll take it back. Only the Giants game in their first 11 games of the season. Something's not right.
Something ain't going right, yeah.
I do believe that the health along the offensive line is a major factor. Probably if we're doing a blame pie, the biggest piece of that pie. If you're cutting the pizza, you get the biggest slice for some type of either Cornelius Lucas, Tyler Biotish, Brandon Coleman, who's been banged up. The fact that Allegretti, at one point midseason, less late, was on and off the field with a little issue. I just think that has added up, no doubt in my mind. I also think, though, some of this is what is being done defensively in the second half of the season against the offense. They get their short passing game, their quick game going, that hot passing game they like to the perimeter. So maybe they're seeing a little more man. Maybe teams are squatting a little more in the flat. Maybe teams are trying to play the screens a little differently, so you don't have the quick outlet and the I don't even grab the laces. I'm just slinging the ball out to the edges. But I think you've seen, based on that, Daniels have to hold the ball a little longer. I'm going to look this up tonight. I haven't had a chance to, but I'll bet you his time to throw has gone up over the last several weeks compared to the early part of the season when we heaped praise on Cliff every single week for getting the ball out of the kid's hands. Because remember, one of the big storylines for people that were concerned about some of the college stuff with Jaden Daniels was like, the overused pressure to sack percentage phrase that everyone got mad at, or some of these things where it was not a problem for so much this year. But you go back to the New Orleans game, it reared its head in that game with those 8 sacks. I thought the Dallas game, one of the 6 sacks was just he ran out of bounds for a loss of 1 where he should have thrown it away. You remember that play?
I do, yes.
It was very weird, by the way. Just throw the ball out of bounds. What are you doing? He kept it, ran out of bounds, took a sack. O-linemen hate that, but whatever. And then there was another play where, like, the center got beat clear as
instantly.
Day. Biotish's replacement, Michael Dieter, just going one-on-one with Micah Parsons. He's better than you. I'm sorry, that's going to happen sometimes. That's football. So I'm not sitting here pretending like it was just a Jaden Daniels problem. In fact, I know it isn't that, but it might be a small factor. And it really doesn't matter why or how. Our job is to try to answer those questions as best we can. What matters is they're not getting the ball out as fast, and the sacks are picking up. That's how drives end. That's how you start punting more. That's how you get knocked out of field goal range. And Daniels has been amazing at avoiding these, but that's how, if there's enough of them, you turn the football over.
And so even if it's not a sack, it's now a holding penalty to prevent the sack. It's you've got to call certain things knowing that you're in danger, which takes away certain route combinations. Well, one fewer receiver out in the route because the running back's got to stay in the chip or the tight end does, et cetera. It changes things, right? At one point, you're dictating to the defense. Now you're in second and third and long a lot. They're dictating to you. And I think that's kind of been the biggest change. Not having a bona fide second receiver that's a scary weapon. Opposite Terry McLaurin, I think has been an underrated factor in all that. I think they're easier to defend in those kind of third and long situations where you can't go man against Philadelphia. Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown's going to kill you. You can go man with an eye towards Terry McLaurin with some bracket there. I'll take my chances, right? You saw that Atlanta game. When Washington has the ball, they go 3 and out in that last minute, giving Atlanta a chance to come down, kick a field goal. Thank goodness Raheem Morris hates clock management. But on 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11, whatever it was, it's Olamide Zaccheaus going one-on-one in the middle. With all due respect, that's not where I want to be in crunch time, right? I'd like him as more my gimmick slash player, the occasional slot running an end around or flip him something underneath and let him run an option choice route, something like that. That's not, you shouldn't be in the business of going third and long to that guy, but that's where they're kind of stuck. That's where they're left. So it's put so much on Daniels' plate, and to his credit, because he's amazing, he's risen to that challenge and kind of picked him up by the bootstraps and said, "We ain't losing, follow me." But again, we're going to the postseason now. A little bit less sustainable when you talk about it, the haul of a regular season and even long term. But we're not talking about the offseason yet. There's no new player walking through that door that's going to fix it. This really is about, if they get that offensive line healthy, that to me is the biggest domino to fall for those guys to be able to do some of the stuff that they were doing earlier.
My other theory, too, on this is based on the Cowboys game. They had sacks on the first 2 dropbacks and 3 of the first 9 plays this week.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it felt like they knew something or they saw something that they were going to take advantage of. Like, to come out of the gates like that, it felt like you're jumping on a pitcher's
There's a tell,
or
yeah.
something, you know, like
Mhm.
the first 2 plays, they drew up little games up front or blitzes that got home. Like Jaden was just under duress.
Well, remember Atlanta that for the entirety of the first half was running that one blitz. They got
Good
one
point.
linebacker that is a great pass rusher. So they faked him blitzing, all the protection slides to that side, and then the other guy would come. And they couldn't handle it for an entire half of football. So yeah, I do think there's a tell or something that's going on where, because everybody's got all the film that you could want at this point, right?
I mean, make that make sense though. 4 sack games allowed, 1 out of your first 11 games and
Mhm.
4 out of the last 6. So that's my biggest concern. I like that Tampa doesn't really have edge rushers that scare me a whole lot, but Elijah Cansey can get home from the interior. That's Allen and Payne at their prime, basically, at D tackle. And Vita Vea is no treat to block either. Although
Yeah, he could do that truck lift if he feels like
yeah,
it. You
he's
know,
more of a run stuff and smart car than he is maybe a pass rusher. But I'll tell you, if Daniels is moving around in the pocket, he can land on you. So I'm going pass protection. You're saying what?
I'll say run game, early down run game. Yeah.
What's got you the most nervous about how Washington's playing, and how do they fix it? Because they are a tweak or 2 away from being a real pain in the butt to play, and a team, frankly, if you're the Bucs, that you're worried about, that people don't want to see. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Grant and Danny. Austin Eckler in 20 minutes on the Fan. Hey, what's up, guys? It's GP. Football fans, buckle up, because for the first time ever, we've got 5 straight days of playoff football in college football and pro football starting on Thursday. FanDuel is celebrating with you. They've got the great playoff payoff. Darius has been running around the studio. He can't stop talking about the great playoff payoff. He calls it the GPP. He's steamed up. So no sweat, same game parlay every day for all 5 days. FanDuel.com/GP to be part of the epic run. Again, Darius' favorite thing, the great playoff payoff. FanDuel.com/GP. I think you just like saying it, even though it's a cool thing. The great playoff payoff. He really likes talking about it. You got to be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required, minimum 3-leg bet required. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless specified. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. The Commanders are playoff bound. They've won 5 straight games. There's momentum in the win-loss column going into the playoffs, but there are some areas of the operation that have been leaky. The question for you guys is, what's got you most nervous about how they're playing? I'm going with pass pro. Over the last 6 games, they've allowed 4 or more sacks 4 times, something they did just once in the first 11 games. It's been worse than that over the last 3 games. 6 and 8 sack games. They've got to clean that up. Danny doesn't like how they're running the ball, averaging 3.1 a pop by running backs over the last month.
Yeah, it's been Daniels or bust in the run game, and it's been bust more often than not, right? Without him just miraculously on scrambles. Even the design stuff, for the most part, has been fairly bottled up.
To that point, rushing yards from the quarterback position in the last month, 357. From the running back position in 21 more carries, 206. About 150 fewer yards from running backs on 21 more carries.
I mean, and Daniels is now the team's leading rusher. That was not the case for most of the year. They had a running back who's played a lot, whose job it was to run the football, and now all of a sudden it's Daniels or bust. And that sets everything else up to me. When it's 3rd and 3 and the threat of him pulling it and keeping it is still there, everybody pass pros a little bit better. I think it sort of sets up all the dominoes for what's happened of late.
Let's go to the phones. Marty is in the Outer Banks. Marty, number one thing Commanders need to do better in the playoffs than they did down the stretch is what?
They got to start blocking better. The bottom line is this. You guys had said this earlier in the year. We have no depth on the offensive line. The last game we had all of our starters was the Titans. And look what happens, 200-plus yards rushing. 3 games before that, we didn't have the starting 5. And since then, we haven't had the starting 5. We have no depth. So I just hope somehow our center and tackle get healthy between now and Sunday so we can at least compete. Because I believe if we have our starting 5, we will compete and we could win. If we don't have the starting 5, we're one and done.
I think Quinn inferred Biotish being ready to go and ramped up for this weekend. I think that's why largely he didn't play in week 18. I'll bet you that, if it was like week 11 or something, maybe he would have gone. But it was one of those, hey, let's make sure.
Yeah.
Let's get you to the point where you can be a force.
Yeah, we made the postseason last week with that 11th win.
Exactly.
If we're going to do anything, regardless of the opponent, we need you.
And I don't really care if it's Lucas or Wiley. The drop-off, though, to Trent Scott is pretty substantial at right tackle.
Yep.
Wiley and Lucas, I can figure it out one way or the other, and it's comparable in my opinion. But when one of those guys is out, it means as soon as the other one gets banged up, and for whatever reason, Wiley can't seem to get through a game playing every snap. And same thing with Lucas. Like, they're fighting through these groin issues, and it's just been that they're on and off the field, so it's been a lot more Trent Scott than you'd like. Let's go to Mark in Landover Hills on Grant and Danny. Your number one concern based on the last few weeks is what?
Mike, hey, Grant, mine is like I told the call taker, man, is just what you said, Grant. It's a piece of that pie, buddy. It's the offensive line, Grant. That is going to be the problem. I mean, their defense is dinged up, so we've got to take advantage of it. Those guys need to dig down deep and come up with one of their best games, because if they don't, it's going to be tough sledding.
I mean, it's kind of hit me in the face here as he just hammers the offensive line, and both calls have. You're talking about the run game. I'm talking about pass protection.
What's the center of that? Yeah,
they kind of start in the same area.
100%. Yeah, to me, their pass pro has been made a lot better over the course of this year because of how effective they've been on early downs, especially running the ball. Right? Again, I keep bringing up the same thing, so I don't mean to sound like a broken record. But 3rd and 3 for this group, everything's at your disposal. For most of the teams in the league, it's a passing down. It's not necessarily for Washington because of how good they are on 4th down. They're willing to go for it. So everything being on the table in 3rd manageable had them prolific for the first half plus of the season, and that's gone away. As the running game has gone away, pass pro gets exposed a little bit, like you can line someone up over Allegretti and knock his butt into the backfield, or take advantage of Trent Scott, as it were. Or if it's Dieter there instead of Biotish, you could line someone up over there and beat him, as happened in the Dallas game. So to me, it's all related.
Danny's at Funny Danny on social. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. I got a comment like this on Instagram from somebody a couple of minutes ago, and Gilo just sent this on Twitter. I want to read this. It's really good. He said, I don't know why, but it feels like all of you are far too concerned about the offense. Sacks are negative plays like a run that gains nothing. I'm so much more concerned about them not being able to keep up because of this defense. So that point, as a kind of a large take, a 10,000-foot view take, I actually think is really smart. Their offense is really good, And when it's going well, it's spectacular. The floor for their offense is just above average, but most of the time it's really, really good. Their defense is below average, and the extreme for their defense is really bad. The floor is awful. The ceiling is kind of average-ish. So it is funny that we're super isolated on the offense, but I'll just explain away my own thinking, and you can do the same. I know the defense isn't going to win them the game.
My thoughts exactly.
The path to beating the Bucs and frankly winning any playoff game is scoring 30 points. You know how you don't score 30? You give up a few sacks on third down and you got to punt, or you have a sack fumble at some point or something like that. He's right that a loss of 3 is not a killer. It's 2nd and 13. And Daniels, for most of the early part of the year, was losing 2, 3, 4. A lot of the sacks recently have been minus 8, minus 10, minus 12. Like, look at the average loss on sacks. I guarantee you in the last month, it was the highest it's been at any point.
So I echo that, and I just would add here. The variance in this offense that we've seen when it's good, 42 points, 40 points, 37 points, 38, whatever, versus when it's bad, eking out 20 against New Orleans, eking out 23 against Dallas, nothing in the first half, nothing against Philadelphia in the first half. You've seen the lows, and that's the point here. They need something easy to go with Superman. Jaden Daniels is going to do Superman stuff. I got confidence in that. He's got enough track record, enough deposits in the bank. They need something, whether that's the form of Austin Eckler, maybe on some early downs, maybe you flip him a couple and 3 turns into 7. I don't know, but they need something to go with Daniels instead of just going, hey, sorry to bug you. Nothing's working. Can you fix it? Like, again, it's been amazing, but you can't live that way forever.
Let's go to Ed, who's in Springdale on Grant and Danny. Your biggest concern.
Hey, fellas, how are you?
Good, buddy.
Yeah, for me, it all starts with our offense. What Cliff can call, what Jaden can do, what Terry can catch is all predicated on, I think, one person more than anyone else, and that's Biotish. If Biotish doesn't play, I think we're in trouble. The drop-off between he and Dieter, I think, is substantial.
It's a great point.
Yep.
I mean, we've talked about it a lot on the show the last month, but go back to the Saints game. 8 sacks, basically like 2.5 yards per carry for B-Rob. I mean, they couldn't do the things they needed to up front without Biotish. Ryan, Connecticut, be quick here. I want to squeeze you in.
Yeah, I think everyone's we're all analyzing every aspect of the ball because it's the playoffs. But in the end, I think it's the defensive line and the offensive line for running the ball. I was at the Tampa game week 1. I rewatched it yesterday, and we just got killed in the secondary. Mike Evans and Godwin killed us. I'm hoping Lattimore kind of offsets that. But we have to stop the run. And we have to just limit our penalties, and I think we'll be all right.
Thanks, buddy. Great point on the penalties. You look at the penalty count. They had 13 against the Falcons, which killed them. Should have cost them that game, probably. They had 8 against Dallas, 9 against the Saints, kept New Orleans in the game. I mean, they've had some gaudy penalty totals in the last few weeks. Those have to come down. We'll ask Austin Eckler about some of these things they're trying to clean up when he joins us right at the top of the hour next in a weekly segment presented by IT Cadre. If you haven't heard Austin on the show, he's tremendous. If you've got a question for Austin Eckler, you could tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny, or jump on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page to watch the show and comment. We'll read some of our listener questions for Eckler next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Commanders getting set for some playoff football in Tampa. Sunday night football against the Buccaneers. Rematch of the season opener. Dan Quinn, though, says he's learned a lot about his football team since they played week one.
What we didn't know was really, who they are. And what we've learned over these, 17 weeks, this is a resilient group, man. These guys love to fight. They have a real connection. That's like a really powerful thing.
Commanders' last playoff win was in Tampa, but that was 19 years ago today, January 6th, 2006. Remember Sean Taylor, 51-yard fumble return for a touchdown and a 17-10 win. Joe Gibbs 2.0. That's the last win. 4 playoff appearances, 4 wild card losses for the Commanders since then. They are a 3-point underdog, 8 p.m. Sunday night in Tampa. Lots of other football stuff going on today. Vegas Raiders fired head coach Antonio Pierce. 6 coaching vacancies now in the NFL. College hoops tonight. Hoyas at number 7 Marquette. 7:45 here on the Fan. Wizards home to the Houston Rockets tonight. That's on the Team 980 tip-off 7 p.m. as well. This month, get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure-free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Austin Eckler joins the show, presented by IT Cadre, in just a moment. Grant and Danny welcoming you back, taking you to 6:30 tonight. It's a playoff week in the nation's capital, just as we all knew it would be.
Hell yeah, dude.
When the season began. You are listening live to The Fan. Speaking of 106.7 The Fan Live, we got an email today that we're almost out of tickets for our big event on January 31st. The Junkies, B. Mitch and Finley, myself and Danny, we're shedding FCC restrictions. We're going out to the Tally-Ho Theater in Leesburg for uncensored discussion around DC sports and all the things that go on behind the scenes here at the radio station. It's a fun little event that we do, and a couple of times a year at most. And it's a great venue at Tally-Ho Theater in Leesburg. But we're almost out of tickets. It's almost sold out. So if you want to go, there's only a few left.
Quite literally. 20 tickets and counting as of this morning, which means there's probably less right now. If you have any inclination that you want to go, you better get on them right now. Otherwise, they'll be gone.
Speaking of gone, let's get to the phone line right now because Austin Eckler is waiting for us to get some trusted insight from trusted insiders, presented by IT Cadre, where DC sports insiders share their exclusive perspective. Austin, happy playoff week, buddy. How are you?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Man, feeling good. It's it's a little snowy out here, which is throw kind of a wrench in the day. But other than that, looking forward to heading down to Florida.
Can we give Austin a round of applause for his acting ability? Daniel Day-Lewis over here.
Oh, very good, yeah.
Playing coy with us last week. You got off the phone last week, and I was like, damn, Eckler's not playing this week. Hope he's back in the playoffs. And then, like, the next day, I'm watching the press conference, and it's like, yeah, Austin's ready to go.
Austin's good to go.
He's out of the protocol. Guy's been...
Well, I know... Oh, hang on, because I know it wasn't Austin's ready to go because there was definitely a process we went through.
I'm exaggerating. But Quinn made it sound the next day like you were good to go. And I just, literally, as soon as you hung up, I was like, all right, well, hopefully he's back for Tampa.
Yeah, and that's exactly why we got to be careful as athletes because we don't know who's saying what. Right. We don't want to put ourselves in a position where we're saying something that's not, in kind of coherence with what our coaches and GM are saying. So, you know how it is. We got to be careful.
Of course. How was it getting back on the field?
Yeah, how'd you feel, man?
Going back through those motions again and just getting into game shape for the playoffs.
Yeah, it felt really good just to be back in the swing of things. Now, as far as my play, it was a little rusty at first, but kind of got into a rhythm there, into the second half. So that's something that was definitely apparent. I'm glad that we were able to get back this game instead of, next game trying to kind of push through that because you can never simulate really the game speed of things. And my eyes had really gotten used to, right, being in the rhythm, seeing the game. It started to slow down for me, but now took 5 weeks off and then came back, and it was like, okay, well, trying to slow down the game for me. See, I missed a protection on one. That's very uncharacteristic of me. Like, I take a lot of pride in making sure I'm on top of that stuff. So things like that are like, all right, get back in the swing, now ready to go for Tampa.
Yeah, you touched on it, though, Austin. I'd love for you to go deeper here. What is the hardest thing to have come back? You know what I mean? Like, you're talking about the speed of things and the like, where, you know, everybody else is kind of in the rhythm of you play the game, you rest a little bit, you practice, you get back in, and you were out for a little while. What's the thing that takes the longest to come back, or what's kind of the hardest thing to regain?
Yeah, I would say the speed of the game is one. I'll go through why in a second, but the speed of the game, getting hit, even just getting into a rhythm at practice with the play calls and stuff like that, just being kind of out of tune with it for a little bit, and then getting back into maybe some of the calls that got, you know, put into the install while you're at treatment and stuff like that, that are little small things that we call carryover, that it maybe isn't carryover for me now because I wasn't in some of those meetings, so I got to catch up on stuff. So the mental part, but you got to think, when I'm going through IR and I'm, you know, dealing with all the concussion stuff and getting back, I'm missing a lot of practice. And when you're missing a lot of practice, what you're not getting is that stimulation of, hey, going through, breaking the huddle, running full speed, right, making the cuts. Like, my ankles are a little sore than usual today, things like that, that you don't get in the physical side. And then the mental side, you just inch behind a little bit. So you got to stay on top of it. But again, you're going through treatment at the same time meetings are sometimes. So you're falling behind that way. So it's a lot of just, all right, catching myself back up mentally and then letting my body try to get as good as it can possibly get here at the end of the season going into the game, which again is why I'm glad I had, you know, kind of a buffer game in between that and then, you know, do or die time in the playoffs.
Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny. For the most part, and I don't remember if you were back there at all, but a kick return didn't seem to be a factor. It was just getting you back out there as a running back. Did you go back there at all?
During practice, I was back there, but Luke held it down last game.
I mean, you were so good at that all year. I think you were the third alternate maybe for the Pro Bowl as a kick returner in voting this year. Is that something where it's just a way that they're going to keep you fresher? Was that a one-game decision and we'll see how it goes into the playoffs, or kind of take us into that?
You know, I think that's above my pay grade. You know, here's how I see it. I am ready to go, you know, on all cylinders. You want to put me back there? Great. I'm ready to go. I'll flip and hit up that thing like I did last time. Hopefully not get knocked out this time, but I'll get out there and ball out, right? Like, let's go. Like, that's my mind is open. I feel good. So if they want to put me in that position because they think it's best for the team, great. If they want to keep me at running back, great. Like, I'm open for both.
Austin Eckler with us here on G&D. And we had a listener question the last week that, you know, I didn't get a chance to get to because I wasn't in around the holiday, but want to ask you now, coming back from that concussion that you referenced, did you consider wearing one of those, I don't know what they're called, is it a pro cap or kind of that extra shell on top of your helmet?
I did not. And here's why. I have full confidence in my current equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is high grade, like very good. Like, if it wasn't, I would hope the NFL wouldn't let us use it, but I've been in this custom helmet for a really long time, done really well with this thing. And so, no, I did not consider it to be an equipment issue. That is the reason I got knocked out. It's just kind of the way I got hit and, you know, the angle and the ferocity, the velocity of it is why I was, concussed after that play. So that's why I'm not wearing the Guardian cap thing.
Guardian cap. That's the
Guardian
phrase.
cap. That's what I was looking for.
Is the idea then maybe, like, to your point, and I actually agree with this, but are you saying even if you got hit the same way in a Guardian cap, you probably would have gotten injured?
Yeah. It wasn't an equipment. It was just the full speed impact of head to head on a kickoff play. One guy running from across the field from the backside and one guy running up the field, me full speed and kind of hitting at a 90-degree angle. Whack. That's going to do some damage.
Yeah, bodies are not really designed to do that without getting hurt.
Yeah.
Trusted insight from a trusted insider. IT Cadre presents Austin Eckler with us here on Grant and Danny. Let's dive into the running game a little bit. Danny and I have been dissecting this over the last couple of weeks. I've got all the numbers here, but essentially, and look, you were out for much of this, and so hopefully getting you back is going to spring this. But over 4 games now, dating back to post-Tennessee, where you guys ran all over a good Titans team, as a team collectively, 66 carries by running backs for 206 yards, which is 3.1 a pop. And B-Rob, I think, said 2.8. You know, you can kind of go through it. But it just has not been quite the same. I know asking why the running game is off is like the worst question ever to you, because there's 100 different things that happen on every play. But if you could paint with a broad brush for us, like what is going on, and is it something that you feel like you guys can fix going into the Bucs game in a week leading up to the playoffs?
Ooh, loaded question. Because depends on the matchup. Depends on what's going on up front. Are there people injured, people playing through injury, people maybe sitting out? You know, we lost Tyler for some of those games. He's been doing a good job for us, you know, throughout the entire season. And so all of that plays a factor into it. Also, we have some really good running quarterbacks. And because of that, we have a lot of read option stuff in. And so the way teams play us, right? Like you saw, maybe if you saw the game, you know, versus Dallas, the squeeze and scrape methodology, or, you know, hey, quarterbacks are taking it out of our belly and running with it because we have a read option. So running back, that would have been your carry. We would have blocked the back end if we had a pocket passer. However, we have a guy who can also run as deadly with his legs too. So we're going to have part of the run game be quarterbacks as well. So you can look at all of these different factors that play in, like you mentioned that I could, because I can break it down because I'm part of this. And that's where it comes down to. And so for us as running backs, like, okay, you can't just look at it as the run game. It's more so the touches, right? Make it do with your touches, right? You got to catch some balls sometimes, make something happen with that, because we have a lot of playmakers, and including our quarterback, who's, you know, a stud, going to be offensive rookie, you know, of the year, who's really good with the ball in his hands. And so if you're a play caller, I mean, how do you not give it to this kid how he's playing right now, and you know, the magnitude of impact he's having with the game. And so you're going to keep these read options in. And so it might, as a running back, unfortunately, play a damper into your stat line, you know. But guess what? As we coach, it's like, how can you make an impact without the ball in your hands, right? Whether it's blocking downfield, carrying out the fake, blocking and pass pro, catching checkdowns, right? Find your touches out there, but then also when the ball's not in your hand, continue to make an impact for our team. That's why we've been able to make it as far as we have, because we've had that philosophy.
Austin, you've been around for a minute or two now with you know, some other veteran guys that have been to the pinnacle of things in this league in terms of the playoffs and some of that ultimate success. So much of this team is kind of that young, inexperienced core, but then you got this veteran mix as well. You know, any kind of conversations or any kind of insight for those young guys, maybe about what's different in the postseason? I know it's just a football game, but it also isn't, right?
It is as far as preparation, right? Like our week will look exactly the same. It'll feel like another week of NFL football for us, but kind of the hype and the feeling around the game is definitely different. And that's the difference, is now, you know, it's do or die time. Like, this is playoff football. This is, you know, the trip to the summit, which is the Super Bowl at the end of the road, you know, it's 4 stops for us to get to it. And so as far as the conversation with the rookies, like, I mean, young guys, like, you don't want to make anything bigger than it is as far as the preparation, but the feeling around it still feels good. You know, like, it's, hey, this is a privilege to be able to play in these games. And so that kind of takes care of itself, just from the magnitude of, hey, you know, most of the leagues back home and we're still going.
Austin Eckler played in the playoffs back in 2018 and in 2019, I should say in 2019 and in 2023 with the Chargers. Looking forward, I'm sure, to this weekend's opportunity for playoff game number 1 for Washington. I'm sure you can feel the excitement around town. People have been waiting for this for a long time. The last time you guys got into the playoffs in 2020, fans weren't allowed to go to the game. It's been 9 years since any fans of this team were at a playoff game back in 2015 at home. And now it's on to Tampa Bay, where you guys started your whole year in week 1, and you're a very, very different team now. But how about that storyline? You began this era, Daniel's debut, first game with DQ, and you guys go there and kind of figure out what you got to go back to the well and work on. And now you begin the playoffs in the same place.
Yeah, no, kind of crazy how things happen. Yeah, it's another opportunity for us to go back there and show, hey, this is what we've been up to all season. You know, we can, you know, make another kind of splash out there. I know Jaden, that was his first game, first start. We saw some splashes of him kind of coming out of his shell, and obviously he's taken off to the player he is right now. And now it's time to go show, you know, what everyone else and the rest of the crew has been up to as well. So looking forward to being back in Florida, especially with all the dang snow out here, and you know, going back at it on a Sunday night game.
Austin, give me a guy or two now that the regular season is in review. You guys are getting ready for a postseason game, which is just such a treat and something that so many fans, myself included, are so excited about. But give me a guy or two, kind of an unsung hero here that deserves a little bit of shine as all these Pro Bowlers are named, and we know the headline guys who have done so much. But give me a couple guys that deserve some shine.
Ooh, some unsung heroes. Great one. This is a guy that I still, hang my hat on, but Jeremy Reeves. Like Revo is what we call him, man. Special teams guy, man. Unbelievable. We have a guy, T.O. He's another number 40 special teams guy who's made some big plays for us, coming in and making a splash. Who else? Who on offense? I would say even John Bates, one of our tight ends, coming in doing a good job blocking. We brought in Zach, who's known as more of a passing, tight end. But so you have to have that kind of alternative, and you're the guy that kind of gets the blocking role. And those guys don't usually get a lot of praise, but John's been doing some good stuff for us this year as well. I mean, I got to shout out to the running back room as well. Jeremy, I think, has held it down very well, and also C-Rod. Every time C-Rod gets in the game, it seems like he's running through people, doing his job, doing a good thing. So those are some unsung heroes that I would give some shout outs to.
Love it.
Fan questions can come in. The fan question of the week presented by IT Cadre. You can ask Austin whatever you'd like. We'll get to that before we say goodbye. My last question for you before we hit a fan question is the D tackles for the Bucs. Maybe as good a tandem as there is. I mean, as a tailback, I guess you got to always know the alignments of those guys, and especially in pass pro, that they like to blitz from the interior. But Vita Vea is like a human smart car. And then this dude, Kalijah Cansey's a beast. When you study, how do you study it? Like, do you just watch certain players, or as a running back, are you looking at how they played certain looks that you guys have, but with different teams? Like, what's your actual process when you're dealing with a front like this that's been so good stopping the run?
Yeah, so you'll look at your game plan for the week. What plays do we have in? And then you'll go back and, at this point we have a ton of film on everybody, and you'll look at how those plays from other teams were ran against the team that we're playing. So we'll see how they play the wide zone. We'll see how they play, the power, how they're playing counter, how they're playing in the pass game, versus away from the slide, or if they're singles on the edge, kind of how they play. And those are the things that you take account for as a coordinator. Okay, do we need to chip this person? If they're chipping him, okay, is this guy line up super wide, or does this guy line up like right next to the tackle? And so that's what I'm looking at, because I put myself basically in a position to get mental reps when you're watching film. And so it's not like you can get the actual reps at practice. You can try to simulate it, but you kind of have to use your imagination and be creative when you're watching film and be like, okay, they're probably going to be a 3 technique here, right here. I know he likes to shoot up the field, or this guy's a 2-gapper and he kind of plays it and then kind of tries to shed late. Like, there are all these little techniques that when you're in the NFL, you kind of learn about, and especially if you've been in the long as I have, you start to learn how to read these, and it gets faster for you. But there's all these terminology and techniques that you want to look for. It just helps you read things faster, helps you eliminate having sloppy eyes, what I call when you're looking at stuff that you don't need to be looking at, and you can get on to being more efficient, which makes you a better player at the end of the day. So more of a breakdown of our game plan, putting it on top of film study at the same time.
Fan question here from Mark. When's the last time you dealt with snow, and how do you feel about it?
I had a video. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I had a video. There was like 4 inches of snow on my car. I think it was like yesterday or something. And being in LA, I never had an ice scraper or anything like that because it doesn't snow there. So, I'm coming out here. I don't need my ice scraper, right? Well, it snows 4 inches, and so I made a video, and people were clowning me because I didn't have an ice scraper, and I was in the East Coast, so I went and got my broom out. And I broomed off my car. But, my 2-wheel rear-wheel drive barely got up the hill next to my house.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a little overpass. But then we fishtailed our way into work. So we're dealing with it.
Everyone's acting like, though, and because he was in L.A. with the Chargers, that he's never seen snow before.
Colorado guy.
Yeah, you were in Colorado. I mean, you've seen more snow than we have.
Oh, yeah. Man, I've been driven in so many blizzards. My wife, she always gets nervous because I'll be like, oh, let's drift a little bit. And I'll drift down some of the side roads where there's like no cars and do a little fishtail. But yeah, no, I love driving in the snow, and I'm definitely no stranger to it from Colorado.
All right, I'll sneak this in because we're late. But message to the fans going into what is one of the most anticipated games in recent team history here. Long time coming, playoff football. What do you got to say to the fan base?
Yeah, absolutely. Got to give a shout out to the fan base. This is the first time I've been involved in this fan base. And I will say the loyalty that has been felt this year has been pretty incredible, even though I know you guys have been through some tough times. We see you guys show up to the games. We feel the energy. Like the last game we played at home really felt like a playoff game that we were at when we were playing Atlanta. And that was a pretty electric environment. We just went to Dallas and everyone's sitting down the whole game. You come to our games, everyone's standing up. It's the crowd's into it, and it's what you dream for and live for as a player to be in the NFL. So it takes all of us. It takes us having a good product on the field, but also takes you guys showing up and showing that pride. So we appreciate you all and looking forward to winning this game for y'all.
Austin, awesome with us as always, buddy. Good luck this weekend, pal. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Go get him. There's Austin Eckler of your Commanders on Grant and Danny here on The Fan, presented this week and all season long by our friends over at IT Cadre. Always a very entertaining segment. IT Cadre's trusted insight helps leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. You heard his kind of breakdown of the running game. The shortened answer there is it's complicated and there's a lot of factors. But
I think that's true, yeah.
He started with the health of the O-line, which is kind of what you and I have been saying today.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a coincidence that as they've been banged up front, their running game's gotten worse.
I think that's a huge part of it. He also made a really smart point, as he's wont to do, because he's really sharp, about some of the read option looks and some of the keepers that are there. So in other words, the running back's job on a certain play is to barrel into the line of scrimmage against what would be a bad look, right? And sometimes the best looks are the ones that the quarterback keeps, or if it's defended well and the quarterback doesn't keep it because he's been hit enough times, not running into something great. I actually think that's a pretty smart point. Now, it doesn't explain away 60, 70, 80, 100 carries among running backs over time, but his larger point, I think, is 100% right. It's a lot of different factors. Everything's going into this. And, I think it starts with O-line health, but I think there's, him not being available for a month plus, certainly at a minimum correlation, if not causation, for some of these explosive runs.
I actually think he's going to have a big game against the Bucs.
Took words out of my mouth. Double-digit touches for him, I believe.
Yeah, I want to get into that next, why I think that and how it could play out, but also who is more important to get to 100% and to get a big game out of? Tyler Biadasz getting back at center or Marshawn Lattimore if he can come back at corner? Like, who would you rather have a great game? Lattimore on defense or Biadasz on offense? That's next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update sponsored by Door Pro America, garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. As the Commanders get set for Sunday night playoff football in Tampa, there's a lot of other news around the NFL. Another coaching move today. Vegas Raiders fired head coach Antonio Pierce, the former Washington linebacker, after just one full season, 6 head coaching vacancies now in the NFL. Also, Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni says QB Jalen Hurts is progressing through concussion protocol. He was injured 3 weeks ago in the loss to Washington. Philly plays the 4:30 game late afternoon Sunday against Green Bay. College hoops tonight. Hoyas at number 7, Marquette, 7:45 here on the Fan. Wizards also back on the floor, home to the Houston Rockets, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Darius, Ryan, Toby behind the scenes. We got a packed house at the 106.7 The Fan Studios, Half Street. You know, I was walking by Nats Park today. Snowy. They got wreaths up on the center field gate with a bunch of snow. I was just like, damn. We're about as far away from baseball as you can get right now. I mean, they're still
Feels that way, yeah.
Not making a whole lot of moves over
Oh,
there.
there's a huge, busy offseason to come.
Yeah. The hot stove. Trevor Williams is back.
Was there no gas on the stove?
What's more exciting, the Josh Bell return or the Trevor Williams return?
I guess Trevor Williams?
By the way,
Question
both
mark?
of those moves are fine because they didn't spend any money in
Mhm.
whatever. It's just the frustration of, like, these are the moves. It's not like these are moves in addition to the move. These are the moves.
If these were the ancillary moves, you go, that's a shrewd ancillary move.
Yeah, yeah. Nice
That's a
job.
good side move.
And you got Josh Bell. I need Josh Bell to be my stocking stuffer. I
Yeah.
need Josh Bell to be my socks or my deodorant.
That's your
or-
Starbucks gift card.
Yeah, that's a nice little sleeve of Hershey Kisses in my stocking.
And 12 ounces of gourmet coffee.
When I come down the steps and I open up the one present under the tree and it's Josh Bell or Trevor Williams, it just doesn't feel as good.
Where's my bicycle, man?
Those are my stocking stuffers.
Where's my NES 64?
What happened to my skateboard? You know, where's my what did my kids get from Santa? My daughter really, really wanted. It's funny the things that they get super psyched about, by the way. My daughter really, really wanted a bunny puppet. Not any kind of specific one, not like
Okay.
one she'd seen, just a puppet that was a bunny. She got it.
Now,
She
is
loves
that
it.
is that a rival here to Soft Bunny?
Oh,
Are
no,
they
no,
going
no.
to stage plays together? What are they going to do?
No, Soft Bunny's the star of the show.
Right, I understand that.
Soft Bunny needs to be there. We don't go to bed. Soft Bunny, if you ever got lost, it's we all just pack up shop.
Sure,
and
that's the end.
Try
yeah.
again in the next lifetime, right? This is just a bunny that she puts on her hand and plays with as a puppet.
Okay.
Like once every 2 weeks when she remembers she has it. That's kind of where we're at. But it was a very important item for Christmas.
Critical. It was in all caps.
Is that a hashtag for the hockey team reference?
What do I mean? That I was like, this is what I want, like a bunny puppet, like
Right.
right at the top of the
It
exclamation
was
point.
every list that we sent to the North Pole, that one was right there, smack
Mhm.
dab at the top. But yeah, the thing that has gotten the most run and that they're the most jacked up about, I would imagine, just kind of was a throw in by the elves. It wasn't something the
I
elves
see.
had really planned a whole lot. You know,
I
it was
see.
more of like they were getting ready to pack up the bags at the North Pole, and they're like, "We'll give them this too." And it was like a table version of air hockey. That's the size of, I don't know, like a small desk you would have in 4th grade.
Okay.
It's not big, but it's plug in, the machine turns on, and there's a little air
Oh,
coming out of the
little air,
holes,
yeah, sure.
and they play that for hours at a time. They love it.
How about that?
Who knew?
You never know.
Wasn't even on the list.
So the biggest thing that we got were all the kids got them, but really my youngest wanted this so badly. These monster slippers that look like the feet of a dinosaur or like a hippopotamus or like a huge wild animal. So it's fuzzy, comfortable slippers inside, but then the actual outside look ridiculous. Like it looks like it goes to a woolly mammoth or something crazy.
That's kind of fun.
He's all about it. Now they go up to his mid ankle because it's got to have
Is he
all this
actually
stuff.
wearing them?
He wears them all the time, and
Oh,
his
that's good.
feet sweat like you wouldn't believe. But like that was the thing he had to have. My oldest is like, I want the MetaQuest, like the VR thing. My youngest like, can I have slippers that look like monster feet? You never know.
I'm going to give you a deep cut.
Go.
I don't know why this was, but like when I was 4 or 5, I think it was based on the TV show Barney. This kid Michael wore a stocking cap in a Barney Christmas episode.
Okay.
Special. One year I wanted a stocking cap really bad.
A stocking cap.
Isn't that
What's a
wacky?
stocking cap?
I wasn't even in kindergarten yet. It was like it's like
an elf, one of the elf ones.
Kind of. It's like a hat you wear that like comes down to a point like really low, like,
Yeah,
around
yeah.
your ass or something. Like,
If you want that,
I wanted it and asked for it and got it. Like why?
I don't know. I've never like. How young were you?
I'm telling you, I was like 5. Probably.
Okay, so it wasn't like the wasn't like the time you were too old to cry about the mashed potatoes.
No, that was like legit.
You were
middle
like
school.
12 or 13.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it was before that.
No, what if it was like 3 years ago? I really wanted to.
That was tough.
All right, best present you got this year from anybody? Go.
Oh, I honestly didn't get anything. It's and that's by design. Got a really good gourmet coffee from a small batch roaster.
We'll take
all
it.
about it. Yep.
I got a new
For Jimmy and
wallet
Marissa.
that I've been using. every
Ooh.
day. Derek,
Can I see it? Do you have it?
yes, right over there. That's
Where is
it. It's
that is nice. Because didn't you used to have that one with the rubber band thing?
yes,
Not
I
the rubber
loved it.
bands. We know what I'm talking
My
about.
buddy Matt got me a wallet a
Yeah.
couple years ago.
Was the magic one the fold?
It's like the stretchy one.
Yeah.
But it started to like stretch and everything was falling out of it.
Mhm.
So this, you can hear it pop. It's kind of like magnetic.
It magnetizes
So
closed.
nothing can fall out.
Nice.
I like it. Yeah, it's good.
That's a handsome wallet.
Darius, best present you got for Christmas? Go.
Amazon gift card.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
Getting
Wow.
old,
Yep.
Getting old's fun. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
I don't. I don't get things
Toby,
anymore.
That took my
Best
breath away right
Christmas
there. I was like, oh man, you shouldn't be getting that. You should be still getting fun stuff.
Toby, best Christmas present you got this year? Go.
I'm wearing it. This short sleeve Nats hoodie.
Is that a short sleeve hoodie?
Yeah,
What
short
are
sleeve
you,
hoodie.
Bullpen catcher, stand up. Let me look at this thing. That's outstanding.
I just can't. Now it looks sharp on Toblerone. I just can't get with this idea that a short sleeve shirt needs a hood.
I don't think
I'm weird about that.
like players will wear these sometimes. I've never seen one in the wild.
I wear short sleeve hoodies all the time.
He does do that a lot.
Short sleeve hoodies
All the time.
Can people see you? Yeah, you're in the background.
Yeah, he's in the
Danny
background.
on the YouTube.
I'll move my head.
Wow,
I
it's
think-
kind of fire though, and it's the cherry blossom joint.
Yeah, and it's the same amount that the Nats have spent on players. It's like kind of an even.
Yeah, it was like you spent $56 on
Yeah,
that.
it was
Yeah.
beautiful because it was on sale.
It's the
So,
Trevor
same thing.
Williams of outfits.
You could have gotten Williams or Bell, and you went for the hoodie. Ryan, best Christmas present you got? Go.
Cold hard cash. There's nothing better than just getting cash at Christmas, and I was psyched. I loved it.
I thought you got. Didn't you get some kind of fun like machine that helps you eat something delicious? I thought.
Oh no, you're right. No, I
There you
did.
go.
I got. That's a great call.
But his first
there.
answer was very corporate, by the way. You
Yeah.
can tell.
The old
Corporate
Ryan,
about the
corporate
money.
player, yeah. The old Ryan that used to work for 106.7 The Fan locally and was
Our
you
guy,
know,
Ryan.
was a WJFK guy. He would have given us a real good answer on that. The corporate guy went with cash, if you noticed.
Of course,
It's
I
about
did.
the profits and
Over
bottom
here
line.
counting the beans,
Yeah.
didn't he?
Yeah, but I did get the Ninja ice cream maker, and I'm psyched about that. I still haven't used it yet, but I'm going to use it probably within the next week.
When are you
I
gonna
cannot
use it?
wait. In the next week.
That's a great gift.
It's an awesome
Lock,
gift.
you had no idea you were getting.
No idea.
That's an awesome thing to be surprised by.
Yeah, that's a great surprise.
It's a good thing you found out right on Christmas.
That
too.
moment on Christmas, right?
No, I know. I opened it up on Christmas. I had no idea I was going to be getting it, and all of a sudden, under the tree, got a Ninja ice cream maker. It's silly.
And you know he didn't snoop because he's a corporate guy. Corporate guys
Don't snoop
They would never snoop.
without permission in your emails,
Right.
Ryan.
Yeah, you know what he's going to start doing? He's going to start using his Odyssey email all the time.
All the time.
I could just see him.
Sincerely, Ryan.
He's going to have a signature. He's going to, at the bottom of his email, it's going to, be that little disclaimer about if you send this to someone else, I'll beat your ass.
Yeah,
or
rebroadcast and
whatever.
transmission is not authorized.
He's going to
with
do the thing
express
that
written
CK
consent.
does, where once a month he's going to send an email out and say, check your corporate emails and look down on us and tap his foot about it. You know what I'm saying?
Points to the sign.
Yeah.
I'm a corporate guy. I've got no comment. Check your Odyssey emails. That's all I could say.
Odyssey guy. I got a text from one of his fellow corporate guys.
Oh, you did?
Saying to lay off Clary today because he's one of them now. Old Shane McMahon and the Mean Street Posse are coming after us.
Yeah, but listen, they have HR statements and mission statements and keywords, all sorts of stuff.
Here's why I think Eckler's going to have a huge game. One, I don't think they're going to be able to run the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Short passing game will be their running game. Get the ball out to kind of get ahead of the chains. A lot of short and intermediate passes, and I think that means throwing the football to him. I think if you can split him out and go empty occasionally, it's going to be easier to pick up where the blitzes are coming from Bowles. It'll slow down some of the A-gap stuff they like to do with their linebackers.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that it's going to be hard to hold up in pass pros. We've been talking about 4 out of the last 6 games they've given up 4 or more sacks. Getting the ball to Eckler is going to be an answer to that against the blitz, some design screens. I think it's going to be a 6 or 7 catch game for him. Maybe not to the extent of like that 9 catch game against the Eagles where they couldn't do anything else because they were getting just absolutely annihilated from the rush. But I think 6+ catches is possible. And I'm not going to be surprised if he's their leading rusher. I don't think he's going to run for 70 yards, but maybe it's like, 6 for 35 and he hits one for 12 or something, and that's more than B-Rob does.
So I think he'll be the leading rusher among running backs. I want to clarify. I think Daniels will lead the team in rushing, unfortunately. Again. But yeah, I think you'll have different looks that you can run out of that he's better at probably at this point than Robinson. Some of those 3 wide, maybe a passing look where you can kind of hand it to him a little counter. I think he's got more burst right now, and he's better able to deal with the way the blocking is, right? Because he's so low to the ground. He can kind of go through that first, arm tackle, whereas Robinson's kind of getting stood up. He can't shuffle the same way that Eckler can. But I'm with you on whether it's pass pro or kind of a counter to what you want to do. You blitz us, we'll throw it to him, right? So you pick your poison if you'd like that. I think he has double-digit touches in this game.
Last call for Commanders survivor votes right now. It's the finals today. Either Jaden Daniels or Terry McLaurin will be named the 2024 Commanders survivor. So get your votes in right now at facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Who is more important to get back to full health this weekend and get a big game out of? Center Biotish, corner Lattimore, next on Grant and Danny. Hey, it's GP. What do they say? New year, new me, new you, new us, new year, something like that. It is a brand new year, and it is time for you to make the change you've been wanting to make in your life. Look, fall, I started to think about trying to drop some weight. It was just getting too hard to play with the kids without getting tired, and I just didn't like how I was feeling. I was gaining too much weight. So I said, let's get back on the good foot here with my friends at CoPair. It's the old EMP 180, new name, same program. You can have a program with their coaching, do the weekly weigh-ins like I'm doing. You don't need to use these new injections, the medicine that they're giving you to help you lose weight. I like that because it helps on days or stretches where I'm going to be eating what I normally would have. I'll just eat less of it and I won't have the cravings. But you can kind of design your own program, and it's a great way to go about losing weight like I did starting right around Thanksgiving through Christmas. I'm down 15 pounds now. Really happy I made that decision so I can hit the ground sprinting here in the new year. Jumpstart January program. Get on board with CoPair. Call 855-888-0180, 855-888-0180, or go to copairhealth.com. Danny, I will read this to you now and get your reaction. From Fairfax County Public Schools. All Fairfax County Public Schools will be closed. On Wednesday, January 8th.
No!
School offices and central offices will open to the public.
Show me the email. Is it a joke?
This is their.
Is it a joke? Turn around right
their
now.
official Twitter account. Also, Montgomery County Public Schools closed.
Respectfully.
Frederick County Public Schools 2-hour delay. But Fairfax, where Danny Huey's kids are, they're not going tomorrow, buddy. They'll be at home with you.
What are we in Fauquier County? It's come on.
Well,
it's over.
Seems like it's Fauquier County plans, Danny.
What are we doing?
You know what I mean?
What are we doing? Let's say there's like 9 kids that can't get there. That's fine. Have them call in. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we can't do it. No problem. Stay home, and you guys can sled. The rest of us, I can get them there. I can get one of them a little piggyback ride. I'll huff his ass right down the road. It's half a mile. We can walk it.
No one will be there.
Oh, just open the damn doors up, for God's sake. Can they run in the gym?
Danny, there's going to be a day in 50 years where you would kill to have your little boys back in your house for just one last day. Think about that tomorrow as you get to spend a little quality time with your boys. You want them home, right?
No. Not. There'll be plenty of time at home. They'll be home. They'll be home in the morning, home in the evening. We'll be home. We'll be home together. I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
I mean, they've gone to school so much.
So little schooling. So little.
The amount of school is just minuscule.
Open that school up. Open it up. Open them all. Put the children into school. Have we learned nothing? Have we come so far and we go, in the opposite direction? Remember this whole thing? Get the children into the school. It's the into the school part. That's the essential part. You can just say, what school do they go to? These are just words. You open those doors up, you get them in there, and you close the damn doors, and you keep them there for hours.
You're right. They did close the doors. Tomorrow, it's closed.
You open them up first.
Wednesday.
You got to open them up, and you usher them all in there. You say good morning with the smiles on your face and your big old Starbucks, and you teach them to read, write, and do some math. And then you send them back to us. Come on, man. Work with us. Work with me.
Not tomorrow.
Open the damn doors up. Just let the kids into school,
Sounds
please.
like Thursday is closed as well.
That's a bit.
That's
a bit. What's coming Friday? We're going to do this crap again.
Well, you're fine because Friday is going to be nighttime snow.
Well, there's a teacher work day 2 Mondays from now, and then there's a half-day dismissal day.
Monday's a teacher work day. Tuesday, they're doing another election for some reason. They need the school gym.
The special election gym.
Wednesday's another teacher work day.
I mean, you joke, but that's what November was.
Thursday is some kind of celebration, so they're not doing school that day. Friday, they're going to do a 2-hour day. It's a half day. Half day Friday.
Again, you're doing shtick.
Yeah.
That's a reading of the November calendar.
I'm just having fun here.
It's a no school November. I'm so pissed.
You know those little cars where you pull back the tires and then you shoot them forward?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to tee you up.
Oh, I know. I'm aware, and I've fell for it. There's a hook right in my mouth right now.
If one of these two Commanders could have a great game on Sunday, fully healthy, armed and operational, go out, ball out, and play their game of the year, it can be Biotish at center or Lattimore at corner, probably against Evans. Who would you rather have healthy, playing great?
So my answer is Biotish, but let me make the case for Lattimore.
Well, go Biotish then.
Okay. Biotish, to me, this is about keeping Daniels upright at maximum. This is making something easy happen. You're going to be in a shootout with or without Lattimore. I think you're going to be in an offensive game where nobody's stopping anybody. So I need my offense operating at maximum. I want Tyler Biotish setting the protections. I want him driving people around in the run game. I need some semblance of run game that's not Jaden Daniels running for his life. I need Daniels upright. I need everything dealing with this Todd Bowles Blitz Festival that's coming. It's not just, they're going to send a linebacker from the outside. They're running stunts and twists and Levante David coming here and cornerbacks there, safeties around. There's zone dog and this, that, and the other thing. It's going to be chaos like when the Joker was winning in The Dark Knight. I need Biotish out there to anchor that whole thing.
I'll go Lattimore because you can't have Evans feast on you like he did in week 1 this season. When I actually thought St. Juice pretty frequently had decent coverage on him. It was like a half step behind him occasionally, got handsy and got flagged a couple of times. But Evans in that game ended up scoring 2 touchdowns. And by the way, it wasn't like a huge game. It was 5 for 61. 5 for 60 with no touchdowns, you'll take that every time. But you can't have one of these 8 for 115 games with a score or 2 from Mike Evans. The only guy standing between Evans and that is Lattimore, in my opinion. Drake London of Atlanta without Lattimore on the field, 7 for $110 and a touchdown. And that was in a game in which Michael Penix missed him.
Could have been 200 yards.
Easily 5 or 6 times when he was wide open. A.J. Brown with Lattimore, but he wasn't quite 100% maybe, or, as the game went on, obviously he got banged up. But 8 for 97 and a touchdown. 3 penalties for 70 yards, basically 160, 170-yard game. And then we saw what Rattler did in the fourth quarter against the Saints, throwing to everyone except for whoever Lattimore was on at any given moment, because he wasn't targeted a single time, completely shut down the very mediocre receivers for New Orleans that he was facing. But the Bucs are one of those teams where it's 1+ elite level wideout. I know that Jalen McMillan's come a long, long way since the first game when he had 1 catch for 32 yards, which, by the way, was a 32-yard touchdown against Washington. He's been a beast the last 5 games of the season as a rookie coming on from Washington. So it's going to be a tougher task for Sanders still, for St. Juste, for Michael Davis, dealing with McMillan. But how much different is Mikey Sanders still than he was in week 1? He was just he was a nickel at that time and playing a little bit outside within a week or 2 after that. Started doing that against Cincinnati. Now he's been their best corner this season. And you're kind of confident with him on an island at times. So the whole thing's different. But Evans on Lattimore, to me, is your only way really to keep him quiet enough to make the Bucs less multidimensional, to make them have to be a run-first team in this game. And it's hard to do. Baker threw for 4,540 touchdowns this year. So he's going to put up some numbers. But I promise you, if Lattimore's not out there, he's going to put up a lot more.
Yeah, the most likely event of a turnover is if Lattimore's on the field, and maybe you force something, or you could bracket somebody else, and you can maybe pay more attention. I mean, their offense is multiple enough. Their run game is really dynamic. Liam Cohen has done a tremendous job. It's a great fit down there for Baker Mayfield and company, and Bucky Irving, et cetera. So they can beat you in a million different ways. Having Lattimore obviously helps a lot.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, you're going to find out who won Commander Survivor for the 2024 season. Is it Jaden Daniels or Terry McLaurin? Plus, I want to look at rookie quarterbacking performances in the playoffs in recent history. There's this thought that because Jaden Daniels is a rookie, he's not going to be able to go out and play well in the playoffs, as if playing the way he did all regular season suddenly is irrelevant because the playoffs are a different game or something. I want to go into that theory next on G&D.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Most powerful city in the world should have a playoff team in the NFL. Shouldn't it? Well, we're back in the business for the playoffs in Washington, D.C., getting set for some postseason action this weekend, Wild Card weekend, Sunday night in Tampa. 19 years ago today, January 7th, 2006, last Washington win in the playoffs. It was in Tampa over the Bucs. A big play that day made by a franchise legend.
First down for 34. Williams. No place to go. Redskins say the ball was loose and they got it. Still with it. Picked up by the Skins. Sean Taylor. We haven't heard a whistle yet, and Sean Taylor is gone for the touchdown.
Mike Patrick, the call. Remember that? Joey T was on the call doing the color commentary on that. The late, great Sean Taylor, 51-yard fumble return, a Cadillac Williams fumble. Washington jumped in front 14-zip, won at 17-10. 4 playoff appearances since then, still looking for their first win. Since then, 19 years later, Commanders 3-point underdog, Sunday night, 8 p.m. College hoops, Hoyas at Marquette tonight, 7:45 here on the Fan. Basketball in the NBA as well. Wizards at Capital One Arena, home to the Houston Rockets, 7 p.m. tip on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address, 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
G&D, welcoming you back. This show is brought to you by the law firm Kandori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. And be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We're taking you up to 6:30 overtime with Toby at that time. We'll take you into the evening here on The Fan. Let's figure out, though, once and for all, who's going to win Commanders Survivor all season long. We started with 18 players. We whittled the list down one by one. You guys voted players off the island after every single game. And today, only 2 remain. Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin. You voted a winner. Someone's about to be a champion. Let's do this thing. Danny, I don't know that I've ever felt worse for someone on Commander Survivor than whoever doesn't win this season.
2 very deserving guys. Frankly, there are a handful of really deserving players, but you got down to the final 2, and I think it's the most appropriate, to be honest with you. The most productive players, most consistent players, the players with the highest ends, those noteworthy performances, those signature moments. It's between Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin, probably as it should be.
They're the 2 guys going to the Pro Bowl for this team. Last week, Frankie Louvu, who, if I was buying a jersey of a player on the team, I would buy a Louvu right now, right? Best defensive player on the squad, maybe the most important defensive player. He got voted off, and he went, yeah, that's a no-brainer. You can't vote off Jaden or Terry. They've got to be the last 2. So, yeah, you're right. It was kind of a no-brainer that this is how it was going to end. But what do you do? How are you going to vote? Are you going to – it's like a Heisman Trophy thing. Are you going to name Jaden Daniels the Heisman winner because of the season he had all year long, when definitively McLaurin had the better Week 18? Like, what's your voting paradigm? Is it game to game, week to week, where it was actually up for grabs for whoever had the bigger Week 18? And by the way, Terry McLaurin from Mariota catches the game-winning touchdown with 2 seconds left? Or do you want to look back in 5 years and say, who is the 2024 season really about? Who should have been the survivor for 2024? Well, that was the Jaden Daniels year. He probably won the thing. So I think you're either voting for the guy that you want to be the symbol of the season, not that McLaurin setting a franchise record for touchdown catches isn't deserving, or you're voting week by week, just true to form, who had the best game and seeing where that takes you. And if that's the case, Terry wins again for like the 4th time in 5 years.
Yeah, there's no wrong answer to this one, honestly. I mean that. It all depends on kind of what you did. The way I voted, I'll tell you this, I went to facebook.com/Grant and Danny like everybody else. I voted for Jaden Daniels, certainly not because it was Week 18. I voted for him because for a month when nothing was going right, and I got a stat here to back that up here in a second. Nothing was going right. He carried them. They're not winning any of these games without him. The Hail Mary signature, some of these seminal moments, the comeback against the Eagles.
So you didn't vote based on the game.
I did not.
See, and it's your vote. You do what you want with it. That's not, to me, the spirit of this is week to week. It's the show Survivor. Like today we're having a vote. Who had the better game? So you're basically kind of going, I'm going to take care of Jaden because he took care of me.
Yeah, this is lifetime achievement. So, I fully recognize that. Like, if you're voting based on week 18, well, of course you vote Terry McLaurin. Which is a very reasonable thing to me.
Which to me is what should happen. We'll see if he wins. But again, we don't know how everybody voted, and a lot of people might have done it the way you did it. I went to Facebook.com/Grant and Danny, voted Terry McLaurin because I'm a week-to-week guy. I'm a blind voter. I get into that ballot box. I stand there and I go, who had the better week 18? Just hand me box scores. I'll look at them. I'll break it down that way. And that's why Terry gets my vote. We'll get to the winner here in just a second. What about, is there a Lamar Jackson thing at play here? Terry wins this thing almost every single year.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe people go, let's have some new blood for Commander Survivor. Let's give it to the rookie quarterback. Like Lamar Jackson as an MVP, where in a narrative award, sometimes you just go, oh, he's won a couple.
He's won it so many times.
Who hasn't won it yet? Josh Allen? Although I do think Josh Allen should be the MVP. Something we should talk about because I know we disagree on that later in the week. All right, Darris, let's bring in Dad, the producer of this here radio program. He's got the tabulated vote for us on G&D.
There were a lot of votes. People showed up. They voted in droves. But when it all came down to it, in a landslide vote, the people voted based off of Week 18 performance. Terry McLaurin runs away with another Survivor Championship here in 2024.
That's a little bit stunning to me. But I got to say,
that he ran away with it is stunning.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That like it was lopsided. But first of all, congratulations, Terry McLaurin.
Mm-hmm.
Second, this is evidence. As if we needed more. This is more evidence, Danny. This is Terry's fan base, dude. People are excited for Jaden Daniels, and they should be. He is the promised child. He is the man we've been waiting for years and years. They don't chant Jaden, Jaden, Jaden every single time he touches the football. When Terry McLaurin catches a pass at home, the chant begins. In fact, when Terry McLaurin doesn't catch a pass at home,
they're like, hey, why isn't he catching passes?
He had one target in 5 quarters, basically, and people are chanting his name on every third down. Like, hey, Cliff, just to remind you, look at that play sheet. Look for Terry McLaurin. Terry is your Commander's Survivor for 2020.
Well earned. Well earned.
Our sweet Terry.
So for the year, yes. I mean, there were the reason I didn't vote for him this week. It's nothing against him. Again, both are incredibly worthy selections. There were too many of those one catch for 10-yard type things. I don't blame him, by the way. I blame a lot of other folks because he remains the same. So it's not his fault that he has to line up on the left for the first half of the season entirely. But I digress. But there are too many of those valleys, and I know the most recent for Jaden Daniels was probably his worst game. Probably his worst game of the year, the worst half of the year.
Some valleys. I mean, not quite as probably as many. Like there was that 3-game stretch there. The Eagles game, the first Eagles game. There were some moments where he could have been in trouble, but deservedly stayed on, and would have been ridiculous if he didn't.
Indeed. So, yeah, to me, there were enough of those highs, but again, McLaurin, of course, is a worthy selection. You set a touchdown receiving record, go for over nearly 1,100 yards, 82 catches. You do that given some of those weeks where you were a non-factor, whether that was your fault or otherwise. You do that despite the fact that you were the only bona fide receiver in a really subpar receiving room, in my opinion. That's not easy to do for an offense that was prolific. The number of those contested catches, you think of that game winner this past week. Again, not a wrong answer at all. Well done.
I want to get into some rookie quarterbacks who have played in the playoffs recently. And I don't know how relevant, what happened back in 1985 when Mike Tomczak as a rookie played in the postseason was. Which, by the way, if you thought you were getting a Mike Tomczak reference today on Grant and Danny, you're a winner. Remember 1999, the Commanders played then as the Redskins, a rookie quarterback in the playoffs. Who was it?
Is that Sean King?
Sean King, Tampa Bay Bucks. But recent quarterbacks in the playoffs, Last year, the Texans won, and C.J. Stroud played a really good game in the first round. They then got beat in the second round of the playoffs. But this idea, Danny, that the playoff stage is just too big and you're going to turtle and struggle because it's the postseason and the game speeds up. I just don't believe that at all. I think it's about matchup still. Are you playing a defense you can move the ball on? Are you playing a weak secondary where receivers are going to get open? Is your offense really good? Like Stroud had a down year this year, but if you remember, the Texans went into the playoffs with all the momentum. He was playing his butt off last year, and then they whooped up on who was it in the first round last year?
Why am I blanking?
Darius, who did the Texans play in the first round of the playoffs last year? They crushed
It
someone.
was the Cleveland Browns. Joe Flacco and the Browns.
Of course they did. I think his first throw was a 75-yard touchdown to Nico Collins, if I remember correctly. And it was just on. In the playoffs last year, Stroud completed 65% of his passes, 8 yards per attempt, 3 touchdowns, no picks, played really well. It's not like all of a sudden at the end of his magical rookie year, the playoffs came and it was like, well, he's a rookie. He can't play well. That did not happen at all. That's kind of the way some people are talking about Daniels. I do not see that.
So
this guy's different.
If he doesn't play well, people are going to go, see, rookie. Maybe. But what happens in the playoffs a lot of times? A bunch of winning teams, a bunch of really good ones. Sometimes you don't play as well against a really good team in the postseason. Yeah, that's not
He had
crazy.
some of his more pedestrian games against good teams this year. He had some really good ones too. Had the great game at the end against the Falcons, near playoff team. Almost single-handedly beat the Eagles in the second half with the 5 touchdowns. But there was a bad game against the Eagles, and then the Steelers game left a lot to be desired. So yeah, you play harder teams, you're going to probably back closer to 500 than 1,000.
Right. But the idea that, he's a rookie and that's all, that I think that's lazy, honestly. And it's also, by the way, how different everything is. Because used to be when you came through high school and even into college, it's like now you have to learn an NFL offense where you actually throw the ball instead of like running the wishbone or the I formation, 4 tight end power looks. And this is all new to you. Now these guys are doing 7-on-7s, and Jaden Daniels has practiced with virtual reality for the last decade. You know what I mean? Like he's got more experience than your average bear coming out as a rookie 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years ago when some of these paradigms were formed. So I don't buy that at all.
Here's another one, and I don't think this is a great comp, but it's relevant because it was recent. Brock Purdy in 2022 for the 49ers played in 3 playoff games, played twice in wins, and then they got to the Super Bowl and lost, or the NFC Championship game it was, and lost. I remember he got hurt in that game, and then they had to finish the game with like Christian McCaffrey getting snaps because Josh Johnson also got hurt in that game. But in his first ever playoff game, Purdy went 18 of 30 with 3 touchdowns and no picks. The next week, he went 19 of 29, threw for 214 yards. But in his first playoff game, 330 and 3 through the air for Purdy back in 2022. And San Francisco scored 40 points. Now, he had a much better supporting cast. They ran the ball really, really well. Again, it's not apples to apples here with Jaden Daniels, but it's just another example. Again, last year, Stroud played really well. 2 years ago, Purdy played pretty well. I'm trying to make the case, I think, somewhat correctly, that this would be the 3rd straight year that a rookie quarterback not only won in the first round of the playoffs, but played a really good football game.
Yeah, and again, where I keep going back to is if he doesn't, it's not because he's a rookie. In my opinion. I mean, maybe that's got something to do with it. But...
I mean, Bowles fooled him and made him look like he was not ready as a passer in week 1.
Yeah, I would say.
I just think it was because it was his first game.
Right. Who knows what the plan was? Who knows if they're saying, okay, let's do a baby step or spoon feed or something. I have no idea. I know that if they don't play well, you go, oh my God, he was a rookie. Well, was Jalen Hurts a rookie last year, coming off what should have been a Super Bowl win when the Eagles went to the postseason and this Todd Bowles defense blitzed them all over the place and they got their ass kicked? I have no idea, right? It's like people always want to do a single surefire and all-encompassing explanation for a shouty show so that, the Skip Bayless can yell at somebody. I don't really play that. I mean, there's nuance to it. Again, it might just be because that's a good matchup for them. Like, for whatever reason, Dallas has played them tough twice. Dallas stinks. I know that. But Washington has had all kinds of problems with them this year. So is that because he's a rookie? Or it's just, there's a million different factors in there, right?
If this chart I'm looking at is correct from StatMuse, so they've got Stroud last year, Purdy in 22. They got a bunch of other rookies who played in playoff games in wins for different teams in the years since. John Wolford for the Rams in 2020. Taysom Hill in 2017 for the Saints got snaps at quarterback. Nate Sudfeld for the Eagles in 17. Landry Jones for the Steelers in 15. But none of those guys were starters. Jimmy Garoppolo in 2014 as a rookie with the Patriots. Before that, the last quarterback to play in a win, according to this list I'm looking at, it's hard to believe, would be Russell Wilson. So, like, in terms of actual starter who played in a win, Stroud last year, Purdy 2 years ago, and then you got all the way back to 12. Now, they don't have Kaepernick here, but I remember Kaepernick in that playoff run starting for San Francisco and winning against Green Bay as an example. So that makes me wonder.
Was he technically a rookie that year? Maybe? That's what I don't know.
Wasn't he in the 2012 draft class? Or you know what?
I think it was a year
You're
before, right?
I think he did come out a year earlier.
Yeah.
And that was the first time he played, but maybe he wasn't a rookie.
But so, again, here's my counter to that. I would say most oftentimes when you're a rookie quarterback starting for a team, it's usually because the year before you were a disaster, right? A guy gets picked high and ends up stepping in. So it's a very small self-selective sample. This year, last year was C.J. Stroud. This year it's Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix, right?
2011, T.J. Yates for the Texans, who stunk.
That went
Threw
great.
3 picks and a touchdown. They actually won that Saturday opening game. It's like an awful game
Against
against
Cincy?
the Bengals,
Yeah.
yeah. And then the next week got exposed. But Yates didn't play poorly because he was a rookie. He played poorly because
he's T.J. Yates.
T.J. Yates. Before that, so that was 2011. 2009, Mark Sanchez and the Jets got to the AFC Championship game.
How about that?
That was a run-heavy, defense-laden Jets team. 4 touchdowns, 2 picks for Mark Sanchez, who now has a man bun and calls games on Fox.
Did you see that Jets interviewed Rex Ryan, by the way?
Rex Ryan thinks he's getting the job.
Yeah.
I mean, he's vocally telling people he thinks he's getting the job.
Isn't that something?
Well, let me ask you this. You saw the list of people they interviewed. How sure are we that Rex Ryan wouldn't be the best hire for that job?
Among whom they've interviewed? Like Ron Rivera and like a couple others?
That's
I suppose.
Legitimately bad job.
Yes, it is.
Right? We all agree? They're interviewing Ron Rivera for a head coaching job.
Yeah.
Tells you a lot.
Hey, guys, what pond are we swimming in? The one with the toxic waste in it?
I've seen Aaron Glenn's name linked to them. If he would,
He played for the Jets, yeah.
Yeah. If he would take that job, he's a better hire than Rex Ryan, if only because he's a first-time head coach who is coming off of being in that Lions building. But I know this sounds crazy. I'm not a retread guy. I'm not a defensive-minded guy. I would never in a million years hire Rex Ryan. But for that job, as he said, he's like, I'm not a better option than Ben Johnson. But for the Jets job in that building, working with that owner, knowing what it takes to win in that city, working with that media, his point was, I'm the best guy for the job. I don't think he's crazy. He's done it before.
Mm-hmm. He's overcome that culture, such as it is, and trying to establish a new one. A little bit less X's and O's for him maybe these days, right?
Flacco in 2008 is a rookie for the Ravens. By the way, 1 touchdown and 3 picks for Joe Flacco in 2008.
That's
the
my
Ravens. Man. And they played in 3 playoff games.
That team wasn't really designed around him.
Not so much.
If memory serves back then.
Not always remembered that.
Yeah.
Matt Castle, Seneca Wallace, Big Ben Roethlisberger were back to 2004. So very recently, you're looking at Stroud, Purdy in the post-Russell Wilson era, and Jaden Daniels will try to make it 3 straight years, as will Bo Nix with a rookie quarterback playing well in a win for his team in the opening round.
Yeah, Denver's got to go to Buffalo. They're a big underdog this week.
Yeah, Daniel's got a much better chance because he's not playing Josh Allen and the Bills on the road.
I would say so, right?
I would not want to play there. And maybe this is unfair to Tampa Bay, but tell me I'm wrong. I don't really think of Tampa Bay as like a hostile, awful place to go. Washington has, to some extent, taken that stadium over. Like in week 1, there were a ton of Redskins, Commanders, football teamer, burgundy and gold gear in that stadium. Do you remember that? It was like 110 degrees. My wife went with like 10 people. There was nothing but groups of people there that were rocking the gear. I don't know it's going to be like that this time around, but I'll bet you a lot of people travel for the game.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice enough destination. Get the hell out of here while it's snowing every other minute.
60 degrees. Go get sick flying back into the snow.
Seriously, yeah.
Sunday night into
Get yourself
Monday
a head
morning.
cold.
I know I'm going to be pummeled next week.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
If they're on to round 2, we will make it work.
But if they're not, and then you're just sick in addition to it.
It's a lot less fun flying back at 5 a.m. on Monday morning.
Is that really what you're doing?
5 a.m. flight on Monday.
I'm sure the flight will take off on time and everything will be fine.
It definitely will.
Yeah.
5 a.m. flights are a lock to take off on time. because the plane gets there at some point overnight. You're the first plane out of there in the morning.
That's actually a good point by you.
Yeah, the first thing in the morning flights, I don't worry about.
Interesting.
Having
You might be
said
onto
that-
something there.
Well, here's why I'm not. Because I'm going to have to set my alarm for 3:15 a.m. for a game that ends at like 12:23 in the morning. That sound like a good time to you?
No, it does not.
Playoff
Any
football.
thought of staying up and just doing your bit where you sleep instantaneously on the plane?
Yeah, I've thought about that. I think there's an 85% chance that happens. Depends on how excited I am, too.
Okay.
If Washington wins a playoff game, how can I possibly sleep before getting on? I have to go to the airport at 3:30. There's just no chance. What I'm a little bit nervous about, not to go full Dameron Clary on you and worry about the worst case scenario here.
Mhm.
What if I fall asleep at the gate?
At the gate.
And they're like, last call for flight 2357 to National Airport. Last call for flight 2357 to National. And I'm doing this.
Just that mouth open sleep that you do.
Exactly.
Yeah. Passenger Paulson, please report to gate A7. A7.
Now, Harry Stamper's never missed his mark. He doesn't plan on starting now.
Now, I would remind you that that's a fictional character about drilling on an asteroid. You're just talking about catching a flight that's early in the morning.
No. So in this case,
Yeah.
This is analogous. I'm Harry Stamper. This is a real character.
I just don't see it, though.
This is
that you're
nonfiction. And instead, the analogy here, the simile, using like or as, would be that I am like Harry Stamper if you replace oil drilling with getting on planes. So when I say Harry Stamper's never missed his mark, what I'm actually saying is Grant Paulson.
Grant's never missed a
third
flight?
person, a shout out, RIP, rest in peace, Ricky Henderson, has never missed his flight. That's what I mean.
I see. Now, you have left your bag and your keys.
Not important.
Right. But you made the flight.
I don't need my bag.
Right.
My bag can stay.
You can stay.
I left it in the restaurant. They sent it to me a few days later.
And they shut that restaurant right down.
Yes,
you know what they
did.
didn't want you to do was eat at that restaurant.
They did not. We should remind everybody, Friday, we are out and about. Field Trip Friday.
Yes.
Hyde Social Bar in Clarendon.
Right there in Clarendon.
Going to be a hell of a bash. We're going to paint that place burgundy and gold. It's going to feel like a pep rally ahead of playoff football. Cannot wait.
That's I have not been to that place yet. It looks fantastic. It's like we're like certified young people.
Our guy Chuck that runs that bar, by
Yeah.
the way, texted me and he said, I hope you guys are ready to eat. Tell Danny I'm sending out everything.
Oh, man.
So it's going to be a show.
Oh, man.
He's going to make us feel good.
Here we go.
Or not so good.
I was going to say.
Probably by the end of the experience. But that's going to be a blast.
Love
That's
it.
Friday, Hyde Social, Clarendon, 2 to 6:30. That'll be fun. There are only a couple of tickets left for 106.7 The Fan Live. As of this morning, I think we had like 20 tickets. There's less than that right now.
Absolutely. TallyHotheater.com to grab them. If you want to go, you best get on it soon.
We're back tomorrow at 2 o'clock for a football Wednesday ahead of the Commanders and the Bucks playoff football this weekend. Tober time comes your way next. Big thanks to Toby, Darius, Ryan, behind the scenes, G&D, saying so long for now.
Thank you for coming.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. Yeah, this weekend, first time in 5 years, playoff edition, countdown to kickoff on Sunday morning. I can't wait. Washington getting ready for some playoff football Sunday night in Tampa against